The Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship kicks off its second half of the 2025 season, and we return to one of the fastest circuits on the calendar. Welcome to Croft for weekend 6 of this year's championship. It's rounds 16, 17 and 18, and the championship is closer than ever. However, we have lost Jake Hill from the proceeding here. He is not going to be participating due to a viral infection. We wish him the best in recovery. So pretty much this opens the door to either be Ingram or Camish for this year's championship. This has really been opening up wide. Ash Sutton in the mix as well after dominating 5 victories. We've got so many in the title hunt this weekend that can finally jump ahead. But Josh Cook's season goes from bad to worse. Hello everybody, welcome to round number 6 then. Well, it's the first one without Steve Ryder, and we are back in the commentary box as well. Race 1 going to get underway. We're going to bring you the entire coverage here from the race day. You've missed nothing so far because we start past 12 o'clock here on a Sunday. So race 1 of the touring cars coming up at 12:10. At 12:55, we've got the Legend Elite Cup, their third race of the weekend. Another 6-lapper. At 1:35, the Porsche Carrera Cup race gets underway. And then at 2:30, ironically enough, I'll tell you in a second, at 2:30, the second race weekend gets underway for the British Touring Car Championship. At 3:10, the Legends' 4th race gets underway. 3:35, the Virtual Mini Challenge. 4:15, the Porsche Carrera Cup. And then at 5:10, we have the British Touring Car Championship. And then the final race of the day is the 5th race for the Legends as well in the Elite Cup. It's going to be a fantastic weekend. I mentioned 2:30. Guess what? Everybody knows my story back at Brands Hatch last year when I had a tooth abscess as well coming in. I've cracked the other one now, so it's all going well. Let's head down though and join not Steve Ryder down there on the grid, but Ollie's down there with Tim, Jade and Paul O'Neill.
It's Porsches or in touring cars, but yeah, it's a very revealing interview, that, isn't it? Because it means so much to these guys, and he is up against one of the all-time greats of touring cars in Ash Sutton as a teammate, and having that experience, I think, can only drive you forward. I always benefit from having good teammates, whether it was Andy Rouse, Steve Soper, Rickard Rydell, Alan Menu, and it brings you on as a driver, and he's still getting better.
And with that in mind, Paul, is he right to be quite pragmatic about his championship hopes in that interview?
I think so, yeah. I mean, you know, when he first joined Napa and Ash Sutton was there, I had him on a podcast and I asked him the question, how are you going to deal with Ash Sutton? And he was like, well, he's apparently one of the best in the world, so I'll go up against him. And I think he knows he's got a chance in this championship this year. He's driving as good as I've ever seen him, and I think this could really turn a corner for him this weekend. And
as Tim was saying, and as we know, he's got a great record here at Croft. Tell us about the intricacies and the nuances of this particular circuit, Jay.
So this circuit has a bit of both. It's got the fast section out the back, but it's also got these tight hairpins at the end as well. So a driver needs to adapt every single lap, whether it balls out through the fast stuff, but also very patient through the slow stuff. There's also a couple of pinch points, turn 2, 3, can pinch point at the first lap of the race. Same again through the S's. You can run 2 cars through there, but only if both drivers give respect. And in these conditions, the final point would be everywhere can be dry other than out in the back where there's trees still keeping that moisture. So a lot to deal with.
The engines, as I'm sure you can hear, have been revved up. Round 16 of Britain's premier motor racing competition, the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, is coming up, and we will have the grid walk next.
one thing you can certainly tell is he comes from a horse racing background. As well, does Ollie, but I think he's doing great. Of course, we welcome in Nikki Shields, who will be our permanent presenter from Not Kill onwards in 2 weeks' time. JT's back with us as well, and he'll be leading you through as a co-host today as well. He'll take you through race 2 of the touring cars and lead commentary, and also the majority of today. Hello, JT. It's Yorkshire Day on Friday, and everyone celebrated it nicely here in Croft. But no, Jake Hill. Colin Turkington nearly made a replacement, but decided not to do the whole weekend after he was so far off in practice too. But as you said yesterday in our group chat, practically guarantees it's either going to be Camish, Sutton, or Ingram as the champion this year. Hill's going to lose a mound of points here.
I didn't say those names. I just said how it's not going to be Hills.
You did say how it's not going to be Hills, but who do you think it could be? Second half of the season now. The first half was fantastic. Croft's going to be another level. And we've got, again, rain in the air.
Yeah, well, we've had multiple race winners. And, well, we could have the same once again here in the second half of the season. So anyone near the top of the championship still has a good chance.
Absolutely as well, and Tom Cant will be joining us as well in the race coverage for race 1 and race 3. JT, I'm sorry to say you're solo for race 2, but I'm sure you can you battle down the hatches and get through it. Omi's gone off now to cover some other races as well after a Porsche coverage which we all wanted to slaughter race direction for because they froze our timing systems. Luckily, the wonderful people at TSL, that's not going to happen. This is how the championship currently looks then coming into round 16. Ash Sutton leads on 233 points. He's 10 points clear to Tom Ingram, who's on 223. Dan Camish is 161 with Dan Rowbottom 159. Jake Hill on 143. He will now lose more points this weekend than he would have gained as well, which is slightly unfortunate. Adam Morgan, Tom Chilton, Josh Cook, Chris Smiley and Charles Rainford round out the top 10. And then further down, the last point scorer, Ronan Pearson with 29 points on the board. If we take a look at the Manufacturers' Championship, Alliance Racing Ford lead on by 22 points to Accelerate Motorsport. BMW and Toyota round out as well in 3rd and 4th. The Teams' Championship shows Napa Racing leading by 19 points to Team Ferruccio as well, so it's close on track and off it. Restart Racing surprising everybody as well, 3 points clear to the LKQ Europark car as well. We must just mention that there is no One Motorsport here this weekend, and JT, that's because their owner has been sick. He's been responsible for most of the finances in terms of also planning. So no One Motorsport for this event or Not Kill. Hopefully be back soon.
Yeah, absolutely. However, we've got no Josh Cook. We do still have Stephen Jelly on the field, and that is because he's taken over the Unlimited Motorsport car of Maximus Hall, who unfortunately departed the Unlimited Motorsport team. So Stephen Jelly will be driving that car for the rest of the season.
Oh, we've just got this come through from Race Control. Adverse weather procedure for the first BTCC race. I've not seen that flash up on the timing monitor before. So it's sunny at the moment. Oh, no, it's wet now. Track has been declared wet. So it was sunshine a minute ago, but according to Race Control, the track has now been declared wet at Croft. So this is going to be a bit of a surprise. It's just come down in the last 30 seconds or so. Let's talk about the Independence Trophy. Chris Smiley leading that by 7 points over Josh Cook, who's not going to be here this weekend. So Smiley's got a chance to run away with it. Doble Lloyd had the chance to close back up. So does Stephen Jelly, who's now swapped teams, of course. He's still being the independent teams and drivers. But One Motorsport's going to lose out quite a lot of points. They were 36 behind Restart Racing. But watch out for the Motorparts Direct with PowerMax Racing to close out. Same with the Rocket and Limited Motorsports as well, closing up. The Jack Sears Trophy Championship, well, that's Darrell Dion leading it by 26 points to Charles Rainford, from Sam Osborne, James Dorlin, Ronan Pearson, Dexter Patterson, Nick Hamilton, Max Hall, who's not in the championship, Nick Holstead, and Phil Leslie, who's on 35 points. Okay, rain's coming down then here as well at Croft. The track conditions have been declared wet, but we saw sunshine a few moments ago. Let's head back over to ITV and find out what's what.
And welcome back. Great to have you with us. Not too far away from a start, the formation lap taking place out on course at the moment. Tom Ingram on pole, the man to catch. What can we expect from this race, Jade?
I think it's going to be very interesting. We've just had word actually from some of the team members that even the drivers that are on slicks, on softs, are finding it really, really slippery out there. So although it's technically dry, and Paul and I would both opt for a dry tyre, I think because they haven't had rain for a long time, it's very, very green, which means there's low grip. Anyone that's on hards is going to have a tricky race, and anyone that's having their first touring car race like Max Buxton, we are nervous for, because these are arguably the trickiest conditions, because it's not a full dry, it's not full wet, and the track is super green.
Ash is in 11th, the current leader in the championships, and whilst he has ground to make up on Tom today, I'm sure plenty of eyes will still be on him here.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the thing is, for the other competitors like your Ingrams and your Dan Camishes, they'll be hoping that he's really cautious from that 11th place and not getting into any tangles. This is the worst conditions that Ash Sutton could have, because I'm just going to, what Jade was saying, absolutely spot on, and I agree with it. And Jade, you know, if you run wide on the exit of a curb with a left cold rear tyre on a front-wheel drive car, you're in so much trouble. If people scatter and Ash gets involved, this is the thing.
Are these tougher conditions than they would have anticipated? There was rain this morning. Are they, in the conversations you've had, are they surprised about the conditions out there?
On paper, these are conditions that everyone's dealt with before, but I think because there's been a lack of rain, or the circuit's super green, they're relaying back that it's very, very greasy, more than they expected, and that's what's going to be interesting, because it's those drivers that can get the heat into the tyres on the formation lap that will make the difference.
Okay, for now, Jade, Paul, thank you. Let's get you to the grid and join Lou.
Thank you. Yep, down on the grid. The cars, as is the case when we've got conditions like this, they've done 2 laps to the grid, so they can get a bit of a feel for what the conditions are like out there. So Tom Ingram just pulled up in pole position. He was quickest throughout the free practice sessions yesterday. So FP1 fastest time, FP2 fastest by about half a second. You never know, though. There's no guarantee that that is going to translate through when it comes to pole. But here he is, second consecutive pole position. I was standing here with Spencer Aldridge, Tom's engineer, and I could see there was a lot of button pressing going, a lot of chat with Spence while you were doing that lap around. What's it like out there?
I think there's a lot of chat going on, because I think we're all going to want our hand held a little bit for this one, because it's quite scary. It's not nice, I'll be honest with you. It's not nice at all. It's a slick race. But the first third of this is going to be, you know, in fairly patchy conditions. And the trouble is, where you want it to be where you want it to be dry is where it's wet. So it's all in some pretty nasty places. So the first handful of laps are going to be fairly full on, I think. So it's going to be a case of managing this. We'll see how this pans out.
So you are on the soft tyre. There's a few people further back, and I have no doubt you know exactly one of them I'm talking about. They've opted to go for the hard tyre for this race. How tricky is it going to be on a soft, let alone on a hard, in these conditions?
Well, I think with a hard tyre on, it's going to be fairly tricky, because you're going to struggle to heat them up. But equally, you're going to struggle to heat a soft tyre up. If it's a greasy, slimy road, it doesn't really matter what tyre we're on. It's going to be fairly lively. There is obviously an argument to say that the soft tyre is going to give you more grip anyway. So I think we're on the right tyre. You know, I've got no concerns about being on the right or wrong tyre. I think the soft tyre is going to be the one that's going to give us the most amount of grip early on when we're going to need it most. The car's felt good all weekend. We've not had these conditions, but no one else has. So let's go and give it a crack and see what goes on.
Good stuff. Hope it goes well for you. There's a lot could happen in this race. Tom, 10 points behind Ash in the standings, but 10 places ahead of him on the grid. So he 100% will be looking to make up big ground in this race. Right, let's come down and have a word with Mikey Doble. We've seen it on several occasions this season. He really has done such a sterling job. Fantastic qualifying for you yesterday, wasn't it, Mikey?
Yeah, no, thank you. Nice to put Alton behind us, which was a little bit of a lacklustre weekend, and get back to kind of where we were before that. So another quick 6 and third on the grid. I'd say I'm looking forward to it, but it's going to be quite tricky out there for the first half of the race at least.
Well, Tom Ingram has just said exactly the same thing. It's slightly scary conditions out there. I mean, one thing you've got in your back pocket, if you can use it, is you've got a fair amount of boost available to you, haven't you?
Yeah, we do. We have more than anyone else in the top 5, but I think, like we were talking about earlier, it might not be quite so effective in this race where the the conditions are going to be tough. So it's going to be a case of surviving the first half of the race, and then I think hopefully it might pay off in the latter stages.
Is that what we're looking at, really? Survival?
It is at the moment, yeah.
Okay, listen, my fingers are firmly crossed for you. Just got time to go down and have a word with another driver I wanted to pick up on, Dan Lloyd, who a couple of weeks ago he lost his title sponsor. So Dan has been working so hard, as he so often does, to pull together some additional sponsors for this race. So he had a brilliant session yesterday, his best qualifying session of the season. But great qualifying, but a few question marks over the car, because you did have a few technical issues yesterday. Is it all sorted?
I don't know.
Right.
You can see the guys are nice and busy on the engine. We had a good quali yesterday. Nice to be in Q3. Obviously love this circuit. Really confident in terms of pace, but just at the end of qualifying yesterday, the engine lost a bit of power. We've had to change quite a bit overnight, and there might be a bit of management going on in this first race. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed at this point. But in theory, if the engine holds up, should be in a good place.
Very briefly, massively important race for your home race you've done well. You've got a whole host of people here.
Yeah, loads of sponsors. Been a really tough summer break for me. You know, I've got a load of new sponsors on board, so it's nice to put in this strong showing. Have a look at all the logos on the car, everyone. But yeah, been really strong, and hopefully we have a good race.
Get the word from the man over there who wants to chat with you. So I will let you go. It's time for us to head off the grid. We'll head off for a break. But what sounds like it's going to be a really interesting first race is coming up in just a few minutes.
Yeah, getting ready and all set to go then as well for 15 laps around the Croft circuit. So, JT, we've got a situation where it's been raining, the track is drying, but everyone's going to start on the dries, but it's still a wet track. This is going to be absolutely chaos down to Clervaux at turn 1.
Croft.
Ha! He's done a chess ball! You muted Discord. You did. I'm not going to let you get away with that one. Go on.
I can't hear JB. What a shame.
Oh, he's muted me now. Go on. What do you make of Croft?
What? It's Croft. It's wet.
Yes.
But it's not raining, and it's a track which is under trees. Yeah, it's going to be wet for the whole race under that part of the circuit.
Why is it that we always have this silly situation when we come to Croft? It's just going to be absolutely wet weather no matter what.
You've got to remember, JB, that you are talking about Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's wet.
Exactly.
Well, as
it's like Spa. It's got its own microclimate.
As our friend and colleague Libby said as well, who's head of the British Touring Car as well, she said on Friday the thing, "Hey up, duck." Well, there's a couple of ducks that are flying around here as well. This is going to be quite an interesting one. And is Omi still in the box? Is he gone off to Frecker in GB3 and Italian F1 now?
He's not here, so...
He's gone off to there, yeah, as well. Okay, who's going to win this one then, JT? We're in for a stunning race, I feel.
That is literally like putting tons of numbers into a hat and draw and run out. It's greasy and it's wet and it's slippery at Croft. We saw what happened in free practice 1 with 2 cars going off at turn 1 in the space of a minute, and that was dry.
I'm hearing in my ears that there have been another change on the grid. Some drivers are thinking about wet tyres, but the formation lap is literally about to start. So whatever they're planning, they're going to have to do very, very quickly around this course. This should be a lot of fun.
Well, the formation lap was meant to start
now,
and we're still on the ad break, so maybe they delayed it.
We'll hear in a second. Apparently, people are starting a drinking game about how many track limits are going to be on today. If you're watching the whole ITV coverage across the day, good luck. That's 7 hours worth of alcohol you might have to consume.
And you've got legends on. That's the bad idea.
Yeah, they're literally going to be straight through as well throughout it all. This is going to be a long one as well.
So, you've got legends on, but you've got 3 races of them. So, yeah, good luck. Of course, the legends taking the short oval racing approach of it of Heat 1, Heat 2 and a final, but it's not on a short oval. Because, of course, the legends, that is their history.
They have delayed, I think they delayed the start. Sorry, go on.
Also, where the heats are shorter than the final, which is a couple of laps longer, comes from as well.
This is unusual. We should okay, 2-minute delay. So we're going to get going in the next minute on the thing. That's what we're having right now. I'm frantically texting people at the circuit to tell me information as well about what's going on. Apparently the grid is manic right now as well, and so is pit lane. Yeah, okay, we're going to cross back over in a few moments and check in with the ITV team. Information currently, the track is declared as drying. I've never seen that one, JT, have you?
Yeah.
Well, it's either been wet or dry. I've never seen drying come up.
It happens every single time when it's wet and it's going to dry, JB.
I've clearly not been looking at the screen. Okay.
I'm guessing you've not seen the changeable conditions one as well, then.
No, I have not. But here it comes then. Let's cross over to ITV.
There's Darlington Clock Tower in the distance with the sun haze shining through here at Croft ahead of race 1 this weekend. Not long to wait now for lights out, so let's take you to the commentary box and join Tim Harvey and first, David Addison.
Ollie, thanks very much. Welcome back to the British Touring Car Championship, everybody. The second half of the season starts right here. It's been a long break, Tim, but what a way to get us back in action. A greasy circuit and a good jumbled grid.
Yes, the going is soft to wet here at Croft. The rain has abated, the sun is out, a patchy track, everyone on slicks, but struggling the first couple of laps to get some temperature into them, so anything could kick off.
So the grid is formed and everybody...
Yes, the grid is formed and we are getting set for what's going to be a very interesting race. Alongside me in the commentary box is JT and Tom Cairns as well, who has been a regular addition to the comms box this year, of course, with all these events. Delighted, I think, Tom. This is the first time we've all shared a commentary box, not trackside. So this is the first time this year we've all been in one booth.
Yeah, we're all in different places in the UK, though, let's put it that way. But yes, we're doing it remotely this time, all 3 of us together. As we are now underway for the formation that will be in store for these as we begin the first of 3 races here at Croft as we begin the month of August, pretty much.
Let's have a word with Dan Camish.
It's certainly going to be a fun couple of laps, but just in the last 10-15 minutes or so since I was last on this bit of the circuit, I can already tell that it's dried that bit more. So yeah, it's going to be quite feisty, I think, first few laps, and then the track will certainly come to all of us.
And that run to the first corner is going to be vital, but of course you're going to be on the outside, which is not ideal for you.
It's not, but let's see, you know, having a little bit of a quick look at the grid, my side doesn't look too bad. I don't know what Tom's is like, but let's see. This bit here is like that was a lot of understeer and a bit dicey there. So there's going to be places on this track that are going to be and other places that really are going to be quite a struggle.
All right, we'll leave you to it. Dan, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a look at how they will line up on the starting grid then for what is going to be round 16 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Tom Ingram lines up on pole position. Alongside him on the front row is championship rival Dan Camish. Row 2, Mikey Doble is alongside Tom Chilton. Row 3 sees Dan Rowbottom alongside Dan Lloyd. Row 4 is Aaron Taylor-Smith alongside as well with Senna Proctor starting 8th. Row 5 sees Charles Rainford and Darryl de Jong. Row 6, Ash Sutton, down 11th place, poor qualifying for him. He's the first of the hard runners alongside Adam Morgan, also on hards. Row 7 sees Dexter Patterson and Chris Smiley on hard compound tyres. Row 8 sees James Doolan and Aidan Moffat both on hards. Row 9 sees Gordon Shedden alongside Sam Osborne, again both on hard compound tyres. Stephen Jelly back with a new team then with the Unlimited Motorsport. He's on hards alongside Nick Hamilton in 20th. First race then coming through for Max Buxton. He starts on hards. Nick Holstead starts 22nd on soft compound tyres. In terms of the hybrid power use button, in terms of laps of push to pass got available, goes in championship order. So Ingram will have the better, more than Sutton will, coming down towards number 1. JT, this is going to be an interesting one as we head down to the first corner. We know how tricky this place is in the dry, let alone dry-in conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Rain overnight and this morning has made the track like that, but you can already see at the start of the complex and through the complex a dry line as we see Sutton taking his place on the grid and arriving very hot in the scene. I believe that was Chilton.
Yeah, oops, sorry, here's the running order then coming through. Look, 2 laps for Ingram, 3 laps for Camish, 8 maximum for Doble, so watch out for Doble. To come through. What do you think, what do you think, though, Tom, as they come up on the line? It's going to be very close down to the first corner.
It is very much, and with Sutton further back down the order, this is a golden opportunity for England to really close down the arrears in the championship. For Camish, long shot at it, but let's see what he can do.
No Jake Hill on the grid. He's out with a viral infection. He'll be back with us at Knockhill. It is round 16 of the QuidFit British Touring Car Championship here at Croft. It's the second half of the season. 5 weekends left then. Let's crown ourselves the champion as we run through to the end of October. Lights activated. Lights out! It's race time here at Croft. It's a ginger getaway from everybody down towards turn number 1. Ingram's going to have to go defensive against Camish, who looks to the outside line. Door to door, into we get in towards Clairvaux. Ingram, though, controls the pace. Camish falls in behind. Doble stays third. Into 4th place, I think, has gone up as well with a stunning start coming up as well. Yeah, that's Chilton up into order. Rowbottom making up positions. Robo gets ahead of Chilton through the chicane. And for the first time, off goes Chilton. I think off goes as well down to Young, heading down though towards Tower, and everyone, JT, looks so slow into the braking zone. The track's still so down.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the BMWs going off there side by side. Proctor, Rowbottom, Proctor on the inside, and Proctor gets the move done. Rowbottom will fight up towards the chicane, and the chicane not a place to go side by side, and they don't go side by side.
I think I just saw Sam Osborne and a little bit of trouble at the exit of the chicane down towards the Jim Clark Classes. Barcroft coming up though, Tom, and so far Ingram leading this race as there we see Rowbottom dive bombing the inside of Chilton, and Chilton now going through on the inside line as well. He gets ahead of Dan Lloyd. It's all go now.
Yeah, absolutely, and Ingram getting the best start he needs, and Senna Proctor absolutely flying on this first lap so far. And there we see one of the Virtue guys, that's Tom Chilton, having it out with Dan Rowbottom heading towards the penultimate turn of the circuit. It looks like Daryl DeLeon is in a fight of his own though with our Sutton, and also who's that? Is that Colin Turkington behind?
It's Rainford. It's Rainford coming through as well. Turkington isn't racing this weekend. He's not. He's backed out of it from Hill's opportunity to come through. So a little bit of a move going through. I know why you thought it was Colin with the 2. I thought the same thing for a split second, but coming back
it was a BMW. I knew there was that. Yeah.
It's DeYoung on the inside line coming through on the inside. Listen, I thought the same thing. But Colin had practice too yesterday in the BMW for Jake Hill. He should have been running, but decided to back out of it. Here's the restart though on board. This is Chilton's getaway. And, yeah, it was just a little bit slow. Taylor Smith ahead was better. Rainford cut to the inside line with the BMW. Yeah, he was a lot better, JT, down towards the breakers over turn 1.
Yeah, but then keep an eye on Rainford up the inside of Chilton. He gives him a little bit of a nudge. These are the 2 that went off at that first chicane. Here we go, and that was an absolute massive nudge from the other Accelerate, which pushed Chilton and Rainford off the track. Lap 2 of 15 in at Sunny in and Sunny out, where, well, the sun is trying to break through, but it is still cloudy.
With a chance of tyre marbles as well coming through as they head down. So Ingram leads. Dal Dion's just going to head up into 6th position as we say that on our timing monitor. As Taylor Smith gets ahead of Rainford, Smiley and Dorling get ahead of Lloyd. And right now we're watching Chilton the battle with Rowbottom though, Tom, as they come into the chicane. Into the hairpin, sorry.
Yeah, and a lot of mud on Rowbottom's car there on the front of that Napa, and he's fending off the Virtue of Tom Chilton, who's coming up behind. And we see Daryl DeLeon, who We saw the Philippines national anthem being played when he won over at Brands Hatch, which is rather unusual because we won't normally hear the British national anthem, considering it is the British Touring Car Championship. But there we see Ash Sutton, who's running in 8th place so far, making up some good ground. And then we see further down the other, looking at the Toyota Corollas cars behind the restart race, and that's
Hamilton.
Who's that there?
Hamilton.
That's Nicholas Hamilton, isn't it?
Doble's hit the tyre barriers. He's got no visible damage to the front of the Vauxhall. He should be able to refire and get it going, but Doble's just spun out from 7th position. Sutton goes up then in positions now. Hamilton's got rear damage. I think he's just dropped it on the exit curb. Yeah, took too much exit, hits the grass, Tom, and straight into the wall.
Yeah, it was a relatively soft impact in the wall there for Mikey Dable, so he should be able to get away with it. In fact, he's already about to lose it before he's even touched the grass, so that's probably the wet patch that he's touched there, and that's thrown him into the wall. So Mikey Dable, very unfortunately, after a brilliant qualifying yesterday, has lost so much time.
That doesn't explain what happened to Nick Hamilton, though.
No, it doesn't. And Nick had, what was it, rear bodywork damage, JT?
Yeah, and bodywork hanging off, which has been meatball flagged before.
Yeah, I've got nothing yet on race directors on the information from race stewards.
It's because he came in by himself.
Ah, right. So, yeah, Hamilton's in the pit lane. Yes, you're right. So Hamilton has come back in. Ingram 1:24.055, fastest lap of the race so far as well. So he'll pick up that bonus point as well. But Camish wants to get his championship fight back on. It's the first time Dan has felt back in control since the Honda days, and he nearly had the championship. Look at the mark that's been thrown up on the windscreen already. I feel like a Murray Walker line's coming on here, chaps, where he's saying he's looking through a completely clear windscreen and off he goes into the barrier. Of course, this is the scene to come. Oh, nearly. He just took a little bit too much of the Jim Clark S's there, JT, and I thought he was going to barrel roll.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think we might have found our answer, because there is the bollard for the Jim Clark S's,
yeah,
which lasted a full total of 3 laps, because it's already destroyed on lap 4.
And this is our first race of the day as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Why is that, by the way? Why did we start like 9ish with some other races?
It's local rules.
Oh,
same with Alton and Croft are the 2 that have to start at 12. On a Sunday. Thruxton, you're allowed to start early, but you need a break for the church, because there's a corner called Church, and believe it or not,
there's a church service
on the outside of Church Corner is a church.
I didn't spot that. That's news to me. Although I seem to remember we had a lion. So
now, there's a reason why you can't see the church, because in between the track and the church is a massive hill, the same hill that I've stood on trackside with my camera.
I think LA was doing a lot of
live
things.
On JBM, yeah.
Yes, I think, yeah.
Well, here is a proper raw onboard feed camera. How could you tell? Because it had the little yellow Viking on the bottom of it.
The UMD bottom as well. Guys, I'm a bit worried about how much mud's being kicked up onto these touring cars. It feels like we're watching a rallycross race rather than anything else. Is that coming off the trees?
I'm just a little bit concerned as Charles Rainford goes up the inside of the 40 of Taylor Smith. I'm just a little bit concerned about how quickly this track is drying for Croft.
Yeah.
Because in the past lap, Ingram just did a fastest lap of a 1:23.412 compared to his fastest lap on lap 3, a 1:24.055. So 6 tenths in a lap.
That's insane. So this is actually drying very quickly. And Tom, is that going to be beneficial to those on the hard tyres? Because they've got longer life and it will come back to them, as we now see Lloyd side by side with Smiley.
Yeah, so the 2 teammates going into combat is we see Lloyd and Smiley. And now remember, Chris Smiley is part of the Independence Championship in the drivers in that. But yeah, going back to your question about the hard tyres, well, Ashton is the highest of all those on the hard compound. He's looking to make up some places in the closing laps. He's up into 7th place now, is Ashton, so good to see him moving up the order as we speak. He's made up 4 positions so far in this race. We'll get an update as to who's got left in their battery power as the laps continue to tick down. 10 laps to go here in Croft. These laps do flow by really, really quickly. I think as the track does pick up, the lap times will be coming down, and Tom Ingram has the luxury of the fast lap of the race so far.
And he's being caught in by Dan Camish in second position as well. This is how the championship will look then. With victory here, if things stay as they are, Ingram will pull up to 246 points, Sutton 242, but Camish finishing in second pulls himself within to 68 points at 178. So Camish, the fight back is on. In the second half of the season, we've got Croft, then we've got Knock Hill in 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks after that, we're going over back to Donington. In fact, I think Croft and Donington are back-to-back, aren't they? So that's going to be really a big... No, there's 2 weeks gap. Yeah, so 2 weeks then. 3 races in August. Then we've got 1 race in September as we go over to Silverstone. Then we're over to Brands Hatch for the final. As up the inside, Dan Lloyd making the move on the inside line of Adam Morgan. Morgan, a little bit of a changed livery this weekend as well, so he looks ever so slightly different in a colour scheme, but all is still the same, and he's now dropped behind in 10th position. Taylor Smith goes up into 9th place as well, and Lloyd now moves up the order as well. Timing screen needs to refresh itself a bit.
Yeah, going back to the Thruxton talk real quick, but we'll pause on that as Morgan looks to make a move with Smiley, isn't able to shed and pressure in as well quickly. They'll go single file through the S's quickly, but yeah, the reason why there's no viewing banks on the backside of the circuit at Thruxton isn't because of how Shedden gets up the inside, bit of a lock-up, he doesn't hit Smiley, very close to contact as we head through Sunny Out. It's not because of how fast the circuit is and how dangerous the circuit is. It is because at the back of the Thruxton circuit, it is runoff, as we've got a black and white flag for number 18 at turns 8 and 11 to the track limits. It is runoff a single row of trees, village, and houses.
So when we had that accident a couple of years ago with the 2 cars flying off down there, did they end up in someone's back garden?
You know where, was it Josh Cook who crashed at
Yes,
Thruxton?
yeah. Oh yes, he hit the barrier in qualifying, yeah.
Yeah, the barrier. What was behind that trees? Do you want to know what the other side of that trees was?
Back garden. Paddling.
The cemetery of the church.
Oh, well, it's all right. If Josh Cook went in any harder, he could have just buried him in the car. Saves time. I didn't know there was a cemetery there, actually. Saying that, I'm probably standing underneath old graves, because the cemetery, this used to be the church entrance to the church that's literally just behind me. And, yeah, literally, grave right next to where we have, patio drinks. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Yeah, I try not to think about it when I'm here during the night shift, because, it's never good. So, lap 9 of 15, Ingram leading from Camish, Proctor, Rowbottom, Chilton, De Jong, Sutton, Rainford, Taylor Smith, Lloyd, the top 10, Morgan, Smiley, Shedden, Moffat, Patterson, Dorlin, Osborne, Halstead, Doble and Jelly, then Buxton and Hamilton, just the 2 below that, the 22 that's going on. This is going to be DeLong passed by Sutton on the inside line of the hairpin, and there's a sweet move there, Tom. Sutton slowly progressing. He wants to use race 2 and race 3 more.
Yeah, and it's crucial that if he can get into the top 4, I mean, 4th place is where he'll really want to be, because that way he can use a softer compound of tyre for the second race, whereas the top 3 all have to start on the hards. So this is a good opportunity for Sutton to make the most of. Tom Ingram, meanwhile, can he do what he did at Alton Park and win from pole position in race number 1? It looks that way. By getting past Daryl Dillon, that's another couple of points going in the way of Ash Sutton for his championship charge. Tom Chilton's the next driver ahead, who will do his utmost to help his teammate.
Battle still going as we see now Shedden on the back of Chris Smiley as we come into Sunny In, then Sunny Out, control the exit speed nicely. And Shedden's looking on form, he's hitting the back of Smiley, coming down towards the braking zone into the complex. Looks left, looks right, can't get through, gonna try and go on the outside. It becomes the inside line for the hairpin. That's gonna be tight. Flash gonna go through, door to door. Smiley drives back up the hairpin. That's right in front of the commentary box position for David and Tim. Watching right now as well in the ITV booth. Smiley, though, defends well. Shedden nearly losing the back. Over we go past the control line, in towards turn 1, and Clevo is going to go around the outside line. If he can keep it going, that'd be impressive. Oh, they've hit! Smiley off, backwards into the barrier. Should be able to get going because the gravel trap, oh, he's beached it. He floored it too much, and that's going to have to be a safety car. Flash was a little bit optimistic there, should have backed out a bit, and out comes the safety car. Well, JT, that is ridiculous. That's a bit of a rookie error there from Flash. He should have backed out.
The why story of going on the outside of the hairpin won't work. Going around the outside of any hairpin mostly doesn't work, but a tight hairpin like the Croft circuit doesn't work. And the absolute tail story of Croft about trying to go outside of turn 1 with how quick it is turn 1 into turn 2 as well. It doesn't really end very well as the safety car continues through the accident site and the cars are picked up by it. Here's a replay.
Yeah, Tom, it looked like Shedden was trying everything, but Smiley was blocking everything to his right.
Yeah, well, Smiley didn't do anything wrong. It's just the fact that Shedden didn't really get out of the throttle. Yeah, it was just too close. It was a move he was never going to... Well, it was an overtake. It was never going to get done. And Smiley, well, he just paid the price, for basically doing nothing wrong. Shedden should have just backed out of it going through the right-hander. And I think there'll be some fun punishment coming in the way of Shedden afterwards because that was avoidable.
Yeah. I am going to say it. That was the perfect follow-in scenario if it was bangers.
Yeah, you're right. That photographer is going to be in the right position. So,
That's,
go on.
you can tell with a Canon camera because of the colour of the lens. Well, Gordon Shedden became a little bit of a cannonball to Chris Smiley there.
So, Smiley on the inside, Shedden keeps on the out. Does he run wide? No. So Shedden feels like he's been given no room by Smiley, but Smiley's just on the racing line. Shedden shouldn't think that Chris has to jump out the way. No, that's just hot-headed from Gordon.
Or is it just classic touring car racing that he's so used to from the old times and it got a little bit out of control?
I think yes. I think that's a perfect example. Next time he sees me, he's probably going to not let me interview him. That's going to be a bit harsh. So safety car is out then on lap 12 of 15. This helps those on the hard compound tyres because they've been brought back into the gap.
Bonus laps as well.
Yeah. What, 3 max? I think we'll go to 18 laps then. It's good that we had them back. It is, you know, the best for the fans to get the experience. We are waiting for Buxton to catch up because he is just now starting across the finish line. I know it's his first touring car race, but what's happened to him? He's 59 seconds down, even behind the safety car. Round of applause there. Chris Smiley. Lovely bloke, actually, Chris. Last year, his teammate Scott Sumpton as well, at Donington, I went down and spoke to the Goodyear people and said, "Are we go?" Yes. If it wasn't for Chris, the paddock wouldn't have known what was going on. Because I told Scott, who told Chris then went around telling everybody else what the plan was, because race control didn't tell them. So, yeah, safety car lights are out. That's very late to the complex. Bring them in.
No, that's the point for...
Of course, the safety car now is a lovely Porsche. But, oh, what's happening to Ash Sutton? He's got a puncture! Sutton's got a puncture! Ash Sutton, his front right punctures, come on, and he can't even turn the car, and you are right, he will be out of this race of contention. Patterns is out of hybrid, we're restarting, but Ash Sutton, and this is critical for Ingram in the championship right now. He's going to get maximum points, and Sutton's going to have nothing at all. What a dramatic swing in the championship in just the first race back from the summer break. And now, can Camish help out his team out in his own championship hunt by getting ahead of Ingram?
At the moment, Tom Ingram 246 points to Ash Sutton 233 points, a 13-point gap at the front now. Ash Sutton got a new tyre and he is out back on his way, but it looks like he's changing something on his control panel, and with only 2 added laps, he is well out of it now.
So, as Morgan dives on the inside line, he's gone back in, and the bonnet is up, so Sutton's not happy with something.
Mechanical as well, it looks like.
Oh, well, what on earth's happened there?
Or,
yep.
They only changed the one tyre and they were told, no, you need to change them all.
That's true. Yeah, that's an old trick as well. You have to change all tyres, even if you just have one puncture. You do get a spare tyre set throughout the year that you can use as a joker, but I don't think they are going to use it here because they're out of contention. That's more relevant in a qualifying or last lap of the season. We need points battle situation. Don't use your joker here. 13 points though, that's a big gap in the championship. 14 to 17. Ingram's led.
It's now been lapped, so he's definitely. So if there was another safety car, he could have got back in it, but no, he's definitely out of it now.
Take a look at the stats pages that come up on the screens here as well. Sutton now finally rejoins the race. It's fantastic to see that we've literally had Ingram's led for 27.30 miles already of this race. The race started 7 minutes late, just for a heads up. Planned start time 12:10, actual start time 12:17. So yeah, bit of a weird one to come through at the moment. Safety car was out for 4 minutes. Go on.
Good to see that over this 6-week break that we've had so many different changes to drivers dropping out, drivers coming in, a team dropping out. It's good to see that we still kept 22 cars.
That is very good. I think that was a critical thing, wasn't it, that we needed to make sure 22 stayed in the field. Oh, hello. Is that a BMW going slow out wide? Is that...
That's Rainford.
Rainford, yeah. Did you just get on the damp patch? I think he did.
No,
yeah.
that is, I believe... Moffat, yeah.
Yeah, so I just saw it. It came crystal clear. Pit road.
See what the problem was. It was basically a glitch with the power steering that we saw them try to push him back and it wasn't working. Glitch with the power steering. They've recycled the engine, cured that issue, so he's on his way again. But obviously, huge amount of time and more importantly, positions lost.
Louise Goodman there down in the pit lane for us. Cheers, Lou, for that one. So it was a power steering issue, but the tyre had already gone down. That was the first problem, then another problem next up as well. It's just ridiculous how that goes on. Through the tower we go, hairpin through to the Jim Clark S's. And that is some sort of cardboard in front of the radiator duct there.
That is the remains of the Jim Clark S's bollard.
Is that going to cause him any overheating problems? It's not blocking the whole radiator.
It's blocking half of it, though, so possibly. Having a look at the other championships, of course, we mentioned the drivers. Manufacturers, the gap now for between Alliance Racing and Ford is that's Rowbottom. Having a look at the number 18. Between Ford and Hyundai, it's 12 points, and in the teams between Napa and Team Virtue, it's now only 3 points.
Let's have a look at the bollard then. Where's it gone? There it is. He's picked it up mid-corner. Oh, and he's completely shattered it. Yeah, so look, as you said, Jesse, it was hanging out the end. He just ran over and shattered it.
Yep. It's taken him a while, though. It's only taken him 14, 13 laps to pick it up. It got demolished on lap 3.
Black and white flag for the 52 of Shedden, and crucially the 80 of Ingram. And that's not for track limits, that's just a normal black and white flag. So there's something that they don't like they've been doing out there.
No, it is for track limits. Turns 3 and 5 for Shedden and turns 5 for Racing.
Sorry. I didn't look up on the order there, yeah. It is track limits. I was thinking, have they just given him a black and white flag for the naughty boy he did? And then I was thinking, what did Ingram do? Oh, hello. That's Robo with another bit of that bollard.
When it's only one car they give the black and white flag out to, they put it all in one. But if there's 2 cars and it's different turn numbers, they stack it like that.
You've been watching the systems more than me and know more than the marshalling point as well. Speaking of somebody who knows more of marshalling points as well, I think we need a new member of the team coming in soon. Okay, so lap 17 of the race. It is the final one coming in. Fingers crossed it's going to be a nice, smooth event. Ingram just flicks it through, and he is going to have a 13-point lead, Tom, in the championship. This is critical for him. What a race. And he's going to be on pole for race 2 as well.
Yeah, he's got the luxury of that, and with Ash Sutton so far down the order, that's going to play into the hands of Tom Ingram even more. What a day it's turning out for Team Virtue so far. Not quite so for Team Napa. On the other hand, there are some drivers using up their batteries for the remainder of this one, but a solid drive for Tom Ingram is going to make it win number 3 this season.
I call him Two-Gram because he's always second. 6 seconds, 2/3, 2 wins. It's going to be a race win, JT.
Yeah, but Sutton's main goal for race 2 will probably be get somewhere near the reverse grid, and anything else is a bonus.
It's going to be a weird day here at Croft, but the first race is back from the summer break. Round 16 kicks us off with championship drama. It's once, it's twice, it's 3 times a winner in 2025. Tom Ingram wins again. Second place for Camish. Proctor finishes an impressive 3rd place as well. He also wins as well as the independent winner for that one coming in. That's going to be a good one to see. What a run. Well, I think that for Ingram, JT, is about time. The gap was 10 points. It's now 13 in front.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, this race has been so chaotic, I've just realised that we've got a Senna Proctor 3rd, which is an absolutely amazing achievement for Proctor, just returning to the championship as well. But keep an eye on that Hyundai for race 2, because, of course, where you finish, you start, and hopefully you get through Toka Technical.
Oh, God, don't mention that. Tom, what a race, and we'll be watching race 2 and then all eyes for race 3, but Ingram's on massive control right now.
Yeah, in cruise control. Can Sutton bounce back from this? It'll take some doing in race 2. There'll be enough overtaking opportunities for him to do it, and with all the battery power that he's going to have. But yeah, that's a set of hard sides going in the bin, which is not particularly good news for Ash Sutton either, because he'll probably want to get those to the end and save another set of hard sides for later on.
In my opinion, he should have just retired. He's wasted it now instead of just going back out there. It should have been an instant retirement and just dealt with it later. He's cost himself now a bit of a risk for race 2 and race 3 coming up as well. So there's Dan Camp watching on, an impressive second for him. For Camish, that is his 3rd second of the season coming in as well. He's had a race victory and 2/3. So now it's 1-3-2 on that order of the board. But Ash Sutton, 4 wins, 2 seconds, 3/3, leading the championship, now changes up once more as they will come in to Parc Fermé and we'll run you through the final results. JT will be taking over shortly as well for the podium ceremony. Just to give him a heads up on where he needs to be.
What?
You need to take over for the podium ceremony. So it's Tom Ingram on top spot here from Dan Camish, Senna Proctor, Dan Rowbottom, Tom Chilton, Dal de Jong, Aaron Taylor Smith, Charles Rainford, Dan Lloyd and Adam Morgan, your top 10. Then it's Gordon Shedden from Patterson, Moffat, Osborne, Doble, the last points paying position. Then we get Jelly, Holstead, Dorlin, Buxton and Sutton, followed by Smiley and Hamilton as well. In terms of the championship, Tom Ingram now takes the lead on 246 points to Ash Sutton on 233. Dan Camish moves within 68 points on 178 from Dan Rowbottom 172. Jake Hill 143 to Adam Morgan on 126. Tom Chilton on 125 and Josh Cook 106 to Chris Smile on 100 and Charles Rainford is on 93. In the Independence Trophy as well at the moment, Chris Smiley takes it to 213, but Josh Cook on 206, no improvement there obviously. But Dan Lloyd massively now closes up to 203, the same as Mikey Doble. The Jack Sears Trophy, Dal Dion takes it 29 points to Charles Rainford as well. From Sam Osborne, James Dolan, Ronan Pearson, Dexter Patterson, Nick Hamilton, Max Hall, Nick Halstead and Finn Leslie. The Team's Championship now sees Napa ahead by just 3 points to Team Ferruccio as well, closing in. They have a 200-point gap to WSR, who are running with a hand tied behind their back this weekend. And in the Independence teams as well, Restart Racing increases to 56 over One Motorsports. Critical race, critical action, as we get ready for Ingram to make sure post-race analysis is good. Tom, what was your thoughts on that race as a whole?
No, it was very, very nice. Lots of overtaking happening and drama also in the championship battle with Ash Sutton. A touch off that puncher on the safety car restart, but his loss is Ingram's game. Will we see more of that in race 2? We'll find out soon enough. But a good day so far for Tingram.
Yep, absolutely as well, as it looks like they've all been cleared through Toka Technical, which is the best news possible. JT, what about you from that race?
Good race, dried quicker than normal at Croft, and well, it was a good race.
I think we're in for a cracking weekend as well now, judging by that. Practice was good, but now we've only got 2 races left. JT's in control for race 2, as me and Tom will go over to Formula 1. We'll all be back together hopefully for race 3. NASCAR later as well, and the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is at Road America. Omi on JB Motorsports 2 has got all the action as well from Italian F4, Freca, both at Imola, the GB3 are at Silverstone as well. But Tom Ingram will exit the car, and he is victorious in race 1 here at Croft and wins round 16 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. So, I believe first on to talk is not going to be Louise. I think it will be our friend and colleague of Alan Hyde. Tingle looking good. I don't know if Chloe's there this weekend as well, but that would be quite funny if she is and she gets to have the word as well. Let's go down though and join our pit reporters going through to Alan Hyde.
Potentially could be for a race win later on today, because presumably they go for soft tyres and they'll be the highest of those drivers on the grid a little bit later on today. But yeah, they had a really good battle throughout that race. Both were always nose to tail.
Absolutely, it was really good to watch that. It wasn't great defensive driving, I thought, from Dan Rowbottom. I reckon that's Senna Proctor's 150th race, but his last podium was in 2021 because he's had all these years away. So his third career podium. His 11th career podium in the championship, and could he pick up a third win at some point this weekend, or certainly this season? You think, well, the way he's going, we know the car's good, the team's good, we can see the driver's good. Why not a third win in the series? But podium number 11 coming 4 years after podium number 10 for Senna Proctor, but mainly because he hasn't been racing for most of that period. You're right, though. I think Rowbottom and Chilton are going to be the two to watch in the next race, aren't they? On the presumably the soft tyre, which they'll go for.
Most certainly. And looking perhaps further along the day, the top driver on the hards in the end was another Team Virtue driver in Adam Morgan. So can Adam Morgan get a very good result, perhaps out of race 3? Particularly if the grid draw goes in his favour, and then he might be on better tyres for that final race. So there's lots of storylines, as always, in a weekend in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship.
Shedden was looking pretty racy as well, wasn't it? Maybe a bit too racy from Chris Smiley's point of view, but he also has got the hard tyre out of the way, but he looked quick enough on the hard. So onto the soft, from what's going to be 11th on the grid for the second race. Shedden also, I think, will be worth keeping an eye on because he's got good pace. It seems to be starting to gel with the car now. They made a big stride forward because got their first win this season as a team when he won race 3, the reverse grid race in wet conditions in the end. But Shedden looking good, and we'll keep an eye on him. But Alan, you're down there with some very happy drivers and some not so happy drivers.
Well, I'm frustrated because I'm a little way away from the Fairmay area because the radio mic doesn't work down in Parc Fermé. It does work on the podium, which is just a short hop, skip and a jump from Parc Fermé. So the drivers are getting out the cars to great reception from the spectators and members of the teams that are around Parc Fermé, and Senna Proctor just getting congratulated. Tom Ingram already with his helmet off, standing by for the interview live on ITV with Louise Goodman. So Tingram just taking a bit of water on board, and I think the opportunity for us to speak to, at very least, Tom.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, if they've disappeared. JT, if you have ITV4, do you want to take control? He's nodding to me, but he's on mute. Okay, so let's hand over to JT to take control.
Down there on the podium, and it's a mobile podium which appears here at Croft Circuit, so it is available for all of you if you are around the paddock area to come along and show your support for the drivers here on the podium, just in front of the podium, and that will be coming up after the ITV interviews are complete. So they're about to take place. Louise Goodman just getting herself prepared in front of Rob, her cameraman, and Tingram is standing by for his interview. So interviews are coming up, but it will be a little while. So we're expecting Tom Ingram, Dan Camish and Senna Proctor for the top 3 steps to the podium, and also Dan Lloyd as the winning independent driver, and of course our Manufacturer Constructors Award, and all the points are added up. TSL do all of that computations for us, and Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai will take the Manufacturer Constructors Award, and the presentation will be coming up next.
Thanks, Alan, and you're all very welcome to the podium on the Toka truck, as Alan said, parked up just at the back of the Parc Fermé area. So if you're walking up the pits from turn 1 towards the garages before you get to the garages, you'll see it there, and you can all go and cheer on your favourite drivers and get some photos, maybe even if you're lucky enough get to meet them. So that is the first touring car race of the day done. 2 more still to come. The next one starts at 2:30, and the last touring car race of the day starts at 5:10. All the details of today in the race programmes, which are available from various vendors around the circuit, and cost just £8. It's a full colour book, really, not a programme. It's a great...
Let's go through the highlights.
Thereafter, a great result though for Senna Proctor, who made his way from 8th up to the podium in 3rd. Not so for Mikey Doble, who spun out early, went in 7th. And drama as well for championship leader Ash Sutton, who had issues moving him to the back of the pack, which has significant implications not only for the rest of the day but also in the championship. Let's hear from the podium getters and indeed the race winner with Lou.
Well, Tom, congratulations on the win. When we spoke on the grid, you were a little bit nervous about what you were going to find out there. How did the reality compare with your expectation? I feel like it dried out really quickly and you were just being a bit of a Jessie.
I think you're probably right. It did dry really quickly. The trouble is when you're the first person there, it's kind of one of those that you feel like you're sometimes a bit of a lamb to the slaughter, where everyone's going, right, where's he going to brake? What's he going to do? So you're into the abyss, really. So yeah, the first few laps aren't nice. Once you start to settle in, you can start to understand what's going on with the circuit, where it starts to dry, where it's not, where to deploy the Mario Kart mud splash.
Yes, I was going to talk to Dan about that.
Sorry, Dan. That actually wasn't intentional. That's the worst part of it. So yeah, it's one of those things that it's tricky conditions, but it keeps the cars alive. It certainly keeps you on your toes as well.
It was a well-controlled win, and possibly a very significant win as well in the greater context of things when given Ash's issues.
Yeah, I heard Ash had a bit of misfortune with a puncher, I think it was. So yeah, I mean, look, you don't want to wish a puncher or wish a bad result on anybody. So it obviously does us a bit of a favour with a big point score. We've been saying that really we could do with somewhat, one of us having something. We obviously had our bad result at Snetterton with the crash in race 2.
So we're almost equal now in terms of bad races. So there's kind of pressure on now to make sure no one drops the ball from here on in.
Good stuff. Great to watch. Right, let's bring in the man whose car got absolutely splattered. What's he done to you? Good result, though. I mean, you obviously gave it your best, couldn't quite match him, but nonetheless, P2, great result.
It is a great result, yeah. Thought I had a little bit of a chance when we formed up at the grid slot. We had a slightly favourable one, and we did get the initial, but then once he gets going, there's not much you can do. So we give it a good go the first couple of laps. I think we seemed to have a setup that helped, took a bit more risk. But yeah, once he got into his stride, there was no stopping that thing, I'm afraid. So happy with the result. I think after the safety car again, honestly, it's thankfully I've got the onboard. Maybe ITV show it, and then you'll see what we're up against this weekend. It's tough. Well done to both drivers. Great to see Senna on the podium. That's great on his return. So yeah, it's been a good start to the day. Second in Yorkshire. Sun's out now, so let's see what comes. Although I was going round thinking, why am I second? Don't I want to be fourth? Isn't this a mistake here? So
we talked about this before the weekend. Did that actually cross? Well, it clearly did cross your mind.
Saying under the safety car, I thought, I want to be fourth here, which is an awful thing to say. And anyone watching who's aspires to be on this grid, hopefully the rules will have changed by the time you get here. But we shouldn't be having to think that. Robo's now in a prime position to win the next one, and we've got all on, now on the hard tyre. So let's see what comes. I think we can let's minimise the damage, go back minimalist amount of time, and then hopefully we come back forward this afternoon and finish strong.
Yorkshire bragging rights, I mean, that's always a good thing. We've got 5 Yorkshire drivers on the grid.
You can still see it. We've got some Yorkshire roses on the car, but Tom's did his best. He said, I said, Tom, look what you've done to my car. Oh, where were I doing that? And I was like, come on, Tom. You know where you were doing it. His look, it's perfect look. Not a touch. So, no, really good race. Lots of points on the board and another trophy.
Good stuff. Well done. And let's grab a word now with Senna. What a fantastic result, Senna. You had your dad Mark in tears with that one, didn't you?
Yeah, I was pretty close myself. It's a bad weekend to have the ITV onboard camera when you get a bit emotional, but that's just 4 years of hard work, and it's 3 years off the grid, and finally to get a trophy for Team Virtue and Miller's Oils. The Hyundai was, the i30 was absolutely great today, and we put in a good performance on the first lap, and that was just a case of managing it from there.
It was an incredible performance. I mean, you started that race in P8, so to come home in P3, and I think you were up to P3 pretty much by the end of that first lap, weren't you?
Yeah, it was. I knew them greasy conditions would suit me, and I knew the first lap was going to be key. I got away from the line. I think one of the BMWs, I think it was Charles, got an absolute rocket, and I thought, oh no, we're going backwards here. The plan was to go forwards, but that first lap, I spotted the dry patches on the green flag lap, and we utilised them, and yeah, just a big thanks to all the team. They've done a great job.
Well, talking of going back, because I was just having the conversation with Dan, obviously you're going to have to start on the hard tyre. Dan Cam behind you is going to be on the soft. Did it cross your mind to do an Ash Sutton and just somehow end up in P4 to get that soft tyre on for the next race?
When you've not stood on the podium in 4 years, it's very hard to give up one. Yes, it did go through my head, and we did discuss it before the race, but it was always a case of, for us, we had to take the podium when we could get it, because anything could happen in race 2. We'll reset our strategy now, put the hard on for race 2, by regulation, and then we'll see what happens in that race in race 3, and hopefully try and get another trophy.
It's really positively hot now. It's like a different day compared to what we arrived at. I mean, how much is that going to help in terms of that harder tyre? It's gonna make it slightly easier, isn't it?
Yeah, starting 8th, we made a bit of a mess of qualifying yesterday, and there was a discussion to put the hard tyre on for race 1, but with the grease, we didn't think it would just work with the tarmac and key quite as well as the soft wood. So, for us, it's just a case of now the track temperature's up a bit. Hopefully we can manage the hard, and I'll leave my engineer to sort the car and I'll just drive it.
Well done for that result, and just a future reference, nothing wrong with showing a bit of emotion. We love it. Back to you, Ollie.
Thank you, and very well said. Great to see the emotion there from Senna.
And let's go back over to the crew at Toka Live.
James Pendleton. So that's the way they will line up for this first 6-lap race for the Legends. Unofficially off my maths, Tyler Reid has got 2,445 points. They do big points in Legends, 200 for each race win. So he's got 2,445 points. Will Gibson 2,325 and 120 points between them, but 600 points available today. Ollie Schlupp down to third on 2,240, 205 behind. Chris Needham up to fourth after yesterday on 1,935, but he's 510 behind, and he has to be within 400 to have a mathematical chance after this first race, because that's all that will be available. Marcus Pett also a very slender chance. He's 540 back, but there's only 400 available after this, so he's got to close the gap big time. And then Jack Parker at 540 behind, so there's not much between Needham, Pett and Parker. They could mathematically do it, but it's unlikely and might be impossible after this first race. And just finally to say, if there's a tie on points, and bearing in mind there was only 5 points, thousands of points available over the Elite Cup, only 5 points between the top two in the championship last year. If they're tied, it's who's got the most number of wins across the course of the season. If that is a tie, it goes down to most seconds or most thirds and so on. But number 6, Tyler Reid, who leads the championship, he's got more wins than anybody at the moment with 4. His nearest rival is Ollie Schlupp, who's got 3. That's all to come, but first up, here's Alan with the podium.
And I'm really pleased to say we've got quite a loud crowd in front of the podium, so everybody who is gathered here in the sunshine here at Croft, when your favourite driver appears on the podium, you can be as loud as you like. Thank you very much indeed. The presentation for round 16 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. To make the presentation, representing our title sponsors Quick Fit, please welcome a Quick Fit MOT tester, Darren Jennings, onto the podium. He'll make the presentation. That's it. Make him feel welcome, everyone. Goes over to the far end of the podium. The first award that he will hand out is on the small podium step at the far end of the podium. It's to the winning independent driver for round 16, coming in 9th place overall and taking our 4th independent win of the year, the independent winner, Dan Lloyd. Well done, Dan. Congratulations. Gives us a smile. He comes up on the podium, and a handshake from Darren Jennings from Quick Fit, and that's the independent winners trophy for round 16 in the hands of Dan Lloyd. The next award is for the Manufacturer Constructors Award. The winners are Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai, and to represent them, the Chief Operations Officer for Virtue, the Manufacturer Constructors Awards in the hands of David Crane. Well done to Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai, and over to the far end David will go, and Jennings from Quick Fit will present the Manufacturer Constructors Award in the hands of David Crane. Well done to Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai. And now on to the top 3 drivers. 3rd place and a first podium since his return to the BTCC, Senna Proctor. Hey, that's a cheer. That's a cheer for Senna. Third step of the podium, he's got a lot of support here as Senna holds the trophy up with a smile on his face. Well done to Senna Proctor in 3rd place. 2nd place, a 6th podium of the year for Dan Camish. Well done, Dan. Congratulations. Also a Yorkshireman, a proud Yorkshireman, carrying the Rose on top of the Napa racing car this weekend. He climbs aboard the 2nd step, and Dan Camish takes 2nd place in round 16. And on the top step of the podium, an 11th podium of the year and a 3rd win, Tom Ingram. Here comes Tingers, waves to the crowd in the sunshine, a handshake with Senna, and also with Dan Cam and with Dan Lloyd, and also with David Crane from Virtue. And Tom Ingram gets his hands on the winner's trophy for round 16. Well done to Tom Ingram. Takes the applause of the crowd, puts the trophy down on the top step, and now the national anthem for the winning driver. Tom Ingram wins round 16 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and David Crane from Virtue and Darren Jennings from Quick Fit will make their escape from the podium. Photographs, cameras out, everybody. The top 3 drivers plus our winning independent driver Dan Lloyd all pose on the top step of the podium. Round of applause for them all, please, everybody. And if you don't want to get wet, take a step back, because the next thing they'll do is to celebrate with pain.
Perfect timing, Al, because the end of the formation lap is upon us for the first Legends race of the day, race 4 of the weekend, and the championship to be decided today for the Elite Cup. Here we go then. On pole position 33, Mike Schlupp. It's the double Scottish Legends champion, former rally champion, who went well yesterday in the red and white car. Alongside him, Ross Marshall. Rolling start, 6 laps of racing, lights go out, and we thunder then towards the first corner as they all charge down towards Clervaux. Is Ross Marshall had the best of starts or not? And the answer, no. We've got one into the barriers, which you can't see from the commentary box, but we can see from the TV pictures. So all but one have made it through into that first turn. You've got double yellow waved here, and that car stricken into the barrier. It's just out of our sight. It's on the inside, and I think the driver can just see he's out of the car, okay, but that could be... is that Schlupp that's gone off? Yeah, it's Mike Schlupp that's off there as well on the start-finish line from the pole position. And yeah, that would explain why Marshall has dropped and tumbled down the order. The safety car is going to be deployed. Oh, and somebody else having a moment there up at Tower Bend just as they all slowed down for the corner and got into a spin as well. As they all got the signal, the safety car was coming out. It's going to rejoin and... get going again. It's the 99 car by the looks of it, which is Owen Lawler, but we'll have to rejoin right at the very back of the field. So safety car out for a pretty explosive start to the race because of that incident on the start-finish line. And Will Gibson, where was he on the grid? Looks like he made a lot of places up from 13th. He managed to steer his way through that. We'll pick out exactly where he is in the orange and white number 1 car, but he's one of the top 2 in the championship and really needs to get points away from Tyler Reid today if he's to close that gap sufficiently going into the final. So we've got a replay of the start from the ITV pictures. Yep, contact between the top 2. In fact, they both ended up off. The Schlupp and Marshall, the front 2, rubbed wheels, are very close together as they go off the line. Then Schlupp sort of came across to the left. Marshall went into the barriers. Both ended up with damage to the left side of their cars. So it's the front row starters there. We can see from this angle now, from the reverse angle. And he just seemed to come across to the left, and Marshall just squeezed into the wall and massive damage to the left side of the car in both counts. Nowhere to go for Ross Marshall. So a bit of an odd one that as he speared across. So that puts him out. The number 7 car about to come into the pits behind the safety car as well with an issue. And that is James Pendleton. So safety car out. He might be out for a little while as well. Those 2 cars to be removed. It all means that Chris Needham moved up into the lead of the race from 7th on the grid. He's in car number 13, the black car. Number 79, Marcus Pett, was on the 2nd row of the grid, right behind all of that, but he avoided it all, so he's still there in 2nd, and the race is going to be stopped. Red flag now coming out, because it's a short race anyway, and I think they've realised that it's going to perhaps take most of the race, or if not all of it, to get this sorted. So rather than 6 laps behind a safety car, we're going to red flag it and have a full restart. But the main thing is that hopefully both of those drivers are okay. Certainly the cars are not. Getting a replay of the spin, which was caused by contact that was up at for the 99 car up at the Tower Bend just as the safety car signal boards came out for Owen Lindor. He was hit from behind and then sent into a spin, but hopefully the car okay. He didn't come into the pit lane at the end of that first safety car lap and has managed to carry on. They're pretty robust, these Legends cars. News on yesterday, and Connor Mills was had a struggle yesterday. He had an off in the practice, and then to primarily build the car, he missed the start. He didn't quite get the car built in time for the start of one of the races, which way he wasn't on the grid, not because they hadn't fixed the car in time. He didn't quite get there in time, so he basically missed the heats, which meant he started on the front row of the grid on pole position for the final, where we eventually saw him, but he didn't have a mega race there. He had a pretty good start, but then got swallowed up in the race and dropped down. So, but hopefully all is well now with Conor Mills' car. He was up there fighting for the championship before yesterday, but it was a pretty terrible day for him. I'm told that the car's been rebuilt again overnight. The team were rebuilding the number 19 machine up until about 3 o'clock this morning. So huge commitment from the team. Schlupp and Marshall's cars with massive suspension damage, particularly the left side of both of them, into the wall. Mikey's the dad of Ollie Schlupp. He's a very experienced driver. He's done around about 13 years racing in this championship. Ollie Schlupp is one of the drivers going for the championship. He's one of the drivers who's benefited from that because he's up into 3rd place now in the number 9 car, having started 9th on the grid, up to 3rd place now. So he's the highest placed in this race of the top 3 in the championship as it stands. You've got Jack Parker, just about mathematically still could retain his championship, number 4 in 4th place, and then number 1, Will Gibson, in 5th place, the driver 2nd in the championship. Steve Treherne, number 12, 6th before that race got red flagged, and then Tyler Reid was 7th, Nick Price was 8th, and then we had Beattie in 9th, and 10th place, Kraus. Now, Trevor Kraus yesterday, as I mentioned, very, very competitive on his debut in the championship, his debut in the UK as well. He comes here with a healthy pedigree of success racing Legends cars in the USA. He was the 2021 and 2022 New England Legends Cars Oval Championship winner. He won the Road Course World Finals in 2022 as well, and the Semi-Pro World Road Course Championship. And he won the 2023 and 2024 Pro Championships in the Granite State Legends Series. So he's a lot of titles to his name, but it's still impressive, even though we know he's a good driver, to come over here at Croft, which is not the easiest circuit, and be as competitive as he has been. He led the final yesterday. I thought he was going to win it. He certainly had the pace to win it, but he just made a slight mistake up at Tower Bend. I'm told he just knocked it into false neutral, which sent him wide, and then had a bit of a scare when everybody was going sideways to try and avoid him. And he plummeted down the order, but did still manage to get himself back up the order and finished in 7th place in the end. I think he dropped well out of the top 10 after that moment from the lead of the race, but got back up to 7th place in the end. He's driving a Will Gibson car. It's Will that brought him over here. They're in the identical liveried white and orange cars, the number 1 and the number 52, and might be a useful teammate to have for Will, because he's trying to win this championship, and he's got a driver that seems to be equally as quick as anybody out there that could just give him a bit of help as the day goes on. Will, as I say, the number 1 car, a reigning and double overall champion, and their championship season will continue after this Elite Cup finishes with the rest of the campaign. Will took a little while to win the championship, but he finally got it, and then, like buses, they came along with 2 championship titles. So he's the runner-up in 2022, came close. Even though he won more races than anybody that season, he didn't quite win the title. Got 18 wins, but still didn't win the championship title. But now he is eventually a champion. He races with the support of his Max Monkey mascot that you'll see on the car, and features the words #4Tim on his car. And that's a tribute to his late brother Tim, who passed away 10 years ago now, and was born with a major heart defect. And in 2000, when he was still a teenager, received a successful heart transplant and was able to live for another 15 years, but sadly, ultimately, passed away. So that's a tribute to Will's late brother Tim, which he carries in every race meeting. He's in one of the 1934 Ford Coupe style Legends, which can dominate the entry list. Just see making his way through and back onto the start grid, the number 6 car of the points leader, the one driver that's ahead of Will in car number 6, the Lightning McQueen car. We had lots of messages coming through on Toka Live on WhatsApp yesterday from young fans saying, love the Lightning McQueen car, it's our favourite car out there, we're cheering you on. I think it's a livery which he brought about at the end of the 2023 season. Tyler actually built that car with his dad. And as we've mentioned a couple of times, he was the driver that just missed out on the Elite Cup Championship last year after a dramatic final race at Knockhill. Jack Parker had got involved in a lap 1 incident, dropped to the back of the field, came back up through the order, but by 1 position, we thought not quite enough to have taken the championship. So Tyler looked like he'd won it. We all thought he'd won it. And then a couple of minutes after the race finished, one driver that was low down the order but ahead of Jack Parker had been shown as being in the results, was then shown as being a lap down, dropped down behind Jack Parker. Jack was given more points, and by just 5, then surprisingly won the championship. So it was a heartbreak for Tyler Reid last year. Thought he'd won it, and then it was taken away from him within a couple of minutes. So it would be even more special if he can win it today.
Down on the grid, Chris, you can see the second of the Legends cars from that incident just being removed now. I think there's a bit of inspection of the pit wall, but it looks fairly okay, just a bit of scuffage, so hopefully it won't be too long before we'll be able to resume racing. I'll see if we have a very quick word with Marcus Pett, who's here on pole position now with the new grid. Marcus, quick word, a bit of a weird start that, what did you see of it?
Yeah, no, it was I just got a big hit from behind, and it in turn went into Mike in front. I hope the two drivers that were in the wall are all okay, because that's never nice to see.
They got out okay. So.
That's good to see. Yeah.
Now looking. There's words now on the radio, so we're going to leave the grid. But a little bit of information, Chris, how that incident occurred.
Thanks very much. Yeah, and as say, hopefully both drivers okay. So telehandlers have picked the cars up. They're reforming on the grid. It still says on the TSL timing screen 6 laps to go, so it looks like it will be the full race distance. Of course, we've got a pretty packed afternoon, which is going to take us right through to the end of the afternoon, with us not starting to 12, so they'll be keen, the officials, to get this turned around as quickly as possible. But for now, it looks like we're going to keep the original race distance, thankfully, and be a full restart. But oddly enough, without the front row of the grid now being there, because they're the two that had the coming together. Do you feel for Ross Marshall? He was really quick, had a couple of good results in the heats yesterday, was battling for a podium position in the final, and something out of my sight, I think down at Sunny, went on that caught him out. He dropped down to, in the end, out of the top 10 down to 11th place. He was given a 5-second penalty as well for track limits, which didn't help matters. So quick enough, I think, Ross, to go for a podium or wins today, but that, of course, now makes life very difficult with no points being scored in that race and a car to fix. Not that much time to get the cars fixed either, but they are very good at getting cars repaired and back out there in the Legends paddock. So hopefully he will be back in action. Likewise, Mike Schlupp. So we'll get the race back underway after one formation lap. Still looks like it's going to be the full 6 laps of racing, and with those 3 drivers, well, not just the 3 drivers, but mainly those 3 drivers going for the championship to keep an eye on. Number 6, Tyler Reid, the red Lightning McQueen car, the 1 car of Will Gibson, orange and white, still stuck on the line, the pit lane, waiting to join the race. Having come into the pit lane at the end of the safety car is number 7, James Pendleton. So it'll be a safety car. After the safety car comes in, it will be a pit lane start for him. He'll have to wait for them all to go through before he's released. So number 6 and number 1 and number 9, Ollie Schlupp, are the 3 drivers that are right up there going for the championship. Mathematically, 6 can still win it, but a couple of those at least might drop out after this. Chris Needham having a good weekend. 2 podiums yesterday. He's in the black number 13 car. Quite a bit of Legends experience now for him. Comes from Altrincham. He was a very competitive superkart racer, racing 250cc karts, which can do around about 160 miles an hour. Yes, karts that can do about 160 miles an hour. They're absolutely epic 250cc karts, and he was a very good racer. He's a team car title winner as well, because in Legends you have team car championships as well. And as long as the car is entered as a team car, different drivers can race that car as well, which is why number 52, even though he hasn't done the whole season, Trevor Krause is able to score championship points because he's in one of the team cars that's been registered. And Chris was a team car champion 4 years ago in 2021. He's in the black number 13 car, and then retained that crown in 2022 as well. 2023 finished 5th in the overall championship, got a couple of wins, and last year Chris won 3 races, including a hat-trick of wins at Snetterton, which is a pretty rare feat, given that you've got to start at least 1 race near the back of the grid, and probably 2 if you're having a good day with that reverse grid that we get for the final. So he was a 3-time winner last year. He's had 2 wins already this year, 1 each at Alton Park and Brands Hatch. Tyler Reid, though, with the most wins so far, 1 at Alton Park, 1 at Brands Hatch, and 2 yesterday here at Croft. Okay, then, so the pace car, the Porsche, leading these Legends around. It will peel off, then we'll get the rolling start underway. Scott Stringfellow and Kieran Salmons, the observer, in the passenger seat, just about to lead them into the hairpin, and then we'll get the action back underway. And it will be a full 6-lap restart for the Legends in their 4th race of the weekend, but with our front row now completely missing. So it means that effectively Nick Price, number 34, as I go back into the original order, becomes the pole sitter. And Marcus Pett, who went really well yesterday, is alongside. The lights go out, the race gets underway. They charge off the line, and this time everybody avoids the pit wall. And it looks like Marcus Pett in the silver car has got a good run here. Has to just close the door to stop anybody sneaking up the inside, but he's certainly kept Price behind him and holds on to that first position. And Steve Traherne was the one that was having a look at the inside of him, but then thought better of it in the green and white number 12 car, the former champion. I mean, his first full season for a number of years, but he's good, isn't he, coming out of the chicane, and he's right onto the back of Nick Price already. You get a big slipstream effect in these cars as well, keeping an eye on Ollie Schlupp in the orange and blue car, who is 3rd in the championship, as Steve Traherne dives down the inside on the way into Tower Bend to get 2nd place away from Nick Price. So the white and green car up to 2nd, and then in 4th place, look, it's the points leader, and he gets a good run as well. One of his big rivals, Ollie Schlupp, is behind him. So Tyler Reid 4th in the Red Lightning McQueen car. It was 5th for Ollie Schlupp, but he's just been overtaken on that run through the Jim Clark S's by Chris Needham in the black number 13 car, who's also still involved in the championship fight. He's 4th in the points. So 1st, 3rd and 4th in the championship all together at the moment, although Tyler Reid looked like he was about to pounce on Nick Price on the way into Sunny. He's done it in the background of the shot on the big screens. The red car ahead of the white machine. So Tyler Reid up to 3rd place now, and heading them all. Doesn't matter where he starts on the grid, he seems to find a way up into the podium positions, does Tyler. He's going great guns here at Croft this weekend. So Price down to 4th, side by side for 5th. Coming into the complex on the inside line is the black number 13 car of Needham. Trying to come around the outside of him is Ollie Schlupp. Ollie knows he needs to take points away from Tyler Reid. He needs to get past these two cars ASAP. They're all bunched together as they come absolutely together over the line for 3rd, 4th and 5th position. Sorry, 4th, 5th and 6th positions, with Nick Price, the white car, the black car of Chris Needham alongside. Then Ollie Schlupp trying to find a way through. He goes down the inside. He does, both of them. Fantastic move from Ollie Schlupp. 2 places gained, 6th to 4th, and that he needed to do because his next target is the one he's really got to get past to take some points away from, and that is Tyler Reid. But he's got a bit of a gap to bridge now, although the top 3 might start to hold each other up. They start slipstreaming each other. Marcus Pett, as the leader, can't do anything about the 2 behind him. They just draft past him, and it's Traherne that hits the front on the way into Tower Bend. Tyler Reid now into 2nd place. Marcus Pett goes from 1st to 3rd, and wasn't really anything he could do about that as they picked up his toe. And then keep an eye on Will Gibson as well in the background. He's made his way up into the top 6 at the start of this lap in the number 1 car, the orange and white car. So he now gets onto the tail of the Ollie Schlupp Chris Needham battle, and they all concertina up as they come out of Barcroft. Schlupp was on the attack on the last lap. This time he's going to have to try and defending the lead of the race successfully into Sunny, the green and white car of the 2011 champion. Still, Stephen Traherne fends off the current Elite Cup Championship leader Tyler Reid, but for how long? Then Marcus Pett, then a bit of a gap to this 3-way squabble for 4th, but they're actually closing the gap to the trio that lead the race. So it could be 6 for the lead of the race, could be 7 for the lead of the race, it could be 8 for the lead of the race, because Parker and Barrable are coming after them as well. Fantastic stuff coming out of the hairpin. Traherne leads, Reid in 2nd place, Pett in 3rd, started the lap in 1st, then Schlupp, who is 3rd in the points, and then you've got Needham, and then you've got Gibson, who is 2nd in the points. So all the key protagonists are up there. Parker coming after them as well in the number 4 car, the reigning Elite Cup champion. Nobody pounces on anybody into Clairvaux, but Needham almost into the back of Schlupp as they came out of the corner in the battle for 4th place. Schlupp just about hanging on to it, and then Gibson getting ever closer to them. There's going to be some action on the back straight now, and it could be for the lead of the race, and it probably will be for 5th place as well. Here we go. Tyler Reid draws alongside Steve Traherne. He's got the outside line, but he's got his nose in front. He gets through, hits the front. Into 1st place he goes. 2nd is Traherne. 3rd is Pett. Somehow Schlupp fended everybody off and stays in 4th place. And then it's Needham, followed by Gibson. And then 2 or 3 car lengths back, you've got the next pair of Parker and Barrable running in 7th and 8th. Kraus up to 9th place, and Mills currently rounding out the top 10. And we've had half the race distance, more than half the race distance, not quite half the race distance done. We got to the halfway mark at the end of this lap, and it's flying by just like it did yesterday. Replay of contact and a spin further back down the field coming out of the hairpin on the big screens, and that was a leery moment for Ollie Schlupp at the start of this lap. He put all 4 wheels through the gravel coming out of Clairvaux, but still he remained in 4th place, and still he does remain in 4th place as they all come back into view at the complex. Further back, there's going to be an overtake here, and a very brave one up the inside for Luke Simmons, number 25, the luminous yellow car. Put 2 wheels on the curbs and on the grass to get up the inside of Nick Price. Over the line they go then. Halfway, 3 done, 3 to go. Tyler Reid leads, Steve Traherne is second, third and fourth are Schlupp and Pett now, with Schlupp getting ahead of Pett at the end of that lap, making that position stick on the way into turn 1. So he's gained a place despite being on the back foot at the start of the lap, and he's into third position now, but he is still losing points to the championship leader, who's on course for another maximum. His third of the weekend, it would be his third win of the weekend. If he can hold on to first place for Tyler Reid. And now Marcus Pett is about to be swallowed up by 2 cars, including Chris Needham, who's through and into 4th place, and then Will Gibson follows him and goes through to 5th. So Pett down to 6th place now, as Ollie Schlupp gets 2nd place from Traherne on the way into Tower Bend, but then goes a bit wide coming out of the corner, and Traherne coming back at him now in the green and white car, side by side as they go into Barcroft, flat out. The car's dancing and twitching around, and then Needham comes after him, and Will Gibson comes after him as well. Traherne still just about hanging on to the inside line on the way through Sunny. How he held on to that, I'll never know. Schlupp giving it everything, but not quite able to find a way past the former champion. And then Needham and Gibson absolutely with them now. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th all together. And that's really helping out the red number 6 car of Tyler Reid just to break the toe as he comes into the complex with 2 and a bit laps to go. Everybody else seems to be in this battle for 2nd place. And at the back of the group, look who's arrived. Number 52, Trevor Krause, the American, is in the mix as well. And he's going to try and come forward. He'll have a better grid for the 2nd race as well. Remember, this grid gets then reversed for race 2. So if you're near the back of the grid for this one, you'll be near the front of the grid for the next one as they cross the line, go through. Track limits warning coming up for Jack Parker in car number 4. Trevor Krause looking up the inside on the way to gain a place into Clervaux, but nothing doing, so it remains behind Pete Marable in 9th place for now. But it's all going to change, I'm pretty sure, when they get to Tower Bend. Lap and 3/4 to go for Tyler Reid. He's getting close, isn't he, to wrapping up this title. But you never know in Legends Racing. You never know in motorsport. Certainly won't count his chickens after what happened last year. But he's leading comfortably at the moment. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th all together. Schlupp locks up the brakes in 3rd place. Traherne 2nd then. Schlupp in 3rd. But then side by side for 4th place behind us. Will Gibson through the Jim Clark S's. Sticks to the outside and tries to get past the black car of Chris Needham. That doesn't happen. But it nearly did. And then you've got Ollie Schlupp now about to fire one down the inside of the way into Sunny, I think. Is he? No, the door closes because he's very good on the brakes, Steve Traherne. So he holds on to it at the Sunny Inn, holds on to 2nd place in the number 12 car. Schlupp 3rd, Needham in 4th, then Gibson in 5th. Parker can't quite get in there this weekend. He's been quick but not quite really knocking on the door of podiums and race wins. Jack Parker way out wide goes Ollie Schlupp coming into the complex and onto the grass, and that might be it in terms of his championship charge because he drops right to the back of that lead group behind Trevor Krause, and he's down back where he started now. 9th place for the number 9 car of Ollie Schlupp. Trying everything, but not quite working for him. So a lap to go then for Tyler Reid. Traherne crosses the line in 2nd, but it's 2 seconds back. Then it's Needham up to 3rd, Gibson up to 4th, Parker up to 5th, Pett up to 6th, Barrable up to 7th, Krause up to 8th, and Schlupp, after that grassy moment in the number 9 car, he's off that group, and he's also down to 9th place with him now losing points to the 2 drivers ahead of him in the championship when he was ahead of them both on the grid. That's real disappointment. Bit wide coming out of the chicane for Chris Needham and for Steve Traherne. And Will Gibson, I think he's going to get past the pair of them in the number 1 car. He got much better traction. They both got a bit leery coming out of the chicane, and sure enough, he hit 2nd place, but there's some contact. I think that is, one of the cars from the lead group going off at Tower Bend. And all the way into, that's Jack Parker, into the field he's gone. It almost tipped up onto its roof. He went onto 2 wheels. So Jack Parker, that's his championship done. He had only a slim chance anyway. But Parker is off and into the field. Waved yellows at Tower Bend. We're on the last lap of the race, and Will Gibson is trying to cling on to that 2nd place that he gained at the same corner just before that incident took place. So he is coming into the towards the complex for the final time. Into the complex now, though, comes Tyler Reid, looking for a magnificent third win of the weekend. Trevor Krause going very wide all the way into the complex in the second of the orange and white cars, but can't find a way through on Marcus Pett. Gibson just closes the door in time to hold on to second at the hairpin, but it'll be a sprint for the line. But what a weekend this is turning into for Tyler Reid. The perfect start to the final day of the season as he takes the first win of the Legends races today, with Gibson second, his nearest rival in the championship, and then Needham third. Traherne dropped to fourth place on that last lap of the race. Pett fifth, Krause in an impressive sixth, Barrable seventh, Ollie Schlupp got one back after Jack Parker went off, so finished eighth. Then Mills in ninth, Simmons in 10th. Price, who started originally on the second row of the grid, then it became the first row of the grid for the restart, was 11th, Beattie 12th, and then Anthony 13th, Dewey and Knight across the line 14th and 15th. So, quick maths, another 200 points coming the way of Tyler Reid for the win. His nearest rival, Will Gibson, finishes second, so he gets 185 points. Third in the championship, Ollie Schlupp was 8th, gets 120 points. Chris Needham continues to impress this weekend. Another podium for him. It's his third this weekend. 170 points in the black car for finishing third in that race. Marcus Pett has also been very impressive all through the weekend. He was fifth. He's fifth in the championship, gets 150 points. And Jack Parker mathematically could have won the championship, but of course didn't finish the race. So he gets 5 points as a non-finisher. So by my maths, that now means that 15-point extra gap for Tyler Reid. So rather than having a 120-point lead, he's now got 135-point lead over Will Gibson with 400 points still available. He's on 2645. Will Gibson's on 2510, 135 behind. 285 behind Ollie Schlupp now with only 400 available. And they are now the only three that can win it, because you've got fourth, Chris Needham, 540 points behind. There's only 400 left on the table. Fifth, Marcus Pett, he's 570 points behind. And then Jack Parker is 735 behind, so he can't win it now. So it is down with 2 races to go to 3 drivers that can win it. But you have to say, it is very much now in the hands of the points leader, because that's a decent lead, 135 points. Again, though, he's got to keep finishing, got to keep scoring the points. But what he doesn't have to keep doing now is beating Will Gibson or Ollie Schlupp. It's up to them to beat him. He can afford to lose a few places to them and still win the championship. But what a weekend. What a run he is having, in fact. So at Brands Hatch, the last 2 races there, he got a win and a second. Yesterday, he got 2 wins, and he's got a win today. So that means it's 4 wins from the last 6 races, 5 podiums from the last 6 races, and the only non-podium finish he's had in the last 6 races was yesterday in the final, where he had to start because of how well he'd done in the heats, 20th on the grid, and he still almost got on the podium, finished in 4th place. So an absolutely supreme run in to the finish line for Tyler Reid. But the job is not yet done. The grids will be reversed. He had a pretty decent grid for this one. He's going to be lower down the grid for the next one when it gets reversed. And you don't want to miss a thing. Drama all the way through that race. But it's number 6, Tyler Reid, that wins. Number 1, Will Gibson second. Number 13, Chris Needham on the podium in 3rd place. Some branches are being removed at Tower Bend by the marshals.
Harvest season.
Yeah, harvest season after Jack Parker did what many a driver have done here in the past, had a coming together and ended up in the field. Just thankful the car didn't tip over, because it hit it's not very smooth, that field. It's got a few furrows in it, and he probably hit something and went up on 2 wheels as he went off into the field. But luckily it landed the right way around. But he's taken some agricultural and some trees and some horticulture with him, so that's being disposed of now by the marshals.
That was no small branch, was it?
No, it was... It took 2 of them to move it, didn't it?
Absolutely huge.
Oh, dear. So, what drama. So, Legends' next race is coming up at 3:10. I suggest you watch it.
They are just brilliant, aren't they? They entertain every time you see the Legends UK.
Yes.
National Championship, and this, of course, the Elite Championship, which supports the BTCC, and also on the bill at American Speedfest earlier in the year, and the British GT meeting at Alton Park. That's the 3 meetings that comprise the Elite Cup for Legends, and every time they become a bit of a crowd favourite. These are a bit of a crowd favourite as well, because the Porsches are coming out on circuit. Time to catch up with a couple of your messages before we hear from the drivers. They'll be interviewed by ITV, so it'll be a while before Josh gets them for their podium, but he will get them for the podium. This message says... Oh, this is really nice. It says, hi, loving the interview with Steve Ryder. He will be missed. Looking forward to a great afternoon of racing. That's from Jason, Carolyn, Abigail from Preston, and see you at Knock Hill. We certainly will. This one says, good morning. Shout out to Amy, my fiancée, for trying to get me this morning with an umbrella, and apologies to Tom Ingram for calling him Tim. Well, it was close. Hope you all have a great day today. Thank you very much indeed. Please say hello to Baz and Lola on our 11th Croft BTCC outing. That comes from Sam. Sam, thank you very much indeed. And this one says, hi, Mr. and Mrs. Silly Goose are back for day 2. I'm very excited to see Flash on the podium. Positive thoughts only. Mrs. Goose is very much missing our One Motorsport Hondas on track. I think we all are this weekend, and we wish Steve Dudman a very speedy recovery and back to the paddock here at the BTCC. Big Archie, first time for my birthday, and that comes with cheers from Dad. Thank you, Jody. And this one says, Matty, is from Matty. Please can you say a massive happy 9th birthday for yesterday to my son Isaac. It's lights out and away we go. Yes, it is. This one says, I just want to give a shout out to Ryan. We go to Croft every year, and as a proud home owner, he cooked us all a barbecue after yesterday's qualifying. No one has food poisoning as yet. That comes from Aaron, Aidan and Jordan as well. If you want to get in touch with us, all you have to do is send us a WhatsApp message. The number is 07482 877 877. We're on 87.7 FM here at Croft Circuit, so you get the number 07482 877 877. We need your first name, only your first name, and then your message to 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp only. Now, I wonder how close Josh is. Now, what I worked out earlier, Josh, is that if you stand on the podium, then the radio mic will work and you can oversee what's going on in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, I've just got here now, Alan. I think it's actually Johnny Palmer who's doing the ITV live interviews today.
Yep.
But I don't think they've quite begun yet, so it's going to be a little while, I think, before we get the top 3 drivers. But I've been reliably informed once those interviews are done, they will be straight round to the podium.
Meanwhile, we've got the Carrera Cup cars which have lined up on the grid. They've got a full grid countdown, the opportunity to get a little bit of airtime on ITV, and they are it makes such a beautiful grid, doesn't it? Glinting in the sunshine, Chris. What a treat these cars are.
Absolutely. 510 brake horsepower rocket ships, and some superb drivers in it as well. Some really up-and-coming young drivers as well that we have seen over the last few years in the championship. The entry list on page 49. Let's give you the grid while we're waiting for the podium. You can write the grid into the programme if you wish. For the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain, after qualifying yesterday, Will Martin will start the race on pole position. So number 10, Will Martin on pole. Number 99, Sid Smith, who is now a race winner in the Porsche Carrera Cup. He starts in 2nd place. Then a local favourite, Max Coates, starts 3rd overall. He's the Pro-Am pole sitter, though. He's running in the Pro-Am class. So just to let you know, if you're new to Porsche racing, all the cars are the same, but you've got 3 classes of drivers based on their experience within these 911s. And even though he's a very experienced driver, this is his first season in Porsche Carrera Cup. So Max Coates is in the Pro-Am category. You've got the Pro category for those most experienced in the cars, the Pro-Am for those that are semi-experienced, then the Am class, the amateur class, and they all run for separate trophies, podiums and championship points. And Max is the points leader in Pro-Am. He is from this neck of the woods, a Yorkshire-based driver. He actually works at Croft Circuit.
You'd never know, would you, from the cheers he gets, where all he has to do is walk out in his overalls.
Yeah, busy chat this weekend as well, because he's got over 100 guests here this weekend that have come to support him, and sponsors and friends and so forth. I was actually here a couple of weeks ago for a Fun Cup meeting at Croft. Drove home through one of the local villages. I couldn't tell you the name of it, but not far away. And there was some sort of village music festival that was going on. They're all gathered in the green in the middle of the village as I drove around it. And the biggest thing, there was a stage, but the next biggest thing I spotted was a massive Max Coates Racing awning with loads of people inside it. So
an autograph signing session,
probably.
No doubt. Yeah.
Probably. I was just surprised not to see a Porsche there, to be honest. But Max, who...
well, that's a relief, because I thought that story was going to end that he was playing the accordion. That's good
Does
news.
he play the accordion?
No.
No, okay. Not that we know of. He might do. But yeah, he's been so competitive, but a bit unlucky in the championships that he's competed in. So he had a couple of third place finishes in Clio Cup. He had a very close call to winning the championship in Clio Cup, and he just missed out after an epic season to Jack Young. So runner-up in that championship. Went off to racing minis for a couple of years, then moved into the Caymans, the Porsche Sprint Challenge, which started in 2020 as a new championship on the Porsche pyramid, and he just missed out on the title for that last year, finished as runner-up. But he's leading the championship this year, and he extended his championship lead yesterday from 1 to 3 points, because you pick up 2 points for a class pole. So Max Coates, with lots of people cheering him, he spoke to Josh yesterday and said, that's the hardest bit of the weekend out of the way, because that was the pressure bit, qualifying. I haven't qualified well so far this season, but he has here. He'll start third on the grid with the reigning champion George Gamble for company starting in Carnival 1 fourth, and then Andrew Rackstraw coming into the weekend in his second season as a championship leader, number 40, starts fifth and completing the top six. Will Jenkins in the number 30 car, who's up from the Porsche Sprint Challenge this year as well. But I think you got the podium ready, Josh.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Yeah, the drivers making their way round to the podium. So we are ready for the podium presentation for round 16 of the Legends Cars Elite Cup. And first we welcome Christy Kraus up onto the podium, who will be doing our presentations today for round 16 of the championship. And Christy over from the States supporting her son, who's racing for the first time here at Croft. In third position, Chris Needham. Well done, Chris. A sixth elite podium of the season for Chris, and he will jump up onto the third step of podium, and Christy will hand over the third place trophy to Chris Needham. In second place, Will Gibson. Well done, Will. A ninth podium of the season in the Elite Cup for the Legends Cars Championship, and Will Gibson receives his second place trophy on the far end. With the winner of round 16, Tyler Reid. Well done, Tyler. A big cheer for a fifth win in the Elite Cup season for Tyler Reid, and a third win of the weekend here at Croft, and up onto the top step of the podium after receiving his winner's trophy from Christy Kraus. Tyler Reid, the winner. Second, Will Gibson. And third, Chris Needham. The three drivers up onto the top step of the podium. And that will complete the podium presentations for round 16 of the Legends Cars Elite Cup.
Do you think we'll get a chance to hear from Tyler on the top step of the podium, Josh?
Yeah, we'll speak to Tyler. We've got time before the next race. Well done, Tyler.
Oh, we've lost the radio mic and Josh.
And we're back.
Point it my direction.
A really close race, Tyler, but you managed to make a bit of a break in the middle there?
Yeah, really good race. It looked really close behind. I was just really hoping the whole race that they wouldn't catch, because I knew it would be a proper scrap. But yeah, I mean, to have the gap I did, and it was sort of easy from there, just make no mistakes and drive, really.
And a big points haul you're getting this weekend, looking good in the final two rounds now for the Elite Championship, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, couldn't really ask for a better weekend. The points we're getting is just amazing. Yeah, we've had a few hiccups throughout the year, so to have a good points haul in one weekend is really nice.
Well done, good luck for the rest of the day. Will's here, so we'll have a word if we can. Will, I think you'll stand around there to make sure we got the reception. Good point for you, but Tyler just keeps scoring that bit more over the course of this weekend so far.
Yeah, Tyler's having a really good weekend. He's always drives fast. It's about time he had some good luck. We just need to keep on his bumper and keep putting the pressure on him.
And looking forward now to the two races, a fully dry track, which maybe wasn't going to be the case. Is that though good for Legends racing, I think?
I think Legends put on a much better show when it's a dry track. We can really use the cars. The bump draft comes into effect. In the rain, it's just not quite as good. So, yeah, hopefully it stays dry. The fans can enjoy a bit of bumper-to-bumper action and typical Legends fashion.
Great stuff. And we'll say our top 2 from the Legends Cars Elite Cup. Up next, the Porsche Carrera Cup.
Thanks very much indeed to Josh. Great to hear from Tyler and from Will Gibson, the reigning national champion and the leader of the Elite Cup Championship for Legends. 2 more races to look forward to for them. We've got a 6-lap race later on for their second heat and an 8-lap finale at the end of the day at 10 to 6 this evening. Don't leave early. If you enjoy the final touring car race, well, you need to wait around because the Legends Cars Elite Cup final race of the year is coming up at the end of the day at 10 to 6 this evening over 8 laps around Croft. A sun-drenched Croft, Chris Hartley.
Well, what did you expect? It's always sunny in Yorkshire.
I expected nothing less.
Yeah, it's never rained here, ever, at Croft. So, no, great. Lovely day.
Were you here at 9 o'clock this morning?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, were you here?
I stayed in the car for a bit because it was too wet.
Quite right
when I
too,
parked
yeah.
up. Yeah, I'll wait for that to knock off before I get out. Don't get my hair wet, you see.
Which one?
The beard. I got as far as row 3, so... To reiterate, if you want to write it into the programme, 10 and 99 on row 1, 71 and 1 on row 2, and 40 and 30 on row 3. Row 4, 94 Oliver White, and 400 James Wallace in his second season now as a Porsche Junior. And the search for the next Porsche Junior begins on Monday. So this is where Porsche, you can apply if you are eligible, and then you can go through a series of tests and interviews. It's not just about driving on track as well, but also media, how you deal with media, how you present yourself. And if you are successful and become the Porsche Junior for 2 seasons, you get the backing of Porsche, and it's brilliant backing as well, worth £85,000 a season financially, but also then you get media training, you get physical fitness training, you get opportunities to represent Porsche at events like Goodwood, and James Wallace certainly represented Goodwood, represented very well at Goodwood a couple of weeks ago for Porsche when he took part in the hill climb and finished an excellent 3rd overall. So James in his second season of being a Porsche Junior, there in the number 400 car, starting in 8th place. Porsche Carrera Cup celebrated its 400th race earlier this season at Snetterton. It's been on the Toker package since it began 22 years ago now, back in 2003. And then on row 5, we've got Angus Whiteside, number 52, and 18, Seb Hopkins. He was the winner of the Porsche Sprint Challenge last year, which he and a couple of other drivers, including Will Jenkins, have stepped up from, and Max Coates, from Caymans to 911s this year. Then on row 6, 59, Josh Stanton, a former AM-Class champion and a former Pro-Am champion, but also BTCC multiple race winner, Ollie Jackson, car number 48. He came back to Porsches a couple of years ago. He's got a distinctive bright yellow livery for this season, still got the Martini-style red and blue stripes down the middle of the car, but it was a white car previously. It's now bright yellow, and Ollie Jackson second to Max Coates in the Pro-Am Championship, but only 3 points behind coming into this weekend. Row 7, 44, Jonathan Beeson, who's also stepped up from the Porsche Caymans from the Sprint Challenge. He was a AM-Class champion last year, and he has been unbeaten in qualifying this year. He's qualified on AM-Class pole all 4 times so far this season. His nearest rival is number 22, Carl Cavers, who's alongside him on the grid. So amateur drivers on row 7. Carl coming back to Porsche racing because he's a former Porsche Sprint Challenge AM-Class champion. Went off and raced other things, including Ferraris in recent years, but back into the Porsche family for Carl, who's made an OBE for his services to the gaming industry at the start of the year. Then row 8, Henry Dawes in his 3rd season of the championship in the Domino's liveried car, number 58, and William Paul, who's the 3rd of the AM drivers in car 70. They head off then onto the formation lap. It'll be a standing start, then 17 laps of racing, all 25 minutes, whichever comes first. And in terms of the championship standings coming into this weekend, after the points awarded for qualifying yesterday, with 2 points for each class pole, Andrew Rackstraw is on the 3rd row of the grid, and the South African in his 2nd season of racing, who raced in at home in things like in South Africa the Global GT Light Series. He came to Porsche racing and to these shores last year, performed well, has now performed very well. He's had 2 class wins, 1 outright race win, and he's the driver that leads the pro class standings. So he's got 52 points coming into this race today. Andrew Rackstraw is in car number 40, which is one of the cars run by former Formula Ford and Ginetta champion Nathan Freak in the Century Motorsport colours, the Roslyn Gold Century Motorsport team, run the car of Andrew Rackstraw. He's got 52 points. James Wallace, the Porsche Junior that I mentioned in car number 400, he's second, 39 points. He had a win at Snetterton. He's had 2 podiums this season as well. They've only had 3 weekends in this championship, Donington, Snetterton and Thruxton, so not even halfway through the season yet. They've got this weekend Knockhill, Donington, Silverstone and Brands Hatch still to come. Then it's Will Martin, pole position for Will. He's only 2 points behind James Wallace, 37 points. He's got 15 behind Andrew Rackstraw, and he's had 2 wins this season. One of them was from pole in the very first race of the season at Donington. Last time out at Thruxton, he was a winner and finished on the podium in the other race. Pro-Am, as I mentioned, is being led by the driver that starts 3rd overall on the grid. The class pole gave him another 2 points yesterday, so 52 points for Max Coates. He's had 1 class win. That came from a class pole, and it was an outright win as well that he got at Snetterton. So Max on his home circuit, 52 points in car 71. He's 3 clear of Ollie Jackson, who's got 49, and Ollie White, 42, is 3rd in the Pro-Ams. And then Jonathan Beeson, who has not been off the podium yet in the Ams, has had 3 class wins, 3 class seconds. Jonathan, number 44, is the leader of the Am class, 66 points, 10 clear of Carl Cavers as the last couple of rows of the grid now form up. We're about to go racing for the first time this weekend for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. 510 brake horsepower cars capable of around about 160 miles an hour. And on pole position, Will Martin watches the lights go out from red. The race gets underway and they charge towards the first corner. The green and white car of Sid Smith, his nearest rival, but not getting a great start. So Max Coates in the Duckham's Yasser liveried car gets into 2nd place from 3rd on the grid, but he claps the curbs all the way through Clervaux. It's okay though. He hangs on to the position. So place gained for Max as they make their way through the right then left sequence on the chicane, and then onto the back straight they go. The pole sitter Will Martin leading the race. Max Coates in 2nd, down to 3rd place then from 2nd on the grid for Sid Smith as they hit the brakes. Then they go into the right-hander. George Gamble trying to get in the mix as well and defend his 4th position. You've got James Wallace in the pink number 400 car going side by side as well with Andrew Rackstraw, the championship leader. The top 2 in the championship, those 2 absolutely together. Wallace just gets out in front, but there's contact on the way through the fastest part of the course at Barcroft, and somehow they both stayed on the road. But that was a very leery moment for both Andrew Rackstraw and for James Wallace. Brave stuff then from the Porsche Junior driver to hang on to his place. It's given everybody in front though a massive advantage as they all get away. So the top 4 have broken clear. It's Martin into the complex first, then Coates, then Smith, who looks at the inside of the way into the hairpin to try and get 2nd. But Max Coates is good on the brakes and is able to fend him off. But I thought there was a green and white missile coming then for a moment. It didn't happen. He stays 3rd. Then number 1, George Gamble, looking to become only the 3rd driver to get back-to-back championship titles in Porsche Carrera Cup. Dan Camish, who of course we saw on the podium earlier in touring cars, one of the few drivers to successfully defend a championship title in Porsche Carrera Cup. At the end of the first lap then you've got Wallace in up to 5th place, gaining 3 places there. That leery moment with Andrew Rackstraw going through the Jim Clark S's, then Barcroft, absolutely together, and they're still together as they head up into Tower Bend, and a big lock up there for James Wallace on the inside. There's contact between the top 2 in the championship, are wide and off, and everybody comes past them. Wallace is still ahead of Rackstraw. Now Rackstraw gets past him, but most of the field has gone past the pair of them, and there's smoke pouring from the back of the pink number 400 car, and I think that might be a puncture and a visit to the pit lane for him. On the left side of the car, front left, isn't it, that's gone by the looks of it? Yeah, front left puncture for Wallace. So he's already at the back. He's now going to lose a load of time getting back to the pits and a load more time having that tyre changed. So feisty stuff between the top 2 in the championship. They've both come off worse as a result of that, and neither of them came out of it particularly well, did they? But at the front of the field, top 4 being controlled at the moment by the race leader Martin, then Coates, then Smith, then Gamble, then a gap back to the new 5th place car, the green machine of number 94, Oliver White. He's gone from 7th up to 5th as a result of that contact. Up to 6th place now for Angus Whiteside. And then 7th, number 18, Hopkins, last year's Cayman champion. Get a replay on the big screens of that moment at Tower Bend, a replay of the start as well. off the line. Wasn't a great start for Sid Smith, which is why he's now behind Max Coates, but looks up the inside of him on the way to Tower Bend. This is a great move if he can pull it off, and he does. Up to second place. Back race started then for Sid Smith. Goes a bit wide on the way out of the corner though, and Max Coates is coming back at him on the way through the Jim Clark S's, but doesn't quite squeeze through. So it is second place now for Sid Smith. I think Josh has got news down in the pit lane.
Yeah, as you suggested, James Wallace has made his way down into the pit lane. The JTR team struggling. They're actually to get the old tyre off. I'm not sure if it's done some damage that's stopping it to come off, or whether it's very, very hot in there, whether it's got binded to something. But this is going to be an even longer stop than the JTR team had planned for. Just looking around the other side of the car. Oh yeah, so there's no tyre left, it's just the wheel, but obviously there's been some further damage, which means the wheel won't come off.
So I guess from bad to worse, doesn't it, for him? Going to go lap down at least now because the leaders are coming through. Of course, Rackstraw and Wallace are not going to score any points as it stands. You score points within your category for the top 8 positions. Will Martin is about to potentially pick up a win, which would give him 12 points, and he's got the fastest lap of the race as well, so 13 points would move him up to 50, up to second in the championship, and within a couple of points of Andrew Rackstraw.
Bit more information about the James Wallace pit stop. The tyre was actually still on the rim, but it had gone right inside the wheel well, and that's why they couldn't get it off. But they have been able to do that now. They're trying to get rid of the debris to try and send James Wallace back out to score some points. There's a tyre mark on the driver's door, so presumably there was contact that caused all that down at Tower, Chris.
Yeah, quite a lot of contact, I would say, as we saw it happen, and then from various angles we saw that it was just as bad as it looked the first time in slow motion. Rackstraw has gained a place back, but not on one of the drivers in his class, so he's got ahead of Jonathan Beeson, who leads not only the AM-Class Championship, but the AM-Class race in car 44. So he's back up to 11th place. He is, though, 6th in class, so he's picking up 3 points at least as it stands. Andrew Rackstraw, which you move on to 55, which quick maths would give him a 5-point lead in the championship over Will Martin, who leads the race and still got the fastest lap of the race, just on the absolute best second sector. Best first sector went to Sid Smith, though. They crossed the line. The race leader does a 1:18.7, a 1:18.6, though, for Sid Smith. So he's now got the bonus point for the fastest lap of the race. The driver in second position and was a tenth quicker, just over a tenth of a second quicker than the race leader. We've had a moment here by the looks of it for Angus Whiteside has had a spin coming out of the hairpin, so he drops Josh Stanton drops down to last of the runners, down to 15th place in the purple and pink number 59 car. Pause there because Coates and Gamble got pretty close together into Tower Bend. Nothing quite happened, and then the next two come through pretty close together as well, as Angus Whiteside outbreaks the Oliver White car for 5th place, but doesn't find a way past.
Rather than heading back out into the race, James Wallace has headed back to the paddock, so the team have got some time to repair the car ready for race 2.
Yes, and might be having a conversation with Andrew Rackstraw, and likewise vice versa once they see each other again. Maybe best if they don't, because that was pretty volatile right from the first lap, if you remember, when they were wheel banging on the way through the Jim Clark S's and through Barcroft as well. But it's cost themselves big points here, and it's a big opportunity for Will Martin to get right into the championship fight, isn't it?
Yeah, and if the officials deem that anyone's at fault and they need their points to put on their race licence, that does then get deducted from the championship score, doesn't it? So there's potentially more of a story to that if anyone is deemed to be at fault. Yeah, of course, they have a split second to think about this when they're trying to move or trying to defend a move through a corner. We have the benefit of hindsight and lots of time to absorb all that information, but always defend racing drivers in a way because they've only got this split second to make that decision. Once you've made it, you've made it, and there's no going back. But I bet they both probably wish they could have done things slightly differently in hindsight. And we know how difficult it is to overtake around here, don't you? So you've got very small opportunities, and if there is a small opportunity, you really have to take it if you're going to gain a place. And the lightest touches at Tower Bend usually ends in disaster, as we've seen a couple of times already today. So Will Martin, number 10, leads. Second, number 99, Sid Smith, both pro drivers. Max Coates is third, but he's still on course for a Pro-Am class win and maximum points in the category to extend his championship lead. So number 71, Max Coates, in third place overall as the Pro-Am leader. A replay of an ill-handling number 59 Josh Stanton car. It's already had a moment at the hairpin. He's just gone wide on replay through turn 1 as well at Clairvaux, through the gravel track with 2 wheels. So he's having a tough race, Josh. He's normally a very competitive driver, which makes me think something's not quite
completely right with that car. Fourth place is number 1, George Gamble, a reigning champion in the Pro category. Fifth place, number 94, Oliver White, who is second best of the Pro-Ams. And then sixth place, number 52, Angus Whiteside. Seventh, number 18, Seb Hopkins, who's the best of the rookies. Eighth place, number 30, Will Jenkins, front runner last year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge, and he's the third best Pro-Am in this race, the young former Ginetta champion and nephew of Dave Jenkins, British truck racing champion, who we first saw on the Toker package a few years ago racing in Ginetta Juniors. So he is third best of the Pro-Ams. And then Ollie Jackson at the moment, number 48, ninth overall, fourth best of the Pro-Ams. So losing points again to Max Coates. 10th place is Andrew Rackstraw, who is 10th, but he is currently 6th in class and scoring 3 points as it stands. Probably with a slightly damaged car as well, number 40. He'll still be the championship leader, though, at the end of this race. And then number 44, Jonathan Beeson, is the AM class leader. He's 11th overall. Then it's Henry Dawes, number 58, in 12th. Number 22, Carl Cavers, second best of the AMs, is 13th. Number 73, William Paul, third in the AMs, 14th overall, and 59 after his moments. Josh Stanton is in 15th place. Right, 17-lap race. We're about to complete the 7th of those laps, about 1/3 distance or thereabouts. And it's becoming a tight battle for third place here between Pro-Am driver Max Coates and Pro driver George Gamble. Now, there is no benefit to, in a sense, George Gamble getting past Max Coates. He'll get past him, he'll be third on the road, but he'll still only be third in class because Max is a Pro-Am driver, so he's not going to score any more points by getting past him. But of course, if he feels like he's being held up, and he could get past, and he could maybe go after the front two later on in the race, then he'll try the move, and right on cue, that is what he does. Sends one up the inside on the way into Tower Bend. He's had a couple of lucks on the last 2 laps. This time he got a bit closer coming out of the chicane, and the number 1 car goes through. But Max Coates fans don't need to panic because he's still leading the Pro-Am category by some distance, even though he's dropped to 4th on the road.
There could be a benefit to be in that 4th position, Chris, though, for the second race, because on the reverse grid, that means you start that bit further up the order.
Yeah, exactly. So the grid for race 2 is based on the race 1 results, but the top 4, 5 or 6 positions, depending on which number gets drawn, are reversed. So if you're 4th, 5th or 6th in the race, you could get a reverse grid pole. And so, yeah, absolutely, that's not bad at all for him. He doesn't lose any points, and he now drops to a position where he might get pole position. He'll at least be third on the grid, won't he? So he doesn't even lose out grid position-wise, even if it's not the number 4 that's drawn out of the hat. So Max Coates goes through, falling away a little bit now from George Gamble, but still well clear of his nearest actual rival, which is Oliver White in the green number 94 car, which runs 5th. But he's about 1.8 seconds behind him as it stands. So Max Coates on course for 10 points. It's slightly different point scoring in the different classes. So for this race, the Pro drivers can score 12 points for a win, 10 for second, and the top 8 score down to a point for 8th place. But for the reverse grid race, they get less points available, 10 for a win and 8 for second, rather than 12 and 10. And then 6 for third place. But for the Pro-Ams and the AMs, it's the same in either race because they don't necessarily always benefit from the reverse grid procedure. So they always get 10 points for a race win, whether it's race 1 or race 2. That's what Max is on course for at the moment. And 4th in class, Ollie Jackson, is on course for 5 points. So he's going to extend his advantage from 3 to 8 points. And that might be another point if he can get the fastest lap within his class as well, which is the case at the moment with a 1:19.1 as his best lap of the race so far. So looking very good for Max on his home circuit. Also had a weekend many years ago in the BTCC here at Croft, which was one that he'll never forget. One he'll hope one day to get back to, Max Coates, but a driver that works very hard to get his backing and his sponsors and to get onto the grid. And now we turn our attentions to the battle for the lead of the race, because slowly but surely Sid Smith has been chipping away at Will Martin's advantage. He got it down to just over half a second at the start of the lap. That is now down to nothing because front bumper almost into rear bumper as they went through Tower Bend. So Sid Smith on the charge here. He's 4th in the Pro Championship. He won his first race in Porsche Carrera Cup, first outright win at Thruxton last time out, and he's got the taste for it now. His dad was a racer as well in endurance racing, in Blancpain, actually raced for Team Parker, who involved for many, many years and still are in the Porsche Carrera Cup, involved with it since the very beginning. So he comes from a racing background, raced in the Pro-Am Championship last year, steps up to the pros this year, and he's looking quicker than Will Martin at this stage of the race. Will, who's got several years experience now racing in Porsches in the Carrera Cup, had a year away a couple of years ago to go and race in Porsche Carrera Cup USA, came back last year, and he's now looking to win the title with Eden this year, but he's looking to win the race first, and he's going to have to defend. Sid Smith goes left and right, weaves around, looking menacing in the mirrors. He's a very entertaining driver to watch, is Sid Smith, and the Team Parker racing driver his dad used to race for, who he now races for. He's right underneath the rear wing of the race leader as they make their way through Clervaux, through Hawthorne. He's got his lights on, flashing them to try and put off Will Martin, but Will is a very talented young driver himself. He's not going to succumb to that kind of pressure, and he knows the big opportunity, Sid Smith, is up at Tower Bend, maybe into the complex and the hairpin. They're the best overtaking opportunities, and if you get a brave run through Barcroft, maybe even down at Sunny Inn, but that's probably limited to 2 or 3 proper overtaking spots. Will Martin knows that. The longer it goes on, the more Will is going to be able to defend as well, because he'll know where Sid's a bit stronger, where the attacks are most likely to come from, and he can set himself up better to defend on those areas of the circuit. For now, for this lap, or for this half a lap at least, he's just eked out a bit more of an advantage in the number 10 car. He's 2 or 3 car lengths clear as they come into the complex, but it's on the brakes that Sid Smith, with a target to aim for, with somebody to try and outbrake. Always a bit easier in a sense if you're chasing a driver down, because you wait till they brake, you try and brake a bit later than them and close the gap. As the driver at the head of that battle, he's got to do your own thing really, and Will Martin has got to try to put that out of his mind, that Sid Smith car, not look in the mirrors too much and just focus on his own job, whilst being aware that he doesn't want to leave any big gaps into corners either, because Sid Smith might just go for it. So those two still tied together, still within half a second of each other, make their way through Hawthorne in the numbers 10 and 99 cars. Gamble is 5 seconds behind them in third and about 2/10 slower. Well, the same pace as him is Max Coates. So 4th place for the Pro-Am leader, but he's about 1.5 seconds behind. What about Oliver White, though? In the second of the Pro-Am cars, he's just done a 1:19.388, so it's about 2.5 tenths of a second quicker than Max Coates on that lap. So the battle for the Pro-Am win is, I would argue, not yet done. I'm also keeping an eye on Andrew Rackstraw, who's trying to get back up the order if he can. He's following Ollie Jackson and Will Jenkins, but even if he passes the pair of them, it won't give him any more points because they're Pro-Ams, and he, in the number 40 car, is a pro driver. So Will Martin versus Sid Smith, making their way back into the complex. They go left, they go right, past the fans on the banking, and then into the tightest, slowest corner on the lap, where Sid Smith lets the car drift out from that right-hander approach. Naturally, you want to drag the car across to the right to take the best line into the corner, but that does leave an inviting gap, and Will Martin is very aware of the fact that Sid Smith, if there's a big old gap there and he's close enough, he might just put a Porsche in between himself and the inside of that hairpin. So he's having to be very careful there and just keep a check on the mirrors. Sid Smith not quite there yet though, but he is closing all the time. So a couple of car lengths between them as they go through. For the Pro-Am battle, Coates just did a 1:19.7. White did a 1:19.693. So he's only 18 thousandths of a second quicker. So Coates managing the gap at the moment between the 71 and 94 cars. Just 1.1 seconds between them as they approach Tower Bend. Coming out of Jim Clark S's through Barcroft and down towards Sunny Inn. Sunny go the leaders. For third in class, Will Jenkins and Ollie Jackson, the 2 cars ahead of Andrew Rackstraw. They're battling for the final podium in the category. And in Pro-Am, Will Jenkins has yet to get a podium in the class. In fact, he's on for his best outright overall finish in the championship so far this season, running in 8th place. Been in top 10, but he hasn't been in the top 8 as yet this season. Again, Sid Smith is a bit quicker through the complex and closes the gap and thinks about a move on the way into the hairpin, but Will Martin doing enough to fend him off. He's actually a bit quicker coming out of the corner, Will Martin, so edges away again. Now this battle about to come into the left-hand hairpin between the black and turquoise number 30 car of Will Jenkins, his first season of Porsche Carrera Cup, looking for a podium. The much more experienced Ollie Jackson, former Pro-Am champion himself all those years ago before he went and raced in the British Touring Car Championship, back in Porsches for the last few seasons now, getting on the curbs through Clervaux. He in the mirrors, he's got Andrew Rackstraw trying to get past him. but he doesn't really want Andrew to come in between him and the driver he really wants to dislodge, which is Will Jenkins. But Will's had a much better run through the first sector here and has edged a bit of a gap away from Ollie Jackson, going up to the braking zone for Tower Bend as Andrew Rackstraw closes up to the back of Ollie's yellow number 48 car, but can't find a gap, can't find a way through. So 13 laps complete. 17 lap race this, so we're getting into the final throes of this first Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain race of the day, as the gap becomes even more minimal between the top two. Will Martin thudding over the curbs through the right hand part of the complex. Sid Smith closing up under braking again. You get the sense he's itching to have a go into that hairpin. He's just holding himself back at the moment. Will he go for it up the inside on the last corner of the last lap of the race? Will he risk it all? With a good strong second place if he can get it, Sid Smith, to add to the good results he's already got. He's already had 4 podiums, including that win at Thruxton last time out, so he's building a nice championship campaign here. He's also got to think, I might lose some points to Will Martin, but we are both catching up to Andrew Rackstraw and James Wallace in this race, so maybe discretion the better part of valour, unless he gets a clear-cut opportunity. Caught up to the race leader pretty quickly, but just hasn't really had an opportunity to come through, and that is due to the fact that Will hasn't given him a chance, hasn't made a mistake, hasn't run wide anywhere, hasn't over-defended either. So we've got 3 laps to go, including the one we're on. Number 10, Will Martin leads. 99, Sid Smith is with him in second place. Number 1, George Gamble is third. Then it's the top 2 Pro-Ams. Number 71, Max Coates, 1.2 seconds now clear of Oliver White in the 94 car. So he's edged the gap by a tenth of a second. Sixth place, number 52, Angus Whiteside, pro driver. 7th place, number 18, Seb Hopkins, top rookie in this race. And then he is ahead of number 30, Will Jenkins, who is hanging on to the Pro-Am final podium position at the moment. As Sid Smith is even closer than he's been before on the way into the hairpin, and this time Will Martin has to properly defend and hog the inside line on the way into the hairpin. If he'd left any kind of gap then, that green and white number 99 Bullet would have been up the inside of him. The Team Parker Racing driver, though, has to sit tight for now, but he is piling on the pressure on the race leader. Through Clervaux they go. You get the sense that Smith is the quicker of the two, but this is wily driving here from Will Martin, using all of his experience to just keep the youngster at bay. I mean, they're both young drivers, but Will has just got a bit more experience in these cars. And at this level of Porsche Carrera Cup Racing, he knows that he's going to be outbraked on the way into the right-hander at Tower Bend, but he knows if he just sits on the racing line, then he's probably not going to lose that position. He was 4th in the championship last year. He's been 3rd in the championship before a few years ago, back in 2022. He first raced in Porsche Carrera Cup back in 2020. Having stepped straight up from Ginetta Junior Racing and went from 100 brake horsepower to over 500 brake horsepower, but adapted very well and won a race in that first season of Porsche Carrera Cup Racing. So he's still a young driver, Will Martin, but he is pretty experienced, the man from Hastings in these cars, and he's showing that now, leading this race beautifully for Eden. But he has got to still do a job for another couple of laps. Sid Smith again closes up under braking on the way into the hairpin. But again, the line is covered off. Can he stay with him coming out of the corner? And can he stay with him coming out onto that back straight, which is his other chance, I think, going into Tower Bend. But time is running out because 16 laps have now been completed. One more lap to go. Through Clervaux they go, almost, but not quite nose to tail. And we've still got Andrew Rackstraw piling the pressure on Ollie Jackson as well as they come out of the hairpin. That is for 9th place, but not for a position in class. Out of the chicane for the final time, Will Martin gets a good run. He's got that gap out to about 3 car lengths. It will evaporate, though, under braking on the way to Tower Bend. Right underneath his rear wing is Sid Smith, really good on the brakes. He does lose about a car length coming out of the corner, though, so he's catching into the corners. He's losing momentum coming out of the corners because he's braking so late, and Will Martin is controlling that pace. And, of course, Sid can't really get on the gas until Will gets on the throttle. Otherwise, it'll be into the back of him. So he's one chance, and it's a real half chance. It's risky to pull off a move into the hairpin. But will he have a go? Because he's been much quicker coming into the complex and the hairpin than the race leader every time. He's got one more chance. He's got a decision to make. Will he get an opportunity? One of them locks up coming into the complex, up towards the hairpin for the last time. He's a bit further back than he was, so I don't think he's going to even have a go here. Will Martin has controlled things beautifully as he comes out of the hairpin. Meanwhile, it's getting tighter and tighter for Pro-Ams, but Max Coates should just hang on to it. Over the line they go, and it's a race win for Will Martin. He takes victory by 0.6 of a second from Sid Smith. Gamble's going to be third, and Max Coates flashes his headlights. He's cheered across the line as the Pro-Am winner. He takes the victory in Pro-Am, finishes in 4th place overall, only in the end 0.7 of a second clear of Oliver White. He put him under a lot of pressure for the last 2 laps of the race. And then Whiteside 6th, Hopkins 7th, Jenkins the 3rd of the Pro-Ams in 8th place, Jackson 9th ahead of Rackstraw in 10th place. And then Jonathan Beeson is going to cross the line as the AM class winner in the number 44 car, with Carl Cavers a couple of positions behind him on the road, taking 2nd in the class, and William Paul 3rd in the category. So that's the first Porsche Carrera Cup race of the weekend complete, and a dramatic one as well, with the top 2 in the Pro Championship coming together on the first lap of the race and then properly coming together with that big moment up at Tower Bend a couple of laps later, which put both of them down the order, put Wallace out of the race to pick up his first retirement of the season. Rackstraw dropped down the order and only finished 6th in class. He will retain the championship lead, but he'll now only be a handful of points clear of Will Martin, who picked up the maximum score there of 12 points. He didn't, though, get the fastest lap point. That went to Sid Smith. So 12 points to Will Martin to put him on, I reckon, to 49 points, 6 points behind Andrew Rackstraw. But now up to 2nd in the championship ahead of James Wallace, who didn't score any points. And for Pro-Am, Max Coates gets the win, gets the 10 points. It's only 4th for Ollie Jackson. So I think he got the fastest lap in class as well, didn't he? Yes, he did, a 1:19.1. So Max Coates gets both of those points, although 1:19.1 was enough. So he gets both the points for the win and the bonus point for the fastest lap. So 11 points coming the way of Max Coates to move on to 63. Ollie Jackson goes from 49 to 54, and the gap's now suddenly 9 points. It was 1 at the start of the weekend. So good start to the day for Max Coates. So for the order off the screen, number 10, Will Martin, the winner. 2nd, number 99, Sid Smith. 3rd, number 1, George Gamble. 4th, winner of the Pro-Ams, number 71, Max Coates. 5th, number 94, Oliver White, 2nd in Pro-Am. 6th, number 52, Angus Whiteside. 7th, number 18, Seb Hopkins. 8th, number 30, Will Jenkins, who completes the Pro-Am podium. 9th, number 48, Ollie Jackson. 10th, number 40, Andrew Rackstraw, just holding on to the championship lead. 11th, number 48, Jonathan Beeson, the winner of the AMS. 12th, number 58, Dawes. 13th, number 22, Cavers, 2nd in the AMS. And 14th, number 59, Stanton, with number 73, William Paul, 15th, the last of the finishers, and also the other driver on the AM class podium. Confirmation of the provisional points with that gap of 6 points between Rackstraw and the new 2nd place man in the championship, Will Martin, for pros, and that 9 point gap for Max Coates and Oliver Jackson, with Ollie White now only 4 points behind Ollie Jackson after his 2nd place finish, and Jonathan Beeson continuing to look very strong in the AM class championship after picking up another win in the class for Jonathan Beeson. That is now his 4th win of the season. So the podiums coming up for the Porsche Carrera Cup for the different classes.
And I think that might be a podium just locally, because touring cars will be taking to the grid fairly soon, won't they? We are just a little way away from getting the pit lane open for our 2nd BTCC race of the day. So it may well be, Josh, that I need to come down and relieve you of the microphone, but we shall see. We've got loads more messages to get through as well. Do you know, Chris, it's been a revelation for me coming up to the commentary box with you this year. I always thought when you ran down after the end of a race that you had updated those points in your head.
Well, I did them before the ITV points came.
Did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
Did you not notice?
No,
I did
no,
that.
I didn't. No, and now
I did
I
that with
don't
that spreadsheet as well. I did that with my 1990s GCSE maths in my head.
Now I don't know if you're telling me the truth or not. I really don't know. Hi, can you shout out to all the BMMC marshals on the bank, and especially Benji, who is 5 years old, in the recruitment tent, from Craig and the North East Area Committee. Thank you very much indeed, guys, to all of the marshals, wherever you are around the circuit. Thank you so much for all that you do for us to enable us to go motor racing. I know there are various clubs that are involved in marshalling, and if you fancy getting involved in marshalling, there are a number of ways that you can do it, but one of them is to go along to the Marshall recruitment tent here at Croft Circuit. Could I have a shout out for myself, Dean, and my amazing wife, Misha? It's our first weekend at Croft watching the BTCC.
That's how you do it. Amazing wife. Not the chap,
amazing
not the
wife.
chap yesterday with the okay
not
wife.
the okay wife.
It's this basic stuff.
That's going to live on for us, isn't it? This one is from Dave. With Jake Hill being unavailable, my wife Jane has decided to cheer on Senna Proctor today. Once again, she assures me she knows nothing about him. She just loves the racing green car. So I'm not so sure anymore. I'll tell you what, the cheer for Senna Proctor, local man up on the podium, that was something. So I think you've done a good thing. He'll be starting on the hard tyre in this next race. We've got the 4 cars that will be starting on the hard tyre. We've got the information which has come through. This comes from Seb. I've just won the Quick Fit Racing Challenge. Shout out to my brother for being so supportive. Good luck to all of the racers this weekend. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, Seb. Back for race day, shout out to Dan, Emma, Lucas and Les. And tell ITV to put a screen up on the chicane. ITV don't put the screen up. They very kindly allow us to take their pictures, but the 2 screens that appeared overnight appear in the places where we think the greatest density of crowds are going to be. So absolutely nothing to do with ITV. But I have to say, Dan, Emma, Lucas and Les, we are very grateful for them supplying us with the television pictures, the superb coverage that they give us here. Hi Alan and team. Well, so glad we're here, even though we lost the use of a wing mirror. So a kind electrician man gave my hubby some masking tape for our return journey. Big thank you to him. P.S. Loving the racing and the weather has turned out lovely. That comes from Mark and from Sue. Yeah, as my mum used to say, it's turned out nice, hasn't it? And it's going to be like this all afternoon, everyone. So make sure you wear a hat. I'm going to take a pair of sunglasses down because last time the glare down in pit lane and on the podium was really quite bright. So do take a few precautions against the sunshine this afternoon. We love it, but we don't want you to get burnt. So do make sure that you put on a bit of skin protection over the course of this afternoon. Wesley and Jude, please give a shout out to our dad Ian because it's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Ian. And Wesley and Jude, thank you so much for writing in. This one says, hi Al, can we get a shout out for Georgia, Harriet, Paula and Anthony, who'll be celebrating 15-year crystal wedding anniversary on Wednesday. Congratulations, guys. And thanks for writing in. This message came through a little bit earlier on from Barry. Really glad that you found your phone, Barry. That's good news. We like a nice result to a story like that. And this one comes in from James, first time visitor to Croft this weekend, here with Dad David, nice and local from Stockton-on-Tees. They were here yesterday and loving the day today. Here again today at Croft Circuit. Great to have you here, guys. Have a brilliant day, won't you? And this one says, please say hi to Theo, who is here for his first time ever, and that comes from Nick. Thank you, Nick. Thanks for writing in. If you want to shout out on the radio, it's very simple. It's on WhatsApp, and you need to write down, in fact, add to your contacts Toka Live 07482 877 877. That's our number, and all we need is your first name and your message to 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. Toka Live.
Here on 87.7 FM and of course around the world at tokalive.net on the official BTCC website at btcc.net. Right, we're getting ready for the touring cars, their second race of today, and the green flag is waved at the end of pit lane, so pit lane is open. I'll go and get the radio mic from Josh. Podium is coming up locally just for everyone down there around the podium, and we've got the thrilling race coming up for the second race of the day for the BTCC, and to guide you through it is Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much indeed, Al. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. If you're not here, if you're listening online, beautiful day. It has now become here at Croft. There are even people with shorts on the grid now. So all that rain went away just before we started racing. A greasy start to the first race, but the track was drying up, and since then it's been absolutely perfect conditions, I would say. So the cars making their way to the grid. The grid for this one based on the finishing order of the first race, but also to point out that the difference in the amount of laps you can use boost for. Now, nothing to do anymore with the top 7 in the championship. It now becomes the top 7 finishers from race 1. So everybody from 8th lower on the grid gets 8 laps of boost, but everybody in the top 7 on the grid, based on where they finished in race 1, has a number of laps corresponding to what their position on the grid is and where they finished. So you're on pole position for Tom Ingram. You only got 1 lap, 2 laps for the driver that starts second, 3 laps for third, 4, 5, 6 and 7 laps for the drivers third, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th on the grid. Points-wise, an update after that first race then. And as we saw, Tom Ingram moving back into the championship lead after Ash Sutton failed to get into the points after picking up that front left puncture, which brought him into the pits and dropped him down the order when he had been going along very nicely on the hard tyre and got himself up into the top 6. That was just as we're about to get the safety car restart back underway following that incident between Gordon Shedden and Chris Smiley at Clairvaux. So Tom Ingram winning the race, picking up another race victory and his second race win at this circuit at Croft, picking up the maximum points, 20 points for the win, a point for leading a lap. You don't get a point for every lap you lead, just if you lead a lap at some point, cross the finish line at some point as a race leader, and you also got the point for the fastest lap of the race as well. So Tom Ingram now on 246 points. He is 13 points ahead of Ash Sutton, and the double whammy if you do badly in race 1 is because the finishing in order sets the grid for race 2. You end up at the back of the grid for the next race as well, so life now becomes difficult for Ash. He has at least got the hard tyre out of the way, so he's on the better tyre, the quicker tyre for the rest of the day now, the soft tyre. But he's going to be towards the back of the grid. So he is 13 points behind now. Dan Camish is third in the championship on 178 points still. Third in the championship, 68 points behind the championship leader now though. Dan Rowbottom is still 4th in the championship. He's on to 172 points. And he is 74 points adrift of the championship leader, 6 points behind Dan Camish. Jake Hill missing today, unfortunately due to his ear infection, so he won't score any points this weekend. He's still actually hanging on to 5th place in the standings at the moment. He's got 143 points. Adam Morgan is 6th on 126, then Tom Chilton 7th. Josh Cook not racing this weekend, 8th. Chris Smiley didn't score in race 1, is 9th. And Charles Rainford is 10th in the championship now. So that's the overall Drivers' Championship standings after the first race of the weekend. In terms of the Manufacturers' Constructors' Championship, Alliance Racing Ford are leading narrowly. They got 471 points. Accelerate Motorsport and Hyundai are second on 459. It's only 12 points between the top 2 in the Manufacturers' Championship. BMW third, Toyota 4th. The Independence Trophy for non-manufacturer back drivers. Chris Smiley still leads that one, but of course he didn't score any points in race 1 after the coming together with Gordon Shedden. And there were no points for Josh Cook either, because he is here but unable to race due to One Motorsport withdrawing for the next 2 meetings. So neither of the top 2 scoring points. That means that Dan Lloyd, who was the top independent in race 1, is third in the point standings now and only 10 points adrift. So a very good chance that he'll move into the championship lead today and maybe even during this race. Mikey Doble is 4th, also on 203 points, so he'll be looking to do the same. It could be that Lloyd and Doble are the top 2 at the end of the weekend, although Chris Smiley still, of course, might have something to say about that, even though he's going to be low down the grid for this race. Independence Teams Championship being led by Restart Racing in their second season of the championship. They're first with the Hyundai after running the Cupra last year. They got 291 points, 56 clear of One Motorsport who didn't race this weekend. And last year's Independence Teams champions, Adam Weaver's team, Motor Parts Direct with Powermax Racing, third on 207 points, 84 points adrift. And then we've got the Jack Sears Trophy, named after the first ever British touring car champion, Jack Sears. And it is for any driver that hasn't had more than 1 podium in the championship prior to the start of the season. You can have had 1 podium, but no more than 1. That rule changed slightly this year. It was no podiums. It's now 1. And it doesn't matter if you win or get podiums this year. It doesn't affect the fact that you are able to race in the Jack Sears Trophy for the full season. So as long as you hadn't had more than 1 podium before the season started, you are in the Jack Sears Trophy. 12 drivers are eligible for that. And Daryl De Leon is the driver that leads the Jack Sears Trophy now. He's got 252 points. Charles Rainford's got 223. 29 points between them. Then Sam Osborne, 206 points, is third. James Dorlin on 195 is fourth place. Ronan Pearson still fifth, but he's dropped out of the rest of the season, sadly. And then Dexter Patterson in sixth place. Nick Hamilton seventh, and he is 115 points adrift of the overall leader, Daryl De Leon. So those are the points updates for all the various championships. So 13-point lead now for Tom Ingram over Ash Sutton. And, of course, he starts on pole position. But as we've said, the rule for this year is that if you finish in the top 3 in race 1, you have to use the hardest compound tyre available to you.
Let's have a look at what happened in race 1.
This is for 8. It's Charles Rainford up the inside of Aaron Taylor-Smith. Lovely move. Oh, no, touch. Smiley hit the curb, came across the front of Shedden. Smiley off the road. Ash Sutton, championship leader pre-race, in the pits with a puncture. Tom Ingram wins for first race of the day with Dan Camish second, Senna Proctor third.
And that result in race 1 means Tom Ingram has now leapfrogged Ash Sutton at the top of the championships. And given Ash's misfortunes in race 1, Ingram has got a good chance here of extending that championship lead. Hard tyres go on for Ingram, Camish and Senna Proctor after that emotional podium in the opening race today. Daniel Rowbottom, Tom Chilton, Daryl De Leon, they will all be having eyes on a podium here, I'm sure. The same might not be able to be said for Ash Sutton, who after the drama in race 1 starts at the back of the grid. But if anyone can, Ash Sutton can. Let's head to the grid and join Louise Goodman.
Thank you, Ollie. Yep, down on the grid, and you were looking at the top 3 finishers in that first race. And as you say, the key, what will probably be the key for this race, is they will all have to start on the harder tyre. Down with Dan Rowbottom in P4, the first of the drivers on that, and that white wool softer rubber. And we've seen on numerous occasions this season the difference between those 2 tyre specifications, and it's 2 specs apart as well. Bear that in mind. So, in theory, this is your race to win, isn't it? I mean, fingers firmly crossed, but really there's such a big difference between the hard tyre and the soft tyre. You should be able to clear these guys quite quickly and get into the lead. It sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it's what's expected of us. That's the plan we executed at Snetterton, which worked, but you know, we had Lloydie behind us with a lot more hybrid or turbo boost. Keep saying hybrid, can't do that. And we've got a few guys around us with more turbo boost than we have, so we're just going to have to get to the front as quick as we can and try and get a gap. You know, we're in the prime spots. We've just got to deliver.
I mean, you've got Tom Chilton alongside you, and as we saw in race 1, you know, it's been all about Ford versus the Accelerate cars, the Hyundai. So, what's your thinking on those kind of relative strengths and weaknesses of your 2 cars?
Well, you know, it's really difficult, isn't it, without getting into a really boring conversation.
Yeah, don't do that.
But you know, they seem to be stronger in a straight line from what we can gather. Some of that's aero, maybe some of that's a better engine package, I don't know. But we have our strengths too. You know, we're very quick, or compared to Tom in that last race, I was quicker through the complex, which allowed me to get a bit of a gap. We are, you know, we're in a position of strength because we're in front of him. Just need to maintain that gap, you know, and bring it home.
It's 2-1 in terms of the cars up ahead, 2 Hyundais, 1 Ford. Does that make any difference, or really it's all going to be about the first lap and nipping the gap wherever you can?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'd like to be at the front of all of that lot at the end of lap 1.
Yeah.
I suspect Tingers will provide some entertainment whilst trying to do that. You know, and at the end of the day, our fortune's going to run out because we've got to get the hard tyre on for race 3. If we win this race, we'll be on a hard tyre with no turbo boost for race 3. So, you know, your luck will swing both ways in BTCC, and I think we've just got to make the most of it while we've got it.
Good stuff. Well, the sun is shining, so let's hope that Dan is making hay at the end of it. And let's go and have a word with with Tom Chilton, who we spoke to him at the top of the day, very happy with his 4th place on the grid for race 1, but lost out a little bit of argy-bargy on that one. We like a bit of argy-bargy, but you probably didn't like it so much because it didn't really go your way, did it?
I like onion bargies, but not argy-bargy. Yeah, I mean, Senna, my teammate, was making a good move up the inside of De Leon, but obviously that pushed him sideways into me, which then gave me a massive drift in 5th gear, which wasn't great. You then got to lift off and give the place back, so I lost out on the start quite a bit there, which is a bit unfortunate, but at the end of the day, I'm currently P2 on the softs, going into race 2 at my favourite circuit.
Well, I was just talking to Dad about that. How much of an advantage is it able? Is it possible to quantify in terms of seconds, or points of seconds, tenths of seconds per lap, or does the boost come into it too much?
It does very much depend. I think it's about 1.5 seconds a lap. It depends if you're on a hybrid or not, how much you've got, obviously. But it's definitely an advantage being on softs for sure. It is hot now, so the hards will be not that bad to start with, but then they'll suddenly go off a cliff, and then at the end of the race, they'll come into their own against the softs a bit. But either way, the soft is the faster tyre.
You've got De Leon starting just behind you. He was pretty fast in race 1, wasn't he? What are you thinking? How much of a danger is he going to be in this one?
He was quick. He is for sure, but I've also got Aaron Taylor-Smith right behind me as well, so they're all hard. Nothing's easy in this game.
This is true. If it were easy, we'd all be doing it. If it were easy, I'd be in that car. Right, let's go and have a quick word with Daryl De Leon, who, as I said, he made some really good moves up. Started at P10 in race 1 and made his way all the way up. Oh, looks like there's a little bit of an adjustment going on here. Stick me. What's going on here? Look, we're just taping something on. What are you doing there, Darren? It doesn't look like something crucial to the car's performance.
Yeah, just drive event, so crucial to my performance.
Fair enough. How are you feeling looking ahead to this race 2? You were pretty quick in race 1.
Yeah, it's nice to be at the sharp end of the grid. So just again, it's just step by step. Try and nail the start. Try not lose places. Try get tyre temp in before all of that. So, but yeah, just looking forward. So hopefully we can move forward.
What do we, in terms of the tyre temp? How does? Oh, you got a message coming through. I tell you what, yep, you all right?
Sorry, what was that?
Message coming through. What was that all about?
I'm really sorry. I had a radio message again.
Don't worry. I'll leave you to it. Get your head down. Far more important for him to talk to his engineers than it is to talk to me, let's face it. Right, we've got a break now. When we come back, race 2 will be getting underway here at Croft.
And as ITV head to a break, the cars are on the grid getting ready for round 17 of the season, race 2 of the day here at the Croft circuit in Yorkshire, as we are heading around the 2.1001 mile circuit. So much you can just say 2.1 mile circuit, because that extra 001 at the end of it adds that so much more distance, doesn't it? But just gone 2:30 here in the UK and at the Croft circuit as we head up to cameras, and hopefully it does look all stupid, so just bear with me and I will reset the graphics while I keep talking to you as drivers just getting ready. You heard the radio messages coming through on the grid walk with Louise Goodman, all the cars getting all prepared for this one, the drivers making last minute adjustments in the car, and hopefully if I press this button we should have the graphics returned to us. Yes, we do, so all good there. We absolutely love making adjustments here on JB Motorsports. You may have noticed that we all changed over to HD last weekend, and the reason that all of the graphics look a little bit silly sometimes and look a little bit miniature, let's say, is because they're all on the old settings and we have to refresh them all so that they are back on the old settings. So, of course, this is the first time we have had British touring cars on the schedule since we made that change. So, that's the first, it's the time where we have to refresh it as well. I have to do the same with every single screen I have across every single million other series we cover as well, but it's just something that has to be done so you, the viewer, gets our beautiful faces in 1080p, which I am sorry that you have to put through with that, especially with Mr. Joshua Birch, and I can say that about him because he's live covering Formula 1 right now, and he's not listening in because he's probably still commentating on a Ferrari masterclass unless if they've messed it up, which they probably have because it's Ferrari, but that is Formula 1. This is the British Touring Car Championship, and in race 1 we had a little bit of drama with Gordon Shedden and Chris Smiley down at turn 1. That was Gordon Shedden trying to go around the outside of turn 1, and if you know the Croft circuit, going around the outside at turn 1 is already a very, very bold move, but he tried it and he got a little bit loose, got a little bit of oversteer, and that got into the rear left corner, rear left bumper corner of the 22 of Chris Smiley, which spun Smiley over the front bumper of Gordon Shedden, and that sent Smiley into the gravel. That had to bring out a safety car, and then of course when we were getting back going to green, when the safety car came in, the big news and the big drama in race 1, bigger you could say than the Smiley Shedden that we had at turn 1, is Ash Sutton had a puncture and had to come into the pits, very barely made it into the pits actually, and was very close to not being able to get it into the pits. He very nearly didn't make it round the final hairpin. That's how tight the hairpin is with his puncture. He couldn't get round the corner, but he did, and they changed the tyres. They pushed him back out into the fast lane of the pit lane, and then he had the stall of that as well. Now, we've had a little bit of a mess here in ITV's sense, because I've just cut back live to cars on the grid getting ready for the green flag. So the fastest grid ever here. Row 1, Ingram Camish. Row 2, Proctor Rowbottom. Row 3, Chilton, De Leon, Taylor Smith, Rainford, Lloyd, Morgan, Shedden, Patterson, Moffat, Osborne, Doble, Jelly, Halstead, Dorlin, Buxton, Sutton, Smiley and Hamilton at the back of the grid. 5-second board is out, the red lights come on, and the second race of the day is underway here at the Croft circuit. Good start from the pole position man of Tom Ingram. Good start from Camish. Camish is all over the Ingram car. Camish looks round to the outside, isn't able to do it. Is right on the bumper, is tapping the bumper. Camish pushing Ingram through the third corner. Bit of a look up there from Shedden. Dexter Patterson as well, getting a little bit loose. That was one of the Hyundais once again cutting the chicane. It was either Chilton or Morgan. It was that livery car, not the... no, it was Morgan, as Chilton is up as well. So Morgan having to cut the chicane as well. De Leon and Vainford side by side as we head through the Jim Clark S's now. Taylor Smith didn't get a good start. He's down 2. Morgan is currently up 2, but he cut the chicane, so Race Control might have something to say about that. Lloyd down 1 as we are side by side still. De Leon up the inside of Vainford at Sonny in. De Leon gets position through. Sonny out we go on the first lap. Vainford gets out wide. Was that? No, that was Moffat. Moffat out wide. Vainford still battling out single file as we all come single file down into the complex and up towards the hairpin. Sutton is already up 5 places, and he will go round the outside of Dexter Patterson, 3 wide down in the hairpin. You don't want to do that, but they did just do it. as Ash Sutton trying to get back up. He is already only 2 places away from the reverse grid draw. We complete the first lap, and that's Ash Sutton straight down the inside of Dexter Patterson. What a move. A classic touring car move from Ashley Sutton down the inside of the number 17 of Dexter Patterson. Through the chicane we go once more. And a little bit of dust kicked up as well, but still out in front. It's still Ingram, Camish in the same places they started. Rowbottom up 1, Chilton up 1. Proctor is now in 5th. He's dropped it down 2 as Patterson down in 14th. We look at now, who's just been passed by Ash Sutton, who's now up 7 places here as we continue through Sunny and we go. That is Rowbottom flashing his lights at teammate Camish. It's teammate versus teammate, Napa versus Napa, and that is Proctor off the road, way wide at Sunny out as we see Rowbottom getting up the inside of Camish at the same time in the complex, and now that's Chilton diving down to the inside of Camish, and in the space of 2 corners Camish drops from 2nd to 4th. It's now Ingram, Rowbottom, Chilton, Camish, your top 4, as it's all changed in the top 4. Your first place car still the same dough of Tom Ingram, as up the inside that is Moffat on Dan Lloyd, and Ash Sutton will follow through. So Dan Lloyd drops 2 places in 1 corner once again. Here is a replay of that move down at the hairpin. Chilton up the inside of Dan Camish, and good move there. Just an absolute dive bomb manoeuvre. Camish having to adjust his line so they don't collide, and that allows Chilton to get through. Good dive bomb manoeuvre without any contact, as this is the replay of Senna Proctor going off wide on board. That lost him around 3 places. Chilton at the moment has the fastest lap. That is a 1:22.285 as we are circulating on lap 3 of 15, but the lead is under pressure. Rowbottom straight up the inside, side by side down into the complex. Daniel Rowbottom is your new leader. Dom Ingram will look down the inside of the hairpin, doesn't think about it, but guess who thinks about it? Chilton down the inside of the hairpin, does a dive bomb manoeuvre once again, gets up on 2 wheels, does Chilton. He has got that hairpin down to an absolute pinpoint, and Chilton goes up to 2nd. Ingram once again, it's happened again. A car drops 2 places in 2 corners, those 2 corners being the complex and the hairpin. Here is an on-board replay of it from Dan Camish, who saw it from behind. And what a move from the number 3 Hyundai of Chilton. And Chilton is now on the absolute charge for Rowbottom. We didn't get to go through the tyres, but it's Rowbottom, Chilton on the softs, hards for Ingram, Camish, and Senna Proctor as your top 3 from race 1, and then everyone else is on the soft tyres except for Nick Hamilton down in 22nd and last place, who is on your hard tyres. So everyone on the softs except your 4 drivers. Your top 3 in race 1, Ingram, Camish and Proctor, and Hamilton as well. De Leon has now taken the fastest lap of the race, 1:22.011, and he is straight up the inside of Camish, giving him a little bit of a door bang on the way through, and up the inside Camish now goes of Adam Morgan. Adam Morgan side by side, trying to get past, and we go side by side down the front straight. Morgan has got much more speed and much more power than that 27 car, and that is because Morgan is on the Toka technical boost and gets that turbo boost, and then it's an easy pass down in towards turn 1. With Dan Camish only having 2 laps since the results of race 1 determine how much Toka technical turbo boost you get in the next race. Rowbottom, Chilton, Ingram, De Leon up to 4th. Morgan, then Vainford up the inside of Camish down at Tower Bend, and Vainford now gets past that car and up into 6th. Dan Camish will look to follow that car through the Jim Clark S's and try and make a move at Sunny Inn as we check back in with the 116 car of Ash Sutton, as he is currently in 10th place. He's gotten up 10 places in the first 5 laps, as we see that move on the timing screens of Rainford and Camish, as we saw earlier on in the lap. That's now confirmed on the timing screen systems as we cut away back to the hairpin at the front, and that is De Leon making a move up the inside of Tom Ingram, and Daryl De Leon is now up onto the overall podium once again. He had a race win earlier on, and now he's back on the podium, and it looks like Tom Ingram could drop down one more place, but Adam Morgan thinks against it. Up in towards turn 1 we go, out of that Clervaux complex, up towards the chicane we go, and up towards Tower Bend now. Morgan much more dirtier front than Ingram once again, and as it stands, Tom Ingram 260 points, Ash Sutton 240 points, 20-point gap, but that is Morgan straight up the inside of Ingram down at Tower Bend, and now Ingram all the way down to 5th place, your race 1 winner, as we're on lap 6 of 15 now. Ingram touches the brakes going into Sunny Inn, and when he hit the brakes, a little bit of a twitch, the car gets a little bit unsettled, but he doesn't do anything against it, just the car reacting to the brakes a little bit more than what he'd hoped, as that is Taylor Smith having to defend from Ash Sutton, who's now up into 9th place, and Taylor Smith up the inside of Camish, and also Ash Sutton once again going to try and follow through, and they are 2 by 2, 2 rows deep as they exit the hairpin. Side by side, down the front stretch we go. It's Taylor Smith and Ash Sutton. Ash Sutton has got 8 laps of turbo boost because of how low he finished down, and Ash Sutton all the way up now into 7th place. Ash Sutton may not need this reverse race draw, as I said in race 1. Anything, his main goal will be to get into the reverse grid draw, and anything else is a bonus. Well, he's up into 7th, and he's 2 places away from not being in the reverse grid draw. That's how high he's gotten up 13 places. As we're looking at the battle now, Ingram and Rainford. Rainford in the BMW looking to drop the Hyundai of Ingram all the way down into 6th place. He isn't able to do it in Sunny Inn. You can see how much of an advantage these soft tyres have over the hard tyres. And Rainford up the inside of Ingram. Ingram now drops down to 6th. That was an easy move for Rainford. That's how much better the soft tyres are compared to the hard tyres that all of the top 3 have. As Sutton now takes a very, very tight line, tighter line than anyone else I've seen today, and tries to get past Ingram, isn't able to do it. Here's a replay of how easily Charles Rainford slipped up the inside of Ingram into the left-hand entrance of the complex. Back now with the leader, who has absolutely taken away, and he's now got a 1.7 second lead from 1st to 2nd. It's Daniel Rowbottom of the Napa currently in the lead. We're now past halfway. It's lap 8 of 15, and Ash Sutton straight down the inside of Ingram. No contact, absolutely nothing, Sutton, with the soft tyres straight up the inside of Ingram down at Tower Bend. And Ingram now drops to 7th, but Sutton on the edge of not having to go through the reverse grid draw here, but Sutton locks up into Sunny Inn. A little bit of tyre smoke, gets a little bit of a wiggle in the apex of Sunny Inn, keeps it straight. Ingram gets a little bit of the dirt on the apex of Sunny Out. Sutton goes wide at Sunny Out, kicks up the dust on the outside, but Sutton still keeps position as a plastic bag, drifting through the wind, not wanting to start again, just across the track. Hopefully not getting it in the radiator of any cars. Here is the replay of an overtake on board with Stephen Jelly, as a black and white flag now for Ash Sutton is out on the circuit. That's probably why he got That's probably the wide out, sunny out. That was a move there with Stephen Jelly. A little bit of contact down in the complex, and that would have been with the Toyota of James Dorlin. So Dorlin and Jelly getting it together. Those two are currently together. Jelly did get through, but he let Dorlin have the position because there was a little bit too much contact there for each other's liking. A little bit of carbon fibre and debris flying everywhere off into the grass on the outside. But we head through sunny out now. Rainford just in front of Sutton. Napa versus LKQ. Euro Car Parts. Ford versus BMW. This is for 5th place. And Sutton will look to go around the outside of the hairpin and set himself up for a turn 1 move like he's done many a times at this race. And he is on the turbo boost, and he is in the slipstream of the BMW. He looks to the inside, he fakes going to the inside, he goes right round the outside, but then he cuts to the inside, a little bit of contact there. But that was classic touring car racing. What a move from the 116 of Ashley Sutton in the Napa Ford as we head to the chicane now. Out of the chicane, down to Tower Bend, and then the Jim Clark S's. We're now into the double digits. Lap 10 of 15. As that is Aaron Taylor-Smith in the 40 off the pace. And heading down into pit lane for the Toyota Gazoo racing car of Aaron Taylor-Smith. As we jump back up with the front runners. In fact, this is Shedden and Ingram, and they're showing that because Gordon Shedden has just got past the number 80 of Tom Ingram. It's not yet on the timing screen that I have up here. But Shedden up into 7th, Ingram down to 8th. But still, at the moment, as it stands, Tom Ingram is leading the championship by 11 points. We started this race with Tom Ingram leading this championship by 13 points, but that's what happens when you have the soft and hard tyres. But there will be hopefully a little bit of a gap for Tom Ingram. That is what he is hoping. On board with Senna Proctor, who is down in 15th place. Not had the best of races, has the number 18, as he was on the podium in 3rd. In race 1, he's dropped all the way down 12 positions, down to the 15th place, but then again, that's just a hard tyres for you. This is James Dorlin, the 132 with the 123 of Lloyd, not confusing at all. Just the same numbers, 123, just rearranged with the 132 as we head up to the Tower Bend. This is down for 16th, 17th, and we are on board looking back to Senna Proctor. So this is the battle for 15th. Lloyd trying to get past, and he will look to do that in Sunny Inn. However, he drops back a little bit. He takes a little bit more curbing and kicks up a little bit of the dust at Sunny Inn to try and get him past. Update on Doble, who had that spin into the barrier and continued at the exit of the chicane in race 1. Doble is currently in 14th place and currently battling with Chris Smiley, who also had issues in race 1, down in 13th place. We pick up with the 5th place car of Ash Sutton, still in the Napa 100 livery. What a lovely livery it looks like, on 3 wheels as he heads out of Clervaux. And up towards the chicane, we pick up with the other Napa of the 77 of Sam Osborne, and that is wide into the gravel, Senna Proctor, and he keeps going through the gravel, but just kicking up the dust, and that will put gravel and dust on his tyres and maybe bring some gravel out onto the track as well, so drivers will have to keep an eye on that next time by, as we are working lap 12 of 15, the fastest lap by the way, as that is side by side, 1, 2, 3 and 1, 3, 2, as we mentioned earlier on Lloyd and Dorlin. Lloyd up the inside of Dorlin and defends that position. Row bottom fastest lap is a 1:21. 1.960. Rowbottom, by the way, only used 1 out of the 4 laps of Toka Technical Turbo Boost. As here's Lloyd given a little bit of a nudge in the hairpin. This is the battle we had with Proctor Lloyd Dorlin. So Lloyd given Senna Proctor a little bit of a nudge. As the timing screens respond, and James Dorlin has finally got past Daniel Lloyd. So the 1-3-2 in front and ahead of the 1-2-3 as we start lap 13 of 15, and they are side by side once again. This time Daniel Lloyd on the inside. He gets to position. Will he run wide? No, he doesn't. And Dan Lloyd gets in front. The 1-2-3 now ahead of the 1-3-2 once again, but they will keep changing positions. And well, if you want to know how the front is going, well, you can see on your timing screens there is a lot of big gaps because we are focusing on the battle for 15th, 16th and 17th. That was Osborne getting a little bit contacty. Oh, I believe that was with Smiley through the hairpin. Big door bang there from the 77 of Osborne. Rowbottom up 3, same as Chilton and De Leon. Morgan up 6, Sutton up 15, Vainford up 2, Shedden up 4, then Ingram in 8th, who is down 7, as this is Vainford up the inside of Shedden. Shedden is trying to get past this BMW car, as we are now on board with the Motor Parts Direct with PowerMax racing car of Mikey Doble, who is currently in 14th place, who is got a bird's eye view of this battle between Smiley and Osborne, which has got a little bit contacty, and Doble looked up the inside of turn 1 but fought against it, maybe because of what happened a couple of laps ago in the hairpin with Sam Osborne hitting the side of that 22 car. We're now on the penultimate lap of the race, lap 14 of 15, as we are still focusing on this battle of Senna Proctor, Lloyd and Dorlin. I can promise you that the front is still there. They are still racing. Rowbottom now 2.2 seconds ahead of Chilton, and if nothing happens, we're looking for a Rowbottom Chilton De Leon podium, but we still got just over a lap to go as they head into the hairpin for the penultimate time. As we cut to the hairpin, we come out of the final corner, and Daniel Rowbottom will head across the line to see a 10-second penalty board for the number 18 of Senna Proctor. So he started 3rd, he's now down to 15 position, and now add 10 seconds to that. So Senna Proctor, this is a race to forget after the highs of race 1, the lows of race 2. Rowbottom starting the final lap. He's now halfway through the final lap as he heads up to Tower Bend. He's got a couple of leaves on the radiator, but that will be the least of his concerns. Through the Jim Clark S's for the final time. He'll head up to Sunny in, Sunny out. Here we go. Out of Sunny out. And to the complex. And into the complex now. Well, Dan Rowbottom was thinking in race 1. Sunny. Race 1 was filled with rain and a drying track. Race 2, it's glory from Dan Rowbottom. The pain has been eased. He flashes the lights across the line as we are side by side. Ash Sutton at the final corner defends from Charles Rainford and keeps that 5th position. Chilton comes home in 2nd. De Leon in 3rd for another podium for that number 2 car. Morgan, Sutton, Rainford, Shedden, Ingram as side by side once again, the 1-2-3 and the 1-3-2, and it ends with the 1-2-3 in front of the 1-3-2, and Senna Proctor with that 10-second time penalty drops from 15th place to 19th. So move everyone up one place as well. But the Napa team congratulating. A very good race for them. Rowbottom wins, but also Sutton up 15 places from 20th to 5th and puts him in an absolutely amazing position for race 3. But we will stand by for post-race with all the interviews, all the gossip, the reverse grid draw, and all of the other support races here with commentary taking you through that Chris Hartley in the Toka live commentary box. But we will also stand by for the full classification of the race. But Daniel Rowbottom of Napa Racing UK is your winner of round 17 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship of 2025, and that is his 3rd win of the season. As we have a look at the Napa Auto Parts Hospitality on the outside of Sunny Outs. But let's go through your results. Daniel Rowbottom wins ahead of Tom Chilton and Darryl DeLeon on your podium, with Adam Morgan, Ash Sutton up to 5th, up 15 places, Charles Vainford, Gordon Shedden up in 7th, your race 1 winner Tom Ingram in 8th, struggling on the hard tyres. Aidan Moffat is 9th, and down in 10th is Dan Camish, with Dexter Patterson up in 11th, Sam Osborne 12th, Chris Smiley 13th, Mikey Doble 14th, Daniel Lloyd and James Dolan with a race-long battle in 15th and 16th respectively, Stephen Jelly in 17th, Max Buxton in 18th, Senna Proctor came across the line in 15th place, but had a 10-second time penalty that drops down him to 19th, with 20th place Nick Colstead, with Aaron Taylor-Smith and Nick Hamilton in 21st and 22nd place. Championship points, it's Tom Ingram leading 255 points to 244 points to Ash Sutton, so now an 11-point gap that closes by 2 points at the front, with Tom Ingram still leading. Daniel Rowbottom moves up to 194 points, with Dan Camish 184 points. Jake Hill still in 5th, even though he's not racing this weekend, 143 points. Tom Chilton 6th with 142. Adam Morgan 139. Josh Cook, who is pulled out of the this one and at least the next one, with 106 points. Charles Vainford in 9th with 103, level with Chris Smiley in 10th. Manufacturers, Alliance Racing Ford on 501 points. They break the 500 barrier. Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai is still 20 points behind, but this time it's 481 to 501. BMW 394 points to Toyota 276 points. With the teams, Napa Racing UK lead that with 455 points. Team Virtue 440, 15 points behind. Then it's the LKQ Euro Car Parts Racing with WSR in 3rd with 246 points. V-Start Racing in 4th with 229, and Toyota Gazoo Racing UK with IAA team in 5th place of the teams. The Independent Trophy, Chris Smiley leads that, 230 points. Ahead of Mikey Doble with 218 points, 12 points that gap. Daniel Lloyd in 3rd with 216 points. Josh Cook is 206 points in 4th. Dexter Patterson is 5th with 171 points, and it's Stephen Jelly, Nicholas Hamilton, Max Hall, who is no longer racing unfortunately, and Nick Holstead. Independent teams, Restart Racing lead that 308 points by 73 points. The gap with One Motorsport 235 points, but this is a perfect opportunity for Motor Parts Direct with Powermax Racing to take 2nd place in the independent teams away from One Motorsport, as One Motorsport is not racing for this round and the next round at least. They've pulled out unfortunately, and we hope that all of the issues at One Motorsport are fixed, and we wish everyone that they get better soon down at One Motorsport as well. But finally, the Jack Sears Trophy, Darryl DeLeon still leads that by 32 points to Charles Vainford, 272 points to Charles Vainford, 200. and 40 points, with Sam Osborne in third, James Dorling in fourth, and Dexter Patterson in fifth place. Good race here in race 2, and we shall await the post-race interviews with Louise, then the reverse grid draw, I'm assuming with Ollie Bell, because it was with Steve Ryder, and Ollie Bell has taken over from Steve Ryder this weekend before it is Nikki Shields starting at Not Kill for the rest of the season. She couldn't do this weekend as she's in Budapest for Formula 1 in Hungary. So Ollie Bell has come up from glorious Goodwood. The horse racing finished yesterday. He was on the train yesterday, and he got up here ready for today. Different type of horsepower Ollie Bell is dealing with this weekend, and well, I've been looking on Twitter, and well, quite positive the feedback that I've seen generally across the board, and he has been doing quite a good job. I will agree on that, but we shall get ready to head back to ITV4 for a look and a reminder of what just happened in the highlights of the race, then the post-race with Louise Goodman. Let's head back now.
Welcome back. A few moments ago, we just saw Dan Rowbottom secure his 5th career BTCC victory, having moved up from 4th on the grid. It was always going to be tough for Tom Ingram on the hard tyre, who ended up finishing in 8th. But arguably, the drive of the race came from Ash Sutton, 20th on the grid. He weaved his way through and ended up 5th. But it's Dan Rowbottom, ultimately, who gained season victory number 3. And we can hear from him now, as well as the other podium getters with Lou.
Thank you, Ollie. Yep. Win number 3, as you say, and a lovely clean drive. Just exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, it was good. We managed to stay out of trouble. Me and Tom had a little bit of a connection at turn 1, but that's standard around here, right? And it was a good race. You know, we each gave us room. The soft didn't turn on as quick as I wanted. We were stuck behind Camo for maybe a lap longer than I wanted to, but yeah, we got through. The tyre deficit's too big, and yeah, it was a good win.
What was going through your head as you're going round in circles? Because really, once you got the lead, you had it pretty much under control, didn't you?
Just trying to maintain the gap, because obviously we have less turbo boost than we'd like. And I know Tom had slightly more because he finished just behind us. So it was about, when we were at equal points, I knew I was safe. So it was just about pushing and keeping the gap as high as we could. We picked up a vibration on the left front at about lap 5. And I thought, I'm not going to call it in, because all that's going to do is jinx the problem. And it was really bad on the last lap. So, you know, we've got a little bit to learn on the car, but it got me home and we won the race, which is exactly what we wanted.
So a bit heart in mouth then for half of the race.
Yeah, it was the last 3 laps when we were using the turbo boost. I just thought this tyre just needs to hang on. So it did. We did a great job. The guys did a great job. There's a big change between race 1 and 2. They've worked so hard. So I'm really, really grateful for them. All at Napa Racing UK do a great job. And yeah, we've got the hard tyre, no boost. So we'll just drive around and have fun.
Well, make the most of this. I mean, as the guys were saying in commentary, you're a different driver this year, aren't you? You're able to really just focus on your racing. Business is kind of all under control, and we're seeing the result of that.
Yeah, I think so. You know, I think that, you know, the driver that I am now has always been there, but it's been very much masked by external influence, you know, and it's a high pressure environment. This sport isn't cheap. You know, you've got to keep the money rolling through, as we see with people falling out, you know, off the grid, and it's a real shame. I've been there. But you've just got to keep working at it, and we're in a really good place now. We're really secure. My long-term partners, Cataclean, have been phenomenal. The guys are here this weekend, so to have a win for them is really, really good. And yeah, let's see it through and fight for the championship.
Good stuff. Well done, and well done also to Tom. It didn't quite fall your way in race 1, but you've got that podium. You really wanted to get on the podium here this weekend, didn't you?
I did. I wanted to be first. I wanted the 1, but 2 will do. 2 will do indeed. I've now moved up a place in the championship. I'm now 6th in the championship, and we're getting a lot closer to 3rd. So unless I got that wrong, I might even be 5th, I don't know. But we're definitely moving on up, which is good. So Dan was quick, so all credit to him. I drove my socks off then, trying to beat my lap record from last year, but it was too hot, I couldn't do it.
I know you had a few, Dan was saying he had a bit of a vibration going on then. I know you had a few issues in race 1. How was your car that time around?
car was fantastic. It was really, really good. There was no problems with my car. Team Virtue did a fantastic job on my car. And I drove as hard as I possibly could. So I will sleep well tonight, and I got the most out of it.
Well, race 3 coming up before you get to sleep well tonight. So what are your thoughts looking ahead to that one? It's going to be a little trickier.
Well, gauging by how my teammates got on the hard, it's not the best tyre in the world. So I think you just got to maximise as many points as possible and stay on the black stuff, which is easier said than done when you've got people around you on the softs.
Well done, well done, and well done also to Daryl. First time we've seen you back on the podium since that memorable win at the start of the season. That must feel good for you.
Yeah, it's very difficult, but it's a good feeling when you do well in the race. Obviously, Brands Hatch earlier on this year was an amazing result for myself and the team. But ever since then, we've been chasing, trying to find performance gains to be back up at the sharp end. So it was really nice to be back on the podium for the team.
How much of that do you think has come from the performance gains, and how much has it come from you just being able to get more out of the car now you've got more experience with it?
I think there's a little bit in myself as well, obviously learning from the team. But the team have worked so hard, so many late nights to improve the car and to give us drivers the best chance to do what we love doing. So I just got to say thank you to West Surrey Racing for their hard work. We're getting there. So yeah, we'll just have to keep pushing on and keep trying to meet some good expectations.
And what are your thoughts looking ahead to the next race?
Oh, I'm on hard, so I yeah. Yeah, that's it, done.
That's what it is, yeah, done and dusted. Right, well, let's see where Darren and everybody else for that matter is going to be lining up. It's time for Ollie in the fishbowl. Over to you, Ollie.
Yeah, I'm very scared about this, Lou, to be honest. Dan alongside me. I know you just caught up with Lou there. It was an excellent drive from you. Given the drivers in front of you on the hard tyre, the expectation is you'll get past them. Was there pressure? Did you feel pressure going into that race?
Yeah, I mean, you want to get past as quick as possible, you know, because obviously the advantage is right at the start when their tyres are colder. So we just needed to turn it on. It took longer than I wanted to, if I'm honest, to get past Camo for sure. But yeah, I think it was a good race in the end. We won, so it worked out.
Well, you didn't feel pressure there. I'm feeling an awful lot of pressure here. I'm hoping you're going to steer us through this as successfully as you just drove that car around the circuit here. So go on then, dig deep into the fishbowl. We'll find out, as you can see on your screen there, the graphic of names to look out for and indeed positions. And the number is 9, which means Aidan Moffat will be on pole for the reverse grid race. Thank you very much. Just before you go, what are your expectations for the next race?
Well, we've got the hard tyre because we chose to not use it in race 1, so we don't have much boost. We'll do our very best. If we come out with some points, top 12, I'll be very happy.
Okay, you've got to go and spray some champagne. Well done to Dan. We'll bring Jade Edwards in. He's alongside me here. Dan was first class there, wasn't he?
Yeah, I just said to him off camera there, that looked a bit easy, and he sort of mocked and said, oh, I got bored, if I'm honest. But no, that win will mean a lot to Dan. He works really, really hard to be competitive. He's got a great team around him, and yeah, he'll enjoy that win and put the tally towards his point score to the championship.
A couple of questions about the championship leaders. What will Tom make of that race? Will he be happy, all things considered, with where he finished up in 8th?
I think so. You know, with that hard tyre, they're always going to drop back, and it's all about management. You can see the hard tyre drivers, because they almost see when a car on softs comes through, they kind of let them do it, and they just try and fall as least amount down the grid as possible. So I think he'll manage it. He'll know exactly where he wanted to finish, whether that played off or not. But now he's back on the optimum tyre again for race 3, so no doubt him and Ash and everyone else are now going to be elbows out for race 3 to score as many points as they can.
And look, we are so used to seeing Ash Sutton drive phenomenal races, but where does that drive from 20th up to 5th rank?
I mean, if I'm honest, I think I've just become a bit numb to the Ingram and the Sutton drives.
Now.
And you know, these drivers at the top of their game, when they start at the back of the grid, it is impressive, don't get me wrong, but they're used to it. They know exactly what they need to do. They know how to get through the backfield as such, and then pick off at every.
And let's go over to the trackside commentary team of Toka Live, and we will rejoin ITV just before race 3. So let's go to Alan Hyde on Toka Live for the podium presentation of round 17.
And please welcome him onto the podium, one of the service techs at QuickFit, Jack Berwick, onto the podium to make the presentation. Welcome, Jack. Good to have you here. Over to the far end of the podium, where the first award that you will hand out is to the winning independent driver for round 17. The winning independent driver with his first independent win and coming 11th place overall, Dexter Patton.
Well done, Dexter. Congratulations. Here he comes. And for the first time, he takes an independent win this year for round 17 of the championship. Well done, Dexter. He'll climb aboard the small podium step at the far end, and that's our winning independent driver for round 17. The next award is the Manufacturer Constructors Award. The winners are Alliance Racing Ford, and to represent them, the team principal, Pete Osborne's better half, Melanie Osborne, who is a very proud Yorkshire lady, and therefore she has the Rose of Yorkshire. The Yorkshire over to the far end, if you please, Mel, and receive the Manufacturer Constructors Award on behalf of Alliance Racing Ford. Well done. Congratulations to them. On to the top three drivers. In third place, Darrell DeLeon. Second podium of the year for Darrell. The other one, significantly, was a race win, and he celebrated his 20th birthday here at Croft yesterday. A handshake with Dexter, and Darrell DeLeon stands briefly on the top step of the podium and then down to step number 3. Well done, Darrell. Second place, fourth podium of the year for Tom Chilton. Well done, Tom. Two wheels at the hairpin. I'm going to talk to you in a moment, that's for sure. Tom Chilton onto the second step of the podium, and the winner with a third win of the year, Daniel Rowbottom. Dan comes up, takes the applause of the crowd, takes the winner's trophy as well. His third winning trophy of 2025, Dan Rowbottom on the top step of the podium. And now the national anthem for the winning driver. Dan Rowbottom wins round 17 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Get your cameras out, everybody, because they are going to pose. First of all, no photographs, first of all. It's all gone wrong. Photographs, first of all. It's all gone wrong. As legends go off on the green flag lap, the drivers will all pose together on the top step of the podium. All four of them posing together for the photographs. And then they can have fun, because what they'll do next is to celebrate with champagne.
Thanks very much indeed, Al. Legends race just underway. Then Jack Parker opted to start at the back of the field, then has gone straight into the pit lane. We've also had, coming out of Clervone into Hawthorne, some contact and a spin for Pete Barrable, but hitting the front of the field on the way through Tower Bend. It is the number 52 car of the American driver coming in for this weekend for the first time, having started, where was he, on the second row of the grid. Trevor Krause, number 52, into the lead of the race. He's just got ahead of Luke Simmons. And we've got Matt Knight, who's on the front row of the grid with Luke, down to third place. Up to fourth place already is number 1, Will Gibson. We're getting a replay for you near a big screen of that start of this 6-lap race. Look for the blue and luminous yellow car of Pete Barrable, which gets clipped. No, it was a separate run. That was Steve Traherne taking to the grass on the way into Clervaux. But then after that, just after that, coming out of the same corner, was where Pete Barrable got tipped around and lost several places, but gathered it up pretty quickly. So he's still there in the middle of the pack in the 88 car. Here we go then. Trevor Krause leading the way at the end of the first lap of the race. The American in the number 52 car, but Luke Simmons in the luminous yellow and black number 25 car has got to keep check of position, because right behind him is the teammate to the race leader, Will Gibson, who's looking at the inside now on the way into turn 1 at Clervaux. Surely will go through. Yes, just squeezes through. And into second place he goes. And where is Tyler Reid at the end of the first lap of the race? He's gained 3 places. He's up into 10th position for Tyler. Now, he can afford to lose positions and places in this race, at least, to Will Gibson and still hold the championship lead, but he won't want to give too many points away. Ollie Schlupp knows he's got to really try and win this race and hope that Tyler Reid has a bad one to try and stay in mathematical contention. He's up there though in the number 9 car, the orange and blue car, third in the championship, running in the top 6 as it stands, but Trevor Krause is absolutely away with the fairies here. He's dropped everybody on this second lap of the race already. Will Gibson is a long way back, but of course Will is his teammate. He's driving one of Will's cars, and Will needs the points. He wants 200 for the win, not 185 for second. So you would imagine that as soon as he gets close to Trevor Krause, Trevor's going to not make life too hard, and Will could try to get through. But meanwhile, there is trouble down at Sunny with a problem. One of the cars that was running in that lead pack has pulled off and dropped down the order and might be limping back to the pits. Pick that one up when it comes back to us. But Trevor Krause leads in 52. Then it's number 1, Will Gibson. Still going well is Luke Simmons in the 25 car. 4th place now for number 9, Ollie Schlupp. And then Connor Mills, number 19, trying to put the demons of yesterday behind him. Chris Needham is in 6th place in the black number 13 car. And 7th now is Tyler Reid in the red number 6 Lightning McQueen car ahead of Marcus Pett. Then a big gap back to Pete Barrable, who comes in next. I think it was Knight that dropped down the order. And so the driver that started on the front row of the grid hasn't come through. I think he's got a technical problem in the 22 car. So Knight was the one that dropped down to that lead 10. At the end of the second lap of the race, or halfway round it, as onto the back straight with a lead of about 1.4 seconds is Trevor Krause. Gibson's nowhere near close enough to pick up a tow. He's then got to keep an eye on the driver that's 3rd in the championship, which is Ollie Schlupp. 2nd and 3rd in the championship, 2nd and 3rd in the race. 1st in the championship in that lead group as well, running in 7th place. Ollie Schlupp gets a good run then coming out of Tower Bed. He's just got to go for the win here if he possibly can. But first, he's got to get to 2nd, and that's not yet happening as they go through the Jim Clark S's, make their way through the right-hander at Barcroft, absolutely flat out into the braking zone. Yellow flags as well, because that's where Knight's car, I think, has ground to a halt. That's certainly where he was slowing up and pulling off the track. So you can't overtake into Sunny now because of the yellow flags. Not allowed, too dangerous. Simmons is just about clinging on to 4th, but he's got Mills, Needham and several others queued up behind him, so that's going to be a big battle. As very wide on the way into the complex comes Will Gibson. Onto the grass he goes. He rejoins behind Ollie Schlupp just in front of Connor Mills. Almost gets collected by the 19 car as he goes right across the track from one bit of grass to another, from the inside to the outside. He eventually gets it back together again, but he's dropped down to the tail end of the top 10. So Trevor Krause still leads, but up to 2nd place now comes Ollie Schlupp. Up to 3rd comes Connor Mills. 4th is Luke Simmons, who lost a place through the complex, but then they all gained one when Gibson had his wide moment going into the complex. Gibson has dropped to 9th position as a result of that, just a bit ahead of Steve Traherne, who had that grassy moment at the start of the race on the way into that first corner at Clairvaux. So 3 laps to go in the race, 3 laps done. And Tyler Reid now outscoring Will Gibson, which is something you maybe didn't expect given their respective grid positions, as Luke Simmons pounces, gets up the inside of Connor Mills, picks up the tow, takes with him Needham, takes with him I think Reid as well in that red Lightning McQueen car, still trying to squeeze past Connor Mills. Connor's not having it though, he gets his elbows out, and the 19 car just about stays ahead of the red number 6 car as they come out through the Jim Clark S's, but Luke Simmons has lost a place coming out of that segment. And I think to Chris Needham it was. Chris Needham in the black number 13 car, up to 4th place now as a result of that. So currently, Reid currently in 6th position and outscoring Gibson. He's not outscoring Ollie Schlupp, but Ollie Schlupp has got to outscore him by quite a bit to stay in mathematical contention. Ollie's on 185 points at the moment. He's only outscoring Tyler Reid by 45. He needs to outscore him by more than 85 to stay in contention. And 9th place for Will Gibson would give him 110 points. So he's losing 40 points. And he'll be still in contention, but he'll be 175 adrift if it was to finish like this, with only 200 available. So Tyler Reid has been absolutely on it this weekend. Bonnet flapping on the 88 car, the blue and yellow car of Pete Barrable, perhaps after that lap 1 spin and contact that he had, but he's still going quickly. Needham gained that place on Simmons then to move into the top 3 on that run down towards Sunny. So it is Kraus that leads. Schlupp is almost with him, though, in second place. The gap's down to just under 0.8 of a second as across the line. I think it's less than that now. Needham in the black 13 car is third, but for how long? Because he's about to be done on the slipstream. Left of him goes Simmons. Right and up the inside of both of them comes the red and black number 19 car of Connor Mills. They're both absolutely still together. Simmons trying to hang on around the outside to that position, but then they're going to be ganged upon by Needham, and Tyler Reid's trying to get stuck in, but also try not to get any damage or into a spin with all of this. So he's got to be a little bit careful here because he's got one hand on the championship trophy, and he cannot really afford to come off the road and risk it just for a few more points. He knows he's ahead of Will Gibson, and as long as he's ahead of Will Gibson, life is going to be much easier in the final race of the day than it might otherwise have been. Schlupp still trying to get the lead of the race away from Trevor Kraus. Trevor's got to do a job here now for Will Gibson, try and win the race and take points away from one of his rivals. So Schlupp second, bodywork flapping on the right rear corner of Connor Mills' car as he just about hangs on to third place. And then you've got the black car, the all-black car of Chris Needham, number 13, fourth. Luke Simmons, fifth, having a really good race here, sticking in there with these quick, experienced drivers. And then Tyler Reid, sixth place now. Marcus Pett, seventh, and starting to come back at them. Number one, Will Gibson in the orange and white car. He's going to be with them if they start to hold each other up, which they might do soon because they're all about to concertina up under braking together, and they'll be together again at Tower Bend as well. So Connor Mills a bit leery coming out of the first corner. So the curbs he goes, almost sideways into Hawthorne's in the 19 car. But hanging on to that third place, that final podium spot for now. And then we've got Tyler Reid drawing on alongside Luke Simmons. The luminous yellow car goes a bit wide coming out of the chicane, kicks up the dust. And Luke, I think he's going to lose another place to the silver 79 car of Marcus Pett. Maybe, because he's trying to come around the outside. He's not yet there. And now he comes all around the outside. There's contact between them. Petty sent him to a full 360-degree spin. Carries on in the right direction, but not without losing loads of momentum and several places. And while that was happening, Ollie Schlupp, and we're on the final lap of the race now, did get through on Trevor Kraus and into the lead of the race. But do you want to be in the lead of the race going into the complex for the last time? Trevor Kraus is still glued to him. So 9, Ollie Schlupp doing all he can to stay in mathematical contention, but he is, as it stands, going to drop out of the title fight with Tyler Reid running up there in fifth place. So here we go, side by side into the complex. Trying to go around the outside of him is Trevor Kraus. Fantastic move. All the way around the outside into the left-hander. Gets the inside for the right-hander. One corner to go. It's the hairpin. He hogs the inside line. Ollie Schlupp tries to go to the inside. That's covered. He goes outside. He gets on the gas. It's going to be a drag race to the flag. But Trevor Kraus, in his first weekend of racing in the UK, is a race winner in the Legends Championship UK. The American takes the flag. That's been coming all weekend long. He's been brilliant so far, and he finally gets the race win. Finally, it's his second day around the circuit. Brilliant stuff for Kraus. He wins. Schlupp comes home second, but he will, I think, drop out of the championship fight now. Needham in third. He's been so consistent this weekend, Chris Needham. And then also super consistent, never out of the top four this weekend, Tyler Reid. Almost there now, but not quite in terms of the championship. He comes home fourth. With Mills in fifth place, and Gibson comes home in sixth position. So Tyler Reid scores 160 points for that. Will Gibson, 2 places behind him, scores 140 points. The gap grows from 135 to 155 points, but only 200 points still available. It's been supreme this weekend, Tyler Reid, whether he's been at the front, and the middle, or at the back of the grid. He seems to find a way to the top, or near the top of the order. Ollie Schlupp picks up second place, 185 points he gets. That now puts him 260 points adrift, which means he cannot now catch the championship leader. He could still finish second in the championship, but he can't finish as the Elite Cup winner because there's only 200 points available. And even if he'd won that race, even if he hadn't lost out to Trevor Kraus on the last lap of the race, he still wouldn't have been close enough. So valiant effort for Ollie, but just had a couple of things go against him this weekend, but still been a very good run in the championship for the young driver. But what a performance from the man that's on your big screens now, Trevor Kraus. Multiple titles, as we've said, in the USA and racing in the States, and various state championship, New England championship titles. He's never been to Croft before. Had a test day on Friday, racing yesterday, got close to a win, was up there in the podium positions today. He has got the win, and it's come here in the 9th round of the championship
Heat number 2 complete. Trevor Krause, your race winner in car number 52. Excuse me, with number 9, Ollie Schlupp, also being applauded in. Second place for him. Third place for number 13, Chris Needham. And an excellent and probably slightly relieved fourth place for Tyler Reid when he was involved in those battles, those skirmishes ahead of him. It was probably a sort of slightly thinking twice about getting involved, because he could have easily got caught out in somebody else's accident, but he's never once backed off this weekend. He hasn't taken risks. He hasn't pulled off any silly moves. He hasn't got caught up in fights he didn't need to get caught up in. But he's also not driven around sort of super defensively, given that he got the advantage in the championship yesterday. He's just kept on doing what he's been doing, and it's been working for him brilliantly. So another top 4 finish, another hatful of points for Tyler Reid, number 6. 5th place, number 19, Connor Mills. So much Connor Mills-like day today than he had certainly yesterday. And then 6th place, number 1, Will Gibson, who keeps the championship fight alive. 7th place, number 25, Luke Simmons, very impressive in that race. 8th place, number 88, Peter Barrable, recovering from his lap 1 incident. 9th, number 79, Marcus Pett, has also been very competitive and fighting and finishing on the podium this weekend. And 10th was number 12, Steve Traherne, not bad given he was on the grass on the run to Clervaux on lap 1. 11th, number 11, Beattie. 12th, number 34, Price. 13th, number 29, Anthony. 14th, number 3, Marshall. Teams did very well to rebuild the car, didn't they? Because the other car, Mike Schlupp, wasn't able to start the race. So Marshall getting something out of that. 14th place. 15th, number 122, Dewey. 16th, number 99, Lawler. 17th, number 17, Mahoney. 18th, number 7, Pendleton. 19th, number 10, Bonza. And 20th, number 63, Hogan, with non-finishes for number 22, Knight, and a non-start, really. Only did the formation lap for number 4, Parker, still with, I think, some pretty serious damage after that trip to the field after the contact he had in race 2 up at Tower Bend. So the fastest lap of the race going to the driver in 3rd place, Chris Needham, 1 minute 33.931 seconds. So 155-point advantage for Tyler Reid. He just needs a solid, average, boring race, really, to make the championship his in the final race coming up as our last race of the day. And it'll be an 8-lap race, but it's never done until it's done, and he knows that, and Will Gibson will fight until the end in the number 1 car.
It's a very different story to what we had 12 months ago at Knock Hill, isn't it? And Tyler Reid driving like he's absolutely determined to take this Elite Cup Championship in the Legends, and he's just got a short way to go. However, with 200 points for the win, he can't afford for a DNF in the final race. It's going to be an absolute thriller, and we'll have it all for you live here on Toker Live on Radio Croft on 87.7 FM, and your messages as well. Podium is coming up with Josh in just a couple of moments. A shout out to Bruce and Maisie, who have brought their dads for a grand day out. Even better, Mams have been left at home. Well, I'm not sure that's very nice, but I'm sure they're having a lovely time at home, and you're all having a lovely time here at Croft. A very happy first time at BTCC to William, Henry, Josh and Holly. Loving every second, and love to Mum Francis and Dad Lewis as well. Great to have you here, guys. This one says, hi guys, could you give a shout out to Martin and June here for day 2. Hope Tingram and the team enjoyed their Dorset apple cake yesterday, which is obviously the reason for the excellent start for Team Virtue and Accelerate. Well, that sounds like just the sort of thing that Tingram would like. I don't know what he does with all this food that is bestowed upon him on a race weekend, because he looks like a very finely tuned athlete, which I'm sure he is, but he does get an awful lot of food over the course of the weekend, and the Dorset apple pie sounds gorgeous. Lee says, a very happy birthday to James, the bus driver. Lots of love from Nikki, Ebony, Liam, Laura and Lee. Have a great day. Thank you, guys. And all of these messages are on WhatsApp. The WhatsApp number is 07482 877 877. Add us as a contact as Toker Live. We need your first name and your message to 07482 877 877. This one is from James, a message for Judy, Mark Jones and Emma Jones. Hope you're enjoying your first race after your wedding day. Congratulations. And that comes from James, Wayne, Oliver and from Tyler as well. Hi Alan, whatever happened to the barbecue llamas? Ian and Jill of Moffat bumper fame. Oh yeah, they got hold of an Aidan Moffat bumper from his car and built a staircase around Aidan Moffat's bumper. Looks absolutely fantastic as well. And barbecue llamas, no llamas were damaged in the making of that message. They were something that used to be available from Tesco, but they've stopped making them, unfortunately. I rather like them. Could I be really cheeky? My son didn't hear the shout out as the Porsches came past, and they're quite loud. Yes, they are. Matty, can you say a massive happy 9th birthday for yesterday to Isaac? It's lights out and away we go. Isaac, happy birthday for yesterday, and great to have you here at Croft. The Minis are going by. They're not quite as loud as the Porsches. This is from Che. Please shout out to Jordan. He wasn't home Friday and Saturday to be here. It was very quiet. And this one says, hi guys, my name is Joe. Could I get a shout out and a happy birthday to Davey from Team Whoopsie? I won't look into why you're called Team Whoopsie, but there you go. Minis are lining up on the grid. Maybe, Chris, time to go through the grid ahead of our podium.
Yeah, and a question, if I can. Maybe you know the answer.
Yes, go on.
Maybe it will get sent in to me.
Go on.
Just out of pure curiosity, what's the difference between an apple cake and a Dorset apple cake then? Dorset apple cake just sounds better, but there must be a difference.
Maybe the apples have their origin in Dorset.
Maybe.
Maybe it comes off a tree in Dorset.
Well, the flower comes from Dorset.
That's what we're going to stick with, because that makes the most sense.
We will be corrected. I'm just interested, that's all. It just sounds better, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Straight apple cake.
I like the idea of that.
Maybe there's a bit of cream in there or something like that. Right, so Minis on the grid, as you say. We wait for the Legends podium. Page 45 is where you need to turn to for the Virtue Mini Challenge. Grid 2 shapes up like this. On the front row, number 21, Nathan Edwards starts on pole. Number 77, the championship leader, starts second. Row 2, 24, Tom Ovenden, who ended up winning the race yesterday when penalties were rescinded, as mentioned a few minutes ago. And 55, Charlie Hand, starts fourth, better grid than he had yesterday. Then row 3, 18, Lewis Selby, top 3 in the championship, and 64, last year's Mini Cooper champion, switching from the normally aspirated to the turbo-powered cars in these JCW cars that we have on the grid. Row 4, number 2, Albert Webster, finished 6th yesterday after a couple of penalties were rescinded, and 33, Max Edmondson. Then to complete the top 10, 95, Jacob Hodgkiss, and 27, Marlo Cordell. But I think Josh is ready with the podium.
Yeah, we've got the drivers, so we're ready for the presentation for round 17 of the Legend Cars Elite Cup, and once more we welcome Christy Kraus up onto the podium, who will present our top 3 drivers from round 17 of the championship. In third position, Chris Needham. It's another podium for Chris here at Croft Circuit, and it's third place this time, a 7th podium of the Elite Cup season. In second place, Ollie Schlupp, a first podium here at Croft this weekend, an 8th podium of the Elite Cup season, and he will be receiving his second place trophy as he jumps up onto the second step. But the winner for the first time in the UK, Trevor Kraus. Well done, Trevor, a win here at Croft, and his mother Christy's about to hand over the winner's trophy to the driver from the United States, who will jump up onto the top step of the podium as a winner here at Croft Circuit. Well done to Trevor Kraus, then the winner. In second place, Ollie Schlupp, and in third place, Chris Needham. The 3 drivers posing for photographs now on the top step of the podium here at Croft Circuit. Once more, well done to Trevor Kraus, the winner, second Ollie Schlupp, and third place for Chris Needham, and that completes the podium presentations.
So we've got the Minis on the grid. I'll give you the top 10 on the grid. I'll give you the rest of the grid, and then also the Sport Division grid. Just mention that if you weren't here yesterday, we've not seen them before. That we've got 2 different categories here. So first of all, the rest of the grid. So the 6th row, 15, Cameron Richardson, 94, Josh Porter. The 7th row, 32, Ned Anthony, and 70, Owen Hillman. 8th row, number 13, Harry Campy. Had a car repair overnight on Friday after an off, and 69, Brent Bowie. And then Alex Solly, one to watch, number 12, because he had an off in free practice yesterday. I mean, he couldn't get a lap in. He did get back into the session, but then there was another red flag, so he never got the chance. So he's one to watch, Alex Solly. He's another driver that stepped up and originally started out in the normally aspirated cars. So that's the all of the main JCW cars. There's then a split grid. So rows 10 and 11 are kept empty. And then you've got the Sport Division cars, which you'll see on, if you're here on the
track and you've got a programme, you'll see that there's the JCW Sport class at the foot of the page, which was brought in last year as an entry level into the JCW Championship. So the main cars have all got 275 brake horsepower. They're turbo powered. They've got 2-litre engines. They're on slick tyres, Goodyear tyres, and sequential gearboxes. That's pretty much the same for these sport division cars, but they've got a little bit less power, and they've also got a H-pattern gearbox rather than a sequential gearbox. They're not as quick, but it's meant as a stepping stone into these more powerful cars if you've come from, for example, the Cooper class, the main trophy category, which are normally aspirated cars. So they run for separate podiums, trophies, points, and yesterday there was a win for Chris McKenzie in the class, number 210, and he starts effectively on pole position for the group. He starts on the inside of row 12, 23rd on the grid, with number 10 Archie Johnson, who was his closest rival yesterday and in qualifying, alongside. On row 13, second row of the grid effectively for them. 42 Henry Howarth, who's the points leader, and 56 Ben Crossley, who's in his second season in that championship, and then Nicky Gauci, number 22, and 29 Will Crooks on the 14th and final row of the grid. So that's the way they line up. The first race yesterday, as I say, won by, in the end, after all the penalties were given and then rescinded, Tom Ovenden, number 24, Nathan Edwards, who's had a rough season so far, despite finishing third in the championship last year, getting 5 wins last year. He finished second, and Jamie Osborne, the points leader, finishing in third place. And as I say, Chris McKenzie, Henry Howarth and Archie Johnson were the top 3 in the sport division. So that's the way they finished yesterday. Points-wise, after the first race of the weekend in the main JCW category, Jamie Osborne still has the points lead. He's got 403 points, 369 now for Tom Ovenden, second in the championship after that win yesterday. So it's closed the gap to 34 points, and there are 50 points available for each race win, plus 3 points if you get the fastest lap of the race. Number 18, Lewis Selby, is third in the championship on 337. Then Max Edmondson, a tough day yesterday, but is the leading driver in the rookie standings, is fourth in the overall championship. The Rookie Cup being led by Max Edmondson, number 33 from 2, Albert Webster, and 95, Jacob Hodgkiss. And then it is in the sport division, as I say, the car of number 42, Henry Howarth, that leads from 56, Ben Crossley, and 10, Archie Johnson. So this is a slightly longer race than yesterday, 20 minutes yesterday, 25-minute race today. Standing start then about to get underway. Nathan Edwards with his second pole position of the weekend. Didn't get a great start from pole yesterday. He'll be looking to correct that today as the red lights come on. They go out and we go racing here with the Virtue Mini Challenge. Charging off the line then is from the outside of row 1. Jamie Osborne gets a very good start there. He could challenge for the lead of the race before they even get to the braking zone. He does. So Edwards, again, not a perfect start from pole position. It's going to be Osborne that leads. Edwards there in second. Then Lewis Selby in the second of the yellow and blue Napa liveried cars tucks in behind in third place. And then it'll be Tom Ovenden, number 24, yesterday's winner, that's there in fourth place. Most of them make their way through the chicane, but not all of them get through the actual chicane itself. One of them that was just missing it there was from, what was it, fourth place, which is Charlie Hand. He's dropped down to 6th or 7th place now when they get into Tower Bend, having rejoined, and maybe just hadn't got anywhere to go. And Lewis Selby now coming under fire from Tom Ovenden, coming out of Tower Bend into the Jim Clark S's in the battle for third place. Will he get through? Still side by side they are eventually into Barcroft. Ovenden gets through. Selby relents and might lose another place here on the way into the right-hander at Sunny Inn. No, he just about closes the door in time, but it's like kart racing. If you lose one place, you lose about 6 here because they're all absolutely nose to tail. So Charlie Hand trying to fend off Harry Hickton as well as he tries to recover from that moment at the chicane just outside the top 6. But at the end of lap 1, into the chicane area, they come into the complex. They go left, they go right, and up towards the hairpin with Jamie Osborne leading the way here, closing the door on the way into the hairpin so as not to invite an attack, an invitation from Nathan Edwards, the pole sitter, who's down to second in that number 21 car. They've got a bit of breathing space over Ovenden in third, Selby in fourth, Hand in fifth, Webster in 6th. Hickton did get past through and into 7th place as well. So a pretty good first lap in that pink and purple car. It's almost nose to tail between the top 2 as they make their way through Clervaux at the end of that first lap of the race. And there's a big old battle going on for 5th as well. Charlie Hand just about hanging on to the inside line. Webster was trying to get around him. That hasn't worked. So you might have to concede a place. And again, missing the chicane and going off there is the orange car of Charlie Hand, which means he loses momentum, which means Harry Hickton is going to get through as well. And we've got a big off further back as well. There's 2 cars involved in that. One of them is the 12 car of Alex Sawyer's had a troubled weekend, starting from the back of the field. He's parked up on the infield on the grass, and the other car has come to a complete halt. It's a 22 car, isn't it? Yeah, which is Gauci, which is not going to go any further either. It's gone across the track and onto the infield, onto the grass, but has stopped as well. And they're both in precarious positions and not moving at all. Oh, Ned Anthony, sorry, it is in the other car, which is stopped just out of the chicane, was on the outside, crawled across the track to the inside, and then came to a complete halt. Solly gets out of the car, is fine, but what a horrible weekend he's had as the leaders, led by one of his teammates, Jamie Osborne, just comes into the hairpin. I say just, as the safety car, I think, is about to be deployed, because he was almost under attack then from Edwards. He had to jink left, jink right, and jink left again to stop Edwards coming through, as they almost came side by side into that hairpin, but just in time, the safety car boards come out, the flags come out, and the safety car is about to pick them up. So the Virtue Mini Challenge comes under safety car conditions, just a couple of laps into the race, get a replay, and the 22 car lost the back end, went around. You can't see much else from that camera angle because of all the tyre smoke as a result of that, but the end being that the contact was made, and inspecting the side of his car, the left-hand side of his car at the moment, Alex Solly, who's got steam now coming from it. So he, I'm afraid, is out, and he'll just want to forget about this weekend from the very beginning. It has been a nightmare for him after that off in qualifying yesterday. He made some progress in the race yesterday, but he's got a damaged car and he's got a retirement now, and the other driver out of that, Ned Anthony, is okay as well, absolutely fine, which is great to see. Both walked away from the car, and Ned now heading up to Alex Solly. I think he's worried about it being smoke rather than steam, Alex Solly, because he's now called the marshals over and said, come on, get over. And that's good to see. Ned Anthony just comes up to Alex Solly, puts an arm around him, gives him a hug and says, sorry, didn't mean for that to happen. I think it wasn't them two coming together, it was just, I think Ned lost it, and then Alex was the one that picked him up. Not that we saw too much of that from the rear camera angle, but there's certainly no issue between the two drivers, which is good to see. So Osborne, number 77, leads, 21 Edwards second, 24 Ovenden third, 18 Selby fourth. And while we had all that drama, Hickton got into fifth. That was because Hand had his moment coming out of the chicane again. So he in the orange car dropped down to sixth place just before the safety car came out. If you are by a big screen, you get some replays of the start now from the ITV pictures on the run into turn one, which is all fairly neat and tidy. Just a really good start for Osborne, and not a great start for Edwards, which puts the pole sitter down to second place. Get it from the camera looking towards the cars as they head into the first corner now. And yeah, it was pretty easy really for Osborne to get the lead. He didn't even need to cover off the line when they get to the braking zone. Selby also with a decent start. But then Ovenden came after him later in the lap. Then Hand was the one stranded on the outside. He's the one that, if we carry on seeing the shots, he's going to then miss the chicane for the first of two times. First time being on that opening lap of the race. And yeah, they've got the fire extinguishers on the number 12 car of Alex Solly now, because it is still steaming, still smoking, and they don't want that to catch fire. So extinguishing over the car now. Bonnet ripped away. Alex Solly is going to have to take a deep breath here and try and hope that there's better days to come, because it's just been one of those horrible, horrible weekends that sometimes everything seems to go wrong. And has, I suppose, all really as a result, you know, when it goes wrong in qualifying and you end up at the back of the grid or in the middle of the grid, then that's when more trouble can come, because you're in that part of the pack where things concertina up, especially on the first lap of the race, or the first couple of laps of the race, and you can get caught out in other people's accidents.
Inadvisable to take a deep breath with all that fire extinguisher about. You know, it has strange effects on your body.
Yeah, well, so I'm told. I've never tried it myself.
I have, and I'm here to tell you it's inadvisable.
Okay, right. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's not great. But
it's not great, and it's fairly fast acting as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Feel a bit giddy, do you, afterwards?
No, I didn't feel giddy.
Happy? Sad?
No, I didn't feel happy.
Unconscious? One of those.
I was unavailable for commentary for a little while.
Okay. When was this?
Some years ago. around an
Your Honour.
incident.
Yeah, I just feel like you're on the being interrogated now, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I don't think it's illegal.
I'm not going to go into details, but
well, you brought it up.
It's just inadvisable.
Yeah, you can read about it in Alan's memoirs when they are published.
Which will happen one day.
One day, yeah. Chapter 8, don't breathe in fire extinguishers.
Yeah, don't do it, no.
Either accidentally or on purpose. Right, so Marshall's clearing the incident. Of course, the clock continues to tick down in this 25-minute race. We've got 17 and a half minutes left to go still. Jamie Osborne, your championship leader. Another Yorkshireman, of course, and he finished 4th in the championship last year. 7 podiums. Got his first win in the championship at Alton Park. He's the son of Pete Osborne that runs the Napa Ford Focuses in the British Touring Car Championship. The younger brother of Sam, who was himself a mini challenge racer. Sam raced in Clio Cup and then in minis before he made his way up into the BTCC. So Jamie having a superb start to the season, and it's still fairly early in the season for them. I mean, we're only just halfway into the championship now. It's been a fairly light start to the calendar year for the minis in the JCW class, because they've only had 3 weekends of action before this weekend, and we're already into August now. So Donington Park, Snetterton and Alton, they've had 8 races. The 9th was yesterday. This is the 10th. It's 19-round championship, only just into the second half of the season now today. That start to the season, terrific for Jamie Osborne. He got 3 straight wins in the opening encounter at Donington Park. He got 2 more wins in the second weekend at Snetterton and a podium. And then, despite the fact that he had a fuel pressure pump issue on his car in qualifying, and started at the back of the grid for the 2 races at Alton Park, he still managed to grab a podium out of that on Sunday as well. So he's had now 5 wins, 1 second, 1 third, and another third yesterday to add to that, to build up this championship lead. Tom Overton got his second win of the season yesterday. He's his nearest rival in the 24 car. Got a win at Snetterton, got a win yesterday. He's had 3 second place finishes as well. And Lewis Selby has also been a race winner in the championship this year, 3rd in the standings in the number 18 car. He got a win at Alton Park in race 2 a few weeks ago, and has had a 2nd and 2 thirds as well. And the other winner has been Max Edmondson, the rookie driver, former Civic Cup champion, youngest ever Civic Cup champion, into minis for the first time as a rookie in the JCW Championship, and a winner in the Saturday race at Alton Park. So those have been the highest placed drivers so far in terms of race wins and the championship. In the sport division, Henry Howarth didn't get the win yesterday, did come back to finish on the podium. He's had 5 straight class podiums now, and 3 of them have been wins. So he, in the 42 car for Jam Sport, leads the sport division. As mentioned, Ben Crossley has had 1 win and podiums in most of the other races. And Archie Johnson, who's a rookie, has also been a winner and is 3rd in the standings coming into this race in the sport division. And just to say, the sport division is being led by Archie Johnson. He's got ahead of Chris McKenzie while we're watching all the drama unfold at the front of the field.
Just before we got this shot of the cows in the field
right.
On the big screens, we had a shot of a family tucking into a big ice cream. And I have an ice cream story if I've just got a moment to do it.
Is it legal?
It is.
Okay,
It's actually very funny. And Tim Harvey told us it this morning because there's a little ice cream van down here in the paddock. And yesterday, Tim was with one of his mates, and they decided that they were going to go for an ice cream. And
They ran out of cake, had they?
No, well, so him and his mate went down and had an ice cream, and he said, and the lady gave me this look as if to say, "Oh, these 2 old boys, they're having." So he got an extra scoop just for looking. Yeah, I know exactly that. Yeah, so obviously for Tim Harvey, that was. Well, happy days.
Christmas all at once, wasn't it?
yeah. He said it was literally, "Oh, I'll give you an extra scoop."
God, that's both kind of good and depressing at the same time, isn't it?
He was only happy.
He was only happy.
He didn't see the negative of that.
Yeah. Oh, she felt sorry for him.
Yeah. Bless him.
Try and look old next time we go to the ice cream van. Might get a free flake.
Why have I just had a text message from Tim Harvey?
He's listening.
Oh, it's a picture of them with their double scoopers.
Blimey. He's got 5 litres of ice cream on that course.
That's very good indeed.
He's got 2 flakes as well.
Got 2 flakes, yeah. That's really good. Thank you, Tim.
Surely it's because he's Tim Harvey and not because they felt sorry
exactly.
for him.
Yeah. Is this the 1992 touring car champion? We'll give him a double scoop.
Absolutely right.
I'm sure that's what went on.
Full respect, yes, absolutely correct.
Thank you for indulging me in that story. It did amuse me this morning.
Really want an ice cream now, Alan.
No, I don't. No,
No, I do.
No.
Just,
Oh,
that's a hint.
you do?
Yeah.
I'll go and get you one.
No, not yet.
Speak to Tim Harvey. He gets double scoops.
Only that won't get this far, will it? Safety car is still out, but I don't think for long, because the cars have been well and truly cleared now from the infield. No other work is going on as far as I can see, so a bit of cleaning going on, isn't it? Just cleaning turn one, a truck from gravel that's on there. So should be the end of this lap, I reckon. We'll get underway. We know when we get underway, because the safety car lights go out on the top of the car. That's the signal to the drivers and to us that we're getting underway. And if you can see yourself on the big screen, give yourself a wave. Umbrellas for a better reason than we had on this morning, isn't it? Hasn't it turned out to be a lovely day here at Croft? Fantastic. Great to see so many of you here as well. Loads of you here early doors yesterday. It's always really well supported, this meeting, which is great to see. Tracy Morley, the circuit manager, puts her and the team loads of work into putting this event together. Circuit and the paddock all look absolutely fantastic, and they do a great job. Always one of the most welcoming circuits as well for everybody that gets involved in touring cars, and the welcome that you get from the team on the gate, security, all the staff here is always top notch. So we're always pleased to come here to Croft, and as I always say, one of the most underrated circuits in the country. It's a great track, gives us some great action. I've been lucky enough in the past, not in anything as quick as this, but to drive around it, and loved the back part of the circuit in particular. It certainly catches your attention when you're trying to go flat out through Jim Clark S's and Barcroft. So really fast, technical, enjoyable circuit, proper driver's track this. So we've got 11 minutes left on the clock. And then we'll get the race back up to full speed, because the safety car lights have been turned off. Scott Stringfellow, who drives all of the safety cars, is about to bring the Virtue Mini safety car into the pit lane, and so the race leader becomes the driver that controls the pace now. No overtaking until you get to the start-finish line. They can't really punch the throttle until Jamie Osborne punches the throttle. Let's see how this all unfolds then. We're into the race restart, and Jamie Osborne leading Nathan Edwards side by side for third place. So Tom Ovenden is going to go on the attack here, trying to get around the outside of Lewis Selby. Harry Hickton trying to come with him. He's done it. Tom Ovenden, great restop. He goes a bit deep into the corner at Clervaux, just about keeps it out of the gravel trap and makes it stick. So third place now for yesterday's race winner, number 24, Tom Ovenden, second in the championship. The points leader he can see, but in between them you've got Nathan Edwards, who was second in the race yesterday. Fourth then down to fourth for Lewis Selby. Fifth is Harry Hickton. Sixth is Charlie Hand, who's managed to get through the chicane this time. And right behind him you've got Jacob Hodgkiss, one of the very talented rookies that's coming to the championship. He's trying to go around the outside of him here at Tower Bend. They're absolutely nose to nose as they come out of the corner, disappear behind the trees into the Jim Clark S's. The 95 car of Jacob Hodgkiss still trying to stay there, puts a wheel on the curb as they go through and into Sunny, into that section coming out of Barcroft onto the wide line. He goes almost off the circuit, still trying to keep his foot in. He does it. Jacob gets ahead of Charlie Hand. Charlie now closes the door to prevent the number 2 car of Albert Webster, and also the 33 car of Albert's championship rival in the rookies, Max Edmondson, from coming through. But great wheel-to-wheel racing all the way through that midsection as we come into the complex at the end of this first restart lap, with Jamie Osborne just about half a car length clear. We've got the number 13 car of Cowley off, but only briefly, so he gets back on, but had a very wide leery moment coming into the complex. But Campy gets back on the track. Having said earlier on, they rebuilt Harry Campy's car overnight on Friday after a big off, but he did a pretty good job in yesterday's race, got some good points to thank the team for all their efforts, but just having a slight off there to drop him down the order. Campy lost 3 places as a result of that, down to 15th place in the number 13 car. So onto the back straight towards Tower Bend goes number 77 Jamie Osborne, 21 Edwards, 24 Ovenden next up in the queue, then Selby, then Hickton, and then Jacob Hodgkiss, one or two of them, including the 2 rookies, Webster, who's second in the Rookie Cup, and then that luminous yellow wheels and the luminous yellow flashes on the 33 car of Max Edmondson also had a lock-up as he braked as late as he dared on the way into Tower Bend. Webster currently running in 8th, 9th place for Edmondson. Rounding out the top 10 behind them is Marlo Cordell, number 27, who had an off in yesterday's race. They go down towards Sunny Inn.
And hopping and skipping over the tarmac, these Albert Webster's car as he brakes into the right-hander at Sunny Inn. The right rear tyre comes clean off the tarmac. He goes a bit wide coming out of the corner as well, kicks up the dust. Edmondson looks to the left, looks to the right, tries to dummy him, can't find a way through. And all the time, he's got to keep an eye on the mirrors as well, because you've got Marlowe Cordell in the white and blue Accelerate car coming after the pair of them. And so Albert Webster now gets quite defensive on the way into the hairpin to hold on to this 8th place and those luminous yellow wheels. These two rookies having a really good run. Albert Webster, the most winning driver, got the most wins last year in the sport division. He stepped up to the full JCW spec car this year, and he's doing a very good job. A good race yesterday as well. Did Albert after a good qualifying session. So 6th place yesterday for Albert, his best result so far this season. As our lead duo look a bit closer than they were, 0.4 of a second across the line. Looks a bit less than that as they come out of the chicane. Osborne is certainly being made to work for this by Nathan Edwards. And they've just broken off into pairs now, because 3rd and 4th are pretty much together as well. Lewis Selby going after Tom Ovenden for the final spot on the podium as they go through into the right-hander with Hickton and Hodgkiss, and then Hand as the next 3 together. In the sport division, Archie Johnson still leading the way in the number 10 car. The rookie is just over a second clear of number 210, Chris McKenzie, yesterday's winner, and the points, the driver second in the points, and Henry Howarth, who is the points leader, 3rd in the category in the sport division for those slightly less powerful cars with the H-pattern gearbox. So Archie Johnson looking for his 2nd class win of the season. His first came in only his 2nd race in the championship at the start of the season at Donington. As we come into the complex, almost exactly nose to tail with the top 2, Osborne and Edwards glued together. They go left into the hairpin now. The line is covered off here, having to be very defensive is Jamie Osborne, and now he has to be really, really defensive on the way down towards Clairvaux, because he's almost been pushed across the start-finish line by the number 21 car. Gets a gap, gets 2 wheels onto the grass here. Nathan Edwards is going to go for the lead. He is going to go for the lead. He's created a gap somehow, and he's got the inside line, and Nathan Edwards goes through into 1st place, really late on the brakes, but not so late that he messes the exit of the corner up. That was perfectly done, and Edwards with a great move there to get into 1st place. Jamie Osborne, for the first time in the race, standing at the back of somebody else's car, is down to 2nd place, and that has allowed 3rd and 4th to catch them up a bit, with Ovenden in 3rd place and Selby in 4th, almost making this a quartet for the race victory now. The race leaders, 4 of them, almost completely together, and then you got 5th and 6th together as well. Harry Hickton versus Jacob Hodgkiss, still the battle going on. Hickton, by the way, is the leading rookie in the race. Hodgkiss is 2nd in the rookies, so that's an extra battle going on within the battle. And then Charlie Hand is the 3rd best of the rookies, number 55, coming through next as Jamie Osborne closes, thinks about it, can't find a way through. They're all hopping and skipping and bouncing over the curbs, the top 2, as they make their way through Barcroft and into Sunny. Osborne gets on the gas as quickly as he can, just clips the dirt and picks up a bit of dirt on his left rear, but it doesn't slow him down. Still hucked underneath the rear wing of the number 21 car, the race leader. I'll tell you what, the next 3 are coming after these 4. We're going to have 7 for the lead of the race soon. Still, Albert Webster defends from Max Edmondson in 8th place, and he's having to be really gritty on the way through the first part of the complex to keep the 33 car behind him. Then the next 3 out of the hairpin, having a real tussle here, including Marlowe Cordell at the back of that trio. So battles everywhere you look. The next 3 are having a pretty good battle as well, led by Cameron Richardson. Josh Porter in the orange and black car is next up, and then it's Owen Hillman, number 70, in the multicoloured car. Further back, there's more action, more moves as they all try and pick up points, and there's a good move there in the sport division for Henry Howarth, getting up the inside of Chris McKenzie at the hairpin. This is for 2nd in the sport division. McKenzie trying to come back at him around the outside on the way to Clairvaux at the first corner. Is he going to do it? Fantastic! He does all the way around the outside and gets the place straight back. 1 corner after he lost 2nd in class. He gets it back. That was a really gutsy move, but also good driving from Henry Howarth to give him the room, because that could have easily ended in tears. What it has done is brought the next car back onto their case as well, which is actually in the 22 car. So they are all tied together, those 3, but it's allowing Archie Johnson a bit of breathing space at the head of the pack in the sport division. Potentially going to be more moves up at Tower Bend. Yes, Howarth going through, getting his nose back in front. So great squabble going on there. Between those 3, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the class, as the overall race leaders come through into the complex once more. Left he goes into the hairpin, number 21, Nathan Edwards. He's got about a 2-length lead at the moment over Jamie Osborne, who tries a different line going into the corner, but can't gain any ground coming out of the turn. Keeping an eye as well on the battle now between Jacob Hodgkiss and Charlie Hand for second best of the rookies. Charlie's getting closer to him in the orange 55 car. Albert Webster still fending off Max Edmondson. Josh Porter, number 94, coming after the 15 car, the blue and yellow Napa car of Cam Richardson, but not yet able to find a way through into Clairvaux. So the Sport Division cars about to come through. The blue, white and gold number 10 of Archie Johnson leads. He's over the line now, and the next two over the start-finish line, side by side again. Chris McKenzie versus Henry Howarth have switched positions several times in the last couple of laps. McKenzie gets to the corner first. He gets the inside line, but whipping around the outside of him is Henry Howarth. Brilliant move in the number 42 car. Does to him what was done by the 210 car of McKenzie on the previous lap. Just slings it around the outside. But again, two drivers giving each other just enough room. It is bringing, as I say, into this battle, the 22 car of Gauci was right with them, all allowing the number one car to get away. We're going to get the move up the inside here, through at Tower Bend from Henry Howarth to hold the position. 210 McKenzie, then two wheels on the grass, gets a bumpy ride coming out of the turn. Gauci will come after him with the 22 car, but not be able to find a way through. So Howarth hangs on to that second place, and McKenzie holds on to the final spot on the podium as our overall leaders come through out of the hairpin. And now Max Edmondson coming under attack here from Marlo Cordell. That sends him on the offensive on the way into the hairpin to try and get past Albert Webster. Nothing doing. Webster's positioning that car beautifully in the number 2 car. So the next group over the start-finish line in the battle for 8th place. 3 of them together. The next 3, I think, coming after them as well. Here we go again. Chris McKenzie down the inside in the 210 car of 42. Henry Howarth into the complex. Great move, but there's contact. There's a problem, I think, for Henry Howarth's car. It's slowing. So the championship leader in the sport division, the purple and pink car, slowing right down coming out of the complex. He's lost drive, I think, and he's limping towards the pit lane. And that was just as McKenzie got down the inside of him. So whether, I'm not sure there was any contact between them, whether he's just found neutral, something's gone wrong, or the drive shaft, I don't know, but he's got no power, he's got no drive, and he might not even make it as far as the garage is. He's just crept over the line that marks the start of the pit lane, but he's going to stop there, filling the pit lane entry. So 42 out of contention, and that's going to be only the second time this season that he hasn't finished on a class podium, Henry Howarth. And his first retirement of the year by the looks of it as well. So the Marshal's now having to push the car down the pit lane because it's lost all of its drive. And I turn right and look at the race leaders coming into the complex and into the hairpin. How long we got left? 18 seconds. So they're going to squeeze one more lap in at the end of this one. Just about 13 seconds, 12 seconds left to go, 10 seconds. They'll just get through. So we'll start the last lap of the race now with 5 seconds left on the clock. One more chance then, one more lap for Osborne to try and find a way back into the lead. Edwards will be determined, especially after yesterday, to try and hang on to this. And Edmondson's finally got past Webster in their battle for 8th place. Number 33, having got through, has pulled the pin as well. He's dropped him by 2 or 3 car lengths. So now Webster trying to fend off Cordell for 9th on the final lap of the race. Here we go then. Jamie Osborne closing up to the race leader, up the straight towards Tower Bend. As close as he's been for a while now, almost with the race leader. Not close enough to attack on the way into the corner. Nicky Gauci is now all over the back of Chris McKenzie in the battle for second in the sport division. Archie Johnson through turn 1 onto his last lap of the race. McKenzie in the sport division, number 210, second. Gauci looks to the outside, tries to cut back on the inside, can't find a way through there. So great battle going on in the sport division. Great battle going on this final lap of the race for the overall race win. Jamie Osborne giving it absolutely full beans as he got on the throttle coming out of Sunny in and got crossed up a little bit. He still attacks, he still stays on the throttle coming out of Sunny out. He's going to try and go around the outside now at the final time of asking into the complex. That's not happening because Nathan Edwards sits on the racing line. 1 corner to go. Osborne's going to try and have to go around the outside because the inside line is definitely going to be covered by Nathan Edwards. So now tries to sweep around the outside, get on the throttle quicker, but Edwards positions the car absolutely perfectly, and Edwards is going to win the race today. The checkered flag comes out, Edwards wins, Osborne second, Overton comes across the line in 3rd place, and then it's going to be Selby, Hickton just about holding on to 5th from Hodgkiss Hotchkiss and Hand. And then it'll be Edmondson in 8th place, Webster 9th. Porter's got through at the end into 10th, and Richardson, and then Hillman's got through as well. So Cordell has tumbled down the order on this last lap of the race, and he's just about coming through. And we've got Archie Johnson now coming into the hairpin on his way to a second win in the Sport Division. The number 10 car out of the hairpin now has looked very, very comfortable in this race, and he weaves this way then that to celebrate as he gets to the checkered flag and takes the win in the Sport Division. And then it's going to be Nicky Gauci, and then a long way behind him it's going to be Chris Mackenzie. So those two were together, and Mackenzie was second when I last looked going onto the back straight, but something happened and Mackenzie lost a place and lost a load of time on that final lap of the race as well. Cordell pitted. He had a problem yesterday as well, didn't he, Cordell? Did the same thing, pitted, so that's where he dropped out of the top 10. Thanks, Matt. So Edwards gets the win, and I'll be frustrated because he thought he got the win. He was actually on the top step of the podium yesterday until penalties were rescinded, but he does get the win today. And it's been a bit of a long road for him. He, as I say, was one of the front runners in the championship last year, but has had a difficult start to the year this year. And Nathan Edwards, before this weekend, only a 4th place and a 5th place as any kind of decent results, really, after all sorts of trouble in the races. Lots of bad luck as well. He said yesterday, finally we're back. Thought he got the win. It ended up being a 2nd place finish, but now he has got the win, and easily his best weekend of the season. The driver that got the most poles last year, got 5 wins, got 3rd in the championship. Shouldn't really be as low in the points as he is, and I don't think he will be for long. And he's got time to catch them up because we've still got 3 weekends to go. Knockhill, 3 races, they'll be there. Silverstone, there'll be 3 races. And Brands Hatch around the Grand Prix circuit, there'll be another 3 races to come. So Nathan Edwards, number 21, wins by 0.4 of a second from 77. Jamie Osborne, number 24, Tom Ovenden, yesterday's winner, 3rd today. So 1st and 2nd in the championship will remain Osborne and Ovenden. Selby will remain 3rd in the championship. He finishes 4th in car 18. 5th, number 64, Hickton, top rookie in the race. 6th, number 95, Hodgkiss. 7th, number 55, Hand. 8th, number 33, Edmondson. 9th, number 2, Webster. And 10th, number 94, Porter. 11th, 15, Richardson. 12th, number 70, Hillman. 13th, number 13, Campy. 14th, number 69, Barry. 15th, number 10, Johnson. The winner of the Sport Division. So well done to Archie Johnson, rookie in the championship this year. And already with some very good results. 2 wins now in the category. 16th place, number 22, Nicky Gauci was 2nd place in that race, having picked up the position on the very last lap of the race. That is now his 5th podium of the season. He's had 1 class win. So he comes 2nd in class. Nicky Gauci, number 22, 16th overall, and 3rd in class, number 210, Chris Mackenzie. The driver, was he 5th in the championship, but has had his best weekend so far with 2 podiums. And then finally, 18th, number 29, Crooks, 19th, number 56, Crossley. We lost on the last lap, but classified 20th, number 27, Cordell. 42, Henry Howarth, into the pits, having lost drive a few laps from the end, was a retiree. And 32, Anthony, and 12, Solly, were out and brought about the safety car after they came together early on in the race, with the fastest lap of the race and the bonus 3 points going the way of the winner, number 21, Nathan Edwards.
On speakers, on radio, online, this is Toka Live.
And catching up here on Toka Live with all of your messages. We've had so many over the course of the weekend. Thank you so much for writing in. And you've still got time to do it as well, because we've still got plenty more action to look forward to. Second race of the day for the Porsche Cup GB. That's coming up next. We've got the 3rd and final race for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Of course, the reverse grid race coming up over 15 laps at just gone 5 o'clock. And then the final, the showdown for the Legends Cars Elite Cup at 10 to 6 this evening. Your message is, this is from William Thomas. Please can you say happy 11th birthday to William Thomas. Happy birthday, William. Great to have you here at Croft Circuit. This one says, yeah, thank you very much indeed. Can I just remind you, we don't need a surname, and if you send a message in with a surname and you're trying to get us to read it out and giggle about it, then you do just get blocked. So I'm blocking that one. There we go. We won't have any more problems from that one. This one says, please congratulate Nigel and Zaina on their engagement in July after 21 years together. Wedding is March the 26th. Love from Ruben, Aaron and Kira. Thank you very much indeed. This one says, it's from Jack. A shout out to my dad watching from home in Newcastle while I'm here enjoying the sunshine. And isn't the sunshine gorgeous this afternoon? Hope the barbecue is on later, and thanks to all the drivers for a wicked weekend. Dad's called Gary, and great to have you here at Croft, and great that Gary is watching at home. We've got loads more messages. This one, Gary from Halifax. Shout out to Tammy and Violet at their first ever BTCC meeting. Loving the weather and already weighed down with merch. Come on, Charles Rainford. This one says, the local club, Darlington and District Motor Club, became runner-up club of this year. For this year, of all of the MS UK car clubs, which is a massive achievement. We're holding our annual race weekend with a mixture of cars and sidecars, with the British F1 sidecars and the local Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship, along with the Scottish Legends Racing on August the 23rd and 24th. And for more information, Croft or Darlington Motor Club's Facebook and website. Benji, aged 5 years old, has loved your commentary over at the complex, and that comes from his mum and dad, Kerry and Craig. Thank you, guys. Thanks for writing in. John, thank you to Herney for travelling 7 hours to get the beers in at the BTCC. That is commitment, isn't it? Early start for us this morning from Scotland. Fantastic day, and we'll see you again in 2 weeks' time at Knockhill with a Saltire emoji, and that's from Rachel and Jake as well. 10 out of 10 for emoji use, because there's a racing car emoji as well. This one says, please say happy 19th birthday to Oliver. It's his first time here at a BTCC Championship. That comes from Sue. Thank you, Sue. First names only. We don't need your surname here on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877. First name plus your message on WhatsApp only. Can we get a shout out for Lucy on her stag weekend, and that's over at the complex? And Dave here saying loving another great day of racing. The Legend Series is so much fun. Here watching on my birthday weekend, 364 days before I'm 60, with Will, the prodigal son, and Sal, the wonder wife. Please could you yes, we'll do that. We'll pass that message on. Thank you very much indeed. And this one says, could you wish yes, we'll do that. We'll pass that message on. Thank you very much indeed. And this one says, could you wish happy birthday to Neil from Finn? He's enjoying his BTCC birthday present. Make that his 50th birthday as well. Thank you for your messages. Keep them coming in. We've got loads more opportunity to get through them as the day goes on. Porsches are lining up down on the grid, and I wonder how Josh is doing that down there on the podium. Well, not awfully well then.
Silence speaks volumes.
And so the silence reigned. Yeah.
Shall I give you a Porsche grid?
Go on, do that.
Right. Pay attention. Page 40.
All right.
Page 49 is where
you had too many sugary drinks this
It's that brownie I had from
no.
Hangar 51 this
Was
morning.
there just the one?
I only had one.
Did you?
But it was very nice.
Yeah. Quite rich. It looked quite rich.
Yeah, but not too rich.
Oh,
no,
okay.
Very nice.
Very
good. You missed out there, Hal.
Yes.
So I gave them all away. I'm sorry.
You did offer, though. It's terribly kind.
Well, you've got to save yourself for your Burger King on the way home.
Exactly.
You missed that yesterday. I can't have you missing out twice.
So disappointed.
Number 94, Oliver White is on pole position for this one. So this is the part reverse grid. The number that was drawn out of the hat, using my tremendous math skills, must have been number 5, because Will Martin won the race and he's 5th on the grid. So number 94, Oliver White, gets pole position. Number 71, Max Coates, the home hero, starts 2nd on the grid for this one. Row 2, number 1, George Gambor, and 99, Sid Smith. He became the 5th different winner of the season when he got his maiden win last time out. And then on row 3, Will Martin, the winner of race 1 here at Croft.
number 10 starts alongside number 52, Angus Whiteside, who is 6th on the grid. At row 4, 18, Seb Hopkins, and 30, Will Jenkins, both graduating from the Caymans and the Sprint Challenge last year, coming up for the first time this year into the Porsche Carrera Cup. And therefore both rookies in the championship. Row 5, number 48, Ollie Jackson, who is 2nd in the Pro-Am championship behind Max Coates, and 40, Andrew Rackstraw, who had a big coming together in race 1 with number 400, James Wallace, 1st and 2nd in the championship coming into that race. Rackstraw still leads the championship, but he's by a reduced amount, and Wallace has dropped to 3rd in the championship, having retired from the race, with Will Martin, who won, now splitting them and into 2nd place in the championship. So 40 Rackstraw, 10th, 11th number 400 Wallace, 44 Jonathan Beeson with an AM class win. He starts 12th on the grid. Row 7, 58 Henry Dawes and 22 Carl Cavers. Row number 8, 59 Josh Stanton and William Paul. Just one thing to mention that I mentioned yesterday as well. If you go down into the Porsche paddock, the support paddock, outside the hospitality unit, the clubhouse, there's a Porsche Taycan Turbo GT on display. Fantastic car. That's the very car that was used in a recent Drive Tribe video online featuring the reuniting of Top Gear presenters Richard Hammond and James May. Use that very car in their plane versus car race challenge. Probably need to check that out actually. So that's on display in the paddock, and down on the podium we've got Josh ready to go.
Unfortunately not.
Or not.
And we're on the green flag. Are we for our next race?
We are on the green flag lap, yeah.
So we'll switch things around down our end, and we'll let you talk about Porsches.
Okay, thanks. So that's going to be a local podium, but don't let that stop you going on and cheering the drivers for the Virtue Mini Challenge on the podium. We'll get Porsches then to the grid. I'll give you an update on the championship points after race 1 as well. So Andrew Rackstraw has got 55 points in the championship. Will Martin up to 2nd now on 55 and 49 points once penalties are taken into account. 6 points between them. Sid Smith is up to 3rd place after his podium, 47 points. Angus Whiteside 39, and James Wallace tumbles from 2nd down to 5th place in the championship on 35 points. That's in the Pro category. In the Pro-Am category, Max Coates, great weekend so far. A class pole, a fastest lap, a class win, 63 points. He started the weekend a point clear of Ollie Jackson. He's now 13 points clear of Ollie, and there are 10 points available for a win in this race, plus a point for fastest lap. So 63 points for number 71 Max Coates, and 48 Ollie Jackson, 50. And also on 50 with him is Oliver White now, number 94, who starts the race on pole position. So chance for Oliver White to move up to 2nd potentially in the Pro-Am Championship. Jonathan Beeson, number 44, is the leader of the AM Championship as we get the fantastic sound of the Porsche Carrera Cup cars revving up, hitting the limiter. The red lights come on and we go racing for the second time with the Porsche Carrera Cup as they thunder off the line. Oliver White from pole position, looking like he's made a decent start there, but is it good enough to hold on to the lead of the race? Because Max Coates is trying to come all the way around the outside of him, doesn't quite do it. He's kind of committed to the outside now and has to do that to stay in 2nd place to avoid being overtaken by George Gamble in the number 1 car. This, though, he does. Those two had a good battle in the first half of the first race, remember, and then up to 4th place from 5th. It is the race 1 winner, number 10 in the black and green flashed car, Will Martin, as George Gamble sends one down the inside of Max Coates to try and get 2nd place at Tower Bend. They're absolutely side by side, just about nosing in front now is the number 1 car of George Gamble, and the Century Motorsport driver gets through, but Max Coates is not in their battle. He's not in their class. He's a Pro-Am category driver. They're pros around him, so he still leads his class.
I hope George has got security to get out of the circuit this evening.
Yes, because there's quite a lot of ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls from Yorkshire who are all here with Max Coates supporting him. So that's a good point, Alan. Yes, don't do anything to Max Coates this weekend. You have a lot of non-friends after you. So Max loses the position, keeps his Pro-Am class lead. Sid Smith, like he did in race 1, keeps looking up the inside of people on the way into the left-hander at the hairpin and looking at the inside of the same person he was doing it to in race 1, that being the race 1 winner, Will Martin. But he lost a bit of momentum coming out of the corner, and Angus Whiteside is all over him as they go down towards Clairvaux. But the green and white car of Smith holds on to the place. So at the end of lap 1, it's number 94 White from pole position. From 3rd up to 2nd, number 1 George Gamble. Still leading the Pro-Ams in 3rd overall is Max Coates. 4th, the race 1 winner, number 10, Will Martin. And then, are we going to get a change for the lead? No, because Gamble, I thought, closing up very rapidly there coming out of the chicane. He wasn't quite close enough to lunge down the inside into Tower Bend. We've got Sid Smith, the green and white car, number 99, running in 5th place. 6th place, number 52, Angus Whiteside. 7th, number 18, Seb Hopkins. And then the next Pro-Am is Ollie Jackson, who is Max Coates' nearest rival. So there's lots of cars in between them, but they're actually 1st and 2nd in class, number 71 and 48. The yellow car of Ollie Jackson runs 8th overall. 9th is number 40, Andrew Rackstraw, and 10th, number 400, James Wallace. Oh dear, Andrew Rackstraw and James Wallace are together on the track again. That didn't go well last time. The race leader, meanwhile, makes his way into the right-hand part of the complex, drags the car across to the right, takes the left-hand line. It's another 17-lap race this. We're about to complete lap number 2. 520 brake horsepower. They're running on renewable fuels, these cars, as well this year. 20% sustainable fuel as the championship looks to become as environmentally friendly as possible. The Hyperflow fuel that the cars use. And Oliver White looking very controlled, I have to say, in the lead of the race, given that the reigning champion is the driver behind him. George Gamble still looking for his first win of the season. He's had a class podium, but he hasn't had an overall podium because he finished 5th in one of the races at Snetterton, but that was a race where Pro-Am drivers were up there on the podium, including Max Coates. So he hasn't actually had, until this weekend, an overall podium. He certainly hasn't had a race win yet, the defending champion, but he's not really putting Oliver White under too much pressure as yet. So Ollie White is a Pro-Am driver. He's leading the race overall. Ollie's best result so far this season, he's had 2 class wins. He's had a 4th overall, but he hasn't had an overall race win. So Ollie White in the 2025 season, he's on course for 10 points, isn't he? He's the leading Pro-Am driver. Coates is 2nd in the Pro-Ams, and 3rd in the Pro-Ams is Jackson, all of them in the top 10. But the crucial thing for Coates is he's still outscoring his nearest rival by a couple of points. He'll get 8 points, 6 points will come the way of Ollie Jackson if they all stay where they are. Sid Smith, with the lights on, the green and white car, closer and closer and closer every time they come into that hairpin onto Will Martin's tail. But like in race 1, Will Martin just is able to get better traction coming out of the corner. A good battle going over the start-finish line between the red, white and blue Domino's liveried car of Henry Dawes, looking to get up the inside of him, but backing off out of the move is Jonathan Beeson in his first season of Porsche Carrera Cup, last year's AM-Class champion from the Porsche Sprint Challenge. And so those two having a good battle. They are currently running in 13th and 14th place. Carl Cavers is right behind them in the 22 car. He's the 2nd best placed of the AMs. In a car that you cannot miss, luminous pink, luminous yellow, white and bright blue. Carl Cavers heads into the right-hander at Tower Bend. So Pro-Am leads the way. The first time, as I said, that a Pro-Am has won. I think I'm right in saying 2 years ago when he was on his way to the Pro-Am Championship. Charles Rainford, when he raced this championship BTCC race with the BMW this year, he was an overall winner as a Pro-Am. Was certainly a race winner overall last year when he moved up to the Pro category, and ended up 2nd in the Pro Championship last year behind George Gamble. George, a former BTCC racer himself. Charles now into the BTCC. Max Coates is absolutely staying with him though. And so the Pro-Am driver, White, leads. The Pro driver, Gamble, 2nd. The Pro-Am driver, Coates, in 3rd. And then Martin, the Pro driver, 4th. Smith and Whiteside, both Pros, 5th and 6th as well. And you have to go back to Ollie Jackson in 8th place before you find the next best Pro-Am. We've still got Beeson ahead of Cavers by about a 2nd in the AM division battle. And Cavers still can't quite get on terms with the blue and light blue and white car of number 44, Jonathan Beeson, who's not quite as close to the back of Henry Dawes as he was on the previous lap. Again, under braking, Sid Smith, very good. Closes up to the back of the 10 car of Will Martin on the way into the right-hander at Tower Bend. Remember, less points available for the pros in this race because it's the reverse grid race. If you win the Pro class in race 1, you get 12 points. If you win it in race 2, you only get 10 points, and the points are therefore reduced all the way down to the top 8. But win is a win, and that's what George Gamble is looking for. He's not going to win on the track necessarily, but he is in a position to win his class currently. But don't rule out number 10, there in 4th place. Will Martin still can't find a way past Max Coates as it stands. He's kind of having to attack and defend at the same time. One of these times, Sid Smith is going to lunge up the inside into the hairpin. He's looked about 4 or 5 times in race 1. He's already looked 3 or 4 times in this race. And he's very quick coming into the complex. And he's just holding himself back at the moment. It would be a risk. But we have seen, certainly in the BTCC, you can pull off a move there. Tom Chilton pulled off a couple of great moves in the first race when he was diving up the inside, or second race when he was diving up the inside of people at the hairpin. So Sid Smith, I just got the feeling he's going to get tempted into one of those moves at some point. But he can't live with Will Martin coming out of the chicane at the moment. He'll outbrake him on the way into Tower Bend. But it is just yo-yoing that gap between 4th and 5th like it did when they were battling for the lead of the race earlier on. The two that came together and were the top 2 in the championship before the day started, Andrew Rackstraw number 40 and James Wallace number 400. I wonder if they are still carrying cars on slightly at 100%, because they had a pretty hefty hit with each other and neither of them really made too much progress. They can't find Rackstraw can't find a way past Ollie Jackson, albeit Ollie's of course a massively experienced driver. Even if he is a pro-am by name, he's in the same machinery and he is hugely experienced in it, way more experienced than Andrew Rackstraw at driving Porsche Carrera Cup cars. And Andrew's only been to this circuit last year and this year, so it is not that surprising. Here we go. Sid Smith is finally tempted into a move up the inside and gets halfway alongside at the hairpin Will Martin, but then has to stand on the brakes, smokes his front left Michelin slick tyre and probably flat spots it in a sense as well, and loses a bit of momentum coming out of the corner, so has to just keep check of the mirrors to make sure the purple and pink car of Angus Whiteside doesn't get past Clervaux, which it doesn't. So the green number 94 car on his way for a Pro-Am and overall victory. Oliver White, was he half a second clear, just over, of the number 1 car of George Gamble, and then 3rd, 4th, 5th together as Max Coates, second best of the Pro-Ams, tries to fend off Martin and also then Sid Smith, who's pulled back away now from Angus Whiteside. Slightly lonely race for Seb Hopkins. He had a bit of a lonely race in race 1 as well, the Sprint Challenge champion from last year. But the ex-Ginetta Junior racer, number 18, 7th place, doing okay. Rackstraw has got past Jackson, having said that he was struggling. He's now found a way past. No more points for him because one's a Pro and one's a Pro-Am, but it is a place gain for Andrew, up to 8th position. He's 6th in class like he was at the end of the first race. So the number 40 car, see what he can do now. He's been relieved of that yellow car. In fact, he's left him, hasn't he? Absolutely left him behind. So I think he will pretty quickly catch up to the next target, which is going to be Seb Hopkins, which is a pro-class driver. That's a Seb in the white, orange and black number 18 car over the line. The Roslyn Gold white, gold and black car of the championship leader in the pros, number 40, the South African Andrew Rackstraw, the one I think to keep an eye on, because having been released now, having found a way past Jackson, he looks like he's found a bit of pace. So Rackstraw, yeah, just did his personal best lap of the race. A 1 minute 18.9 was about a tenth and a half quicker than the driver is trying to catch. George Gamble looks like he's getting more and more, visibly more and more determined to try some sort of move at Tower Bend. He gets very close coming out of the chicane and he's sort of weighing up his chances, I think, under braking. He's just trying to suss it out into Tower Bend. But again, you can sort of sense that that move might be coming at that corner pretty soon, just like Sid Smith always seems to be good on the brakes into the hairpin. Then George Gamble looking at Oliver White every time he goes into Tower Bend. So that would be, I think, his best bet. He just needs to get a bit closer coming onto that back straight. But again, the longer it goes on, the more White is able to prepare for it and defend when he knows that that's where maybe his weaker spot is. Looking up the inside, though, at the hairpin is George Gamble this time. That was a proper look at the inside as well, but he didn't quite go for the dive. And the green and blue number 94 car of Oliver White stays ahead. Angus Whiteside, by the way, is caught back up to Sid Smith for 5th and 6th. So it's still very tight out there in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th all together. Seb Hopkins in 7th does a 1:19.39 and a 1:19.15 for Rackstraw. So that gap is coming down, but only by about 1 or 2 tenths of a second per lap. Here we go. George Gamble thinks about it, now does half go for the move into Tower Bend, halfway alongside the race leader, but has to back off out of the move because keeping it around the outside, keeping the momentum going and not giving in that position was White. There's 2 reasons for that. One, it would be lovely to win the race outright even if he lost the place to Gamble, he'd still be leading the Pro-Am, so it won't affect the trophy that he gets or the points that he scores. However, he's got a cushion because the next driver behind is Max Coates, who definitely does want to beat because he's a Pro-Am driver as well. So it's nice to have that cushion of George Gamble between White and Coates from the race leader's point of view, and that'll be an extra incentive for him to keep him there. Into the hairpin they come once again. Right, here's Sid Smith. Looks at the inside again. He's so quick coming out of the right-hander in that green and white car. He just flicks it out to the left. If there's any kind of gap, he's going to throw it up the inside of Will Martin, but Will, he's doing just enough to keep him at bay. Again, he knows what's coming each time, and Angus Whiteside tries to pounce as they come out of the hairpin on the run down to turn 1. Can't do it. Stays there in 6th position in that number 52 car. So let's have a look what George Gamble can do this time. He gets a good run, I reckon, coming out of the chicane. He's 2 lengths back. He's 1.5 lengths back. He's 1 length back. He's closing up. Now he goes for the move. Is it done this time? Halfway alongside again. He's almost on the grass. There's almost contact between them. He's got his foot in the door this time, though, on the way out of the corner. Just about gets his nose in front. They go through the Jim Clark S's together, but I think Gamble gets it done. No, he doesn't. Amazingly, Ollie White keeps a foot absolutely buried, will not give that position up. And he looks second favourite going towards Barcroft there, but he just would not give the position up. So White, doing a fantastic job, holds on to the lead of the race outright from the Pro Championship leader, the reigning champion. And, of course, the driver that's got loads of experience in these cars, in Ginettas, in British touring cars. Ollie White doing a fantastic job here. It's a great drive by him. And despite a couple of big attacks in the last 2 laps, here's another one up the inside into the hairpin from George Gamble this time. And now he might have done it. Finally, he gets through and gets on the way out of the corner on the gas. Better, number 1 into the lead of the race. Oliver White down to second, finally. So, yeah, fantastic, determined stuff from George Gamble. He thought, right, well, I'm not going to do you at Tower Bend, so that's my second option. Have a go at the hairpin. He's had a couple of lucks there before, but never a real proper go. That was a beautifully executed move. Maybe just caught Ollie White off guard a little bit, but that was the move of a champion. So Gamble gets through. It does not affect the fact that White is still leading his class, still on for a victory here in the Pro-Ams. But now he's got Max Coates behind him. Well, Max is having to work pretty hard to fend off Will Martin. And if he has to fend off Will Martin, he'll also have to fend off that green and white bullet driven by Sid Smith, because those two are together. So Max has got a busy race here just to get a second place finish. But he's, again, going to extend his championship lead over Ollie Jackson by a couple more points here. Will Martin, by the way, has got the fastest lap of the race so far. It's back on lap 4 with a 1:18.629 in the number 10 car. Fastest lap in the Pro-Ams. We've had a 1:18.9 for Max Coates, which I think is the best. Yes, it is. So he's got the bonus point for the fastest lap as well. 3 more points he'll score than Ollie Jackson. So it could be a 16-point lead at the end of the weekend. It started as a 1-point lead. Great visit to Croft this has been for Max Coates. He goes over the line in the number 71 car. White, blue, yellow. Duckham's Yasser livery sponsorship. 3rd place, 2nd in class. And he's beginning to close in on Oliver White now. I reckon he might be on that lap. Let's have a look. Last lap, no, close. 1:19.7 versus a 1:19.9. So about a 1/10.5 between the pair of them. Just looked like he was maybe closing a bit at the start of the lap, but it wouldn't take much. He's having to drive his socks off just to keep Will Martin and the Sid Smith car behind him as well. Then you got Angus Whiteside of the purple and pink car running 6th, and then the next two are driving each other along, aren't they, as well? Hopkins, number 18, still 7th, but Rackstraw's been chipping away at that advantage. The number 40 car is now, the white, black and gold car is now 8th still, but only 2 or 3 tenths of a second behind Hopkins. Means Hopkins having to drive really quickly, and they're both catching up to the group ahead. Got a black and white warning flag, track limits for number 10, Will Martin, so have to be a little bit circumspect for the rest of the race and make sure he doesn't get a penalty, because this is looking like a really good, solid weekend for Will Martin. A 1st and a 2nd in class, remember, as it stands, as Sid Smith looks at the inside, gets alongside again at the hairpin. The headlights of Sid Smith's car were absolutely level with the passenger door of the driver he was trying to attack then, Will Martin, for the 2nd time in this race. But Will just keeps his foot in around the outside, gets the better traction, keeps the position on the way onto that start-finish straight. So 17-lap race. You've got 5 laps to go in the race as they weave their way out through Hawthorne. Then they go left and right then left onto the back straight, get a good exit there, and you could attack on the way into Tower Bend. They all concertina up under braking. Nobody makes a move, but Andrew Rackstraw is almost caught up now to the back of that orange, white and black car of Seb Hopkins. And again, if you can get past him, that will give him some more points to be 5th in class rather than 6th in class. He needs all the points he can get after that disappointment in race 1, but he's definitely got the pace now. Wallace, though, he's he's kind of as quick as anybody else. He's just not able to make any kind of inroads really on Jackson. So Wallace remains 10th overall and 7th in class. So it's been a really frustrating weekend for the Porsche Junior. Next Porsche Junior, the search begins on Monday. If you go on the Porsche Racing GB social media channels to find out how you can get involved in that and how you can find out about it if you're a racing driver that wants to have a go at it. It's a great opportunity to get 2 years worth of backing from Porsche and to race in this championship if you've got the right credentials and you get through all of the tests against lots of other talented drivers that will also enter it. So 4 laps to go. Gamble looking good in the lead of the race. White looking good in second, just keeping Max Coates at bay. But it's still tight between Coates, Martin, Smith and Whiteside. And Rackstraw pushing on as he came out of the chicane at the back of that group in the white number 40 car. Just kicked up the dust. Sid Smith closes up again to the back of Will Martin on the way into Tower Bend. But again, Will Martin good enough on the brakes to be able to keep him at bay. The AM drivers are still where they were, still behind Henry Dawes in that Domino's livery car. Henry, the driver from just outside Edinburgh, makes his way through Tower Bend. 3rd season now, Porsche Carrera Cup Racing for him. He's a former Fun Cup racing, raced for many years in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship with 110 brake horsepower cars. Oh no, there is a time penalty coming for track limits, and it's for Max Coates. So a 5-second penalty coming the way of Max Coates. Add that onto his time, and that is going to drop him behind Martin, behind Smith, and behind Whiteside, probably Hopkins and Rackstraw as well. So that's going to be a bit of a killer for him in terms of positions on the track. But of course, all of those drivers behind him are not in his class anyway. So it'll kill his overall position, but it won't necessarily kill where he is in terms of his own class position. So that's not yet been added onto his time, but he added on 5 seconds to his time. And it will drop him to, I reckon, behind Andrew Rackstraw to 8th place. But he'll still be 2nd in class. So he'll still get the points. He'll still get the trophy. He'll still be ahead of Ollie Jackson. So frustrating as it is. What he can't afford to do is get another one, because each time you get it after that first penalty, you straight away get another 5 seconds added onto your time. So it could become 10 seconds. And now there's a 5-second track limits penalty coming the way of Sid Smith. So the driver in 5th place is going to get one as well. They've had 1 warning, they've had 2 warnings, and then you start to get the penalties applied. So 3rd and 5th on track are going to drop down the order once the 5 seconds is added on to their times. It will put Will Martin up to 3rd overall. It will put Angus Whiteside up to 4th overall. But as I say, it won't change the positions in terms of the podiums for Pro-Ams or for pros. So Max Coates just got to carry on doing what he's doing, really. He makes his way through the left at the hairpin. Gets on the gas, puts a couple of wheels on the curb, which is fine, just don't go over the curbs. And then over the start-finish line they go. Will Martin might have got the message as well that you don't need to get past him now. You don't need to anyway, really, unless you want to go on the attack for the top 2. But I don't think it's really worth a risk, is it? Because the next driver up the road in terms of his class for Will Martin is the race leader. He's a long, long way clear, George Gamble. So even if he cleared Coates, he'd have to clear White, and then he'd have to catch Gamble to gain any more points and pass him. So we've got 5 seconds to add on to Max Coates' time. That is going to put him, rather than 1.5 seconds behind the leader, it's going to put him 6.5 seconds behind the leader, which, puts him actually behind Ollie Jackson now, just within a second or so. So it would cost him a position now. Jackson, I think, would move up to 2nd in class. So rather than outscoring him, he's going to be outscored by him. He still will have a much bigger championship lead than he had at the start of the weekend, but it won't be quite as big as it might have been without that penalty. And warnings coming as well for 2 other drivers for track limits. One of them is in the top 6, Angus Whiteside, number 52. Another is Carl Cavers, who is 2nd in the AM class at the moment. The AM class on screen at the moment. The pale blue and white car of 44, Jonathan Beeson, is the AM class leader. The multicoloured number 22 car of Carl Cavus is second in the class, and William Paul, number 73, third in the class. As the cars go over the line onto the final lap of the race, George Gamble looking for his first win of the 2025 campaign. He's almost there now. He's just got to drive the car. He's looked very much in control of this race. Got Will Jenkins going on the attack as well as he goes over the start-finish line, side by side with Josh Stanton on the way into the right-hander at Clervaux. Can't quite find a way through there, though. On the other side of the circuit, into Tower Bend then. Number 1, George Gamble. Less than a lap to go now. Leads the race. Oliver White, though, leading the Pro-Am class in second place. Max Coates third on the road, but he's going to drop down the order out of the top 6 once the 5 seconds are applied, and he might well be, in fact, I think he will be, behind Ollie Jackson now once you had that 5 seconds on. So unless he has a mega final lap and Ollie is off it a bit, then that is going to be costly in terms of costing him second in class, but he'll still be on the podium, and he still won the race in class earlier on, so not a bad weekend at all for Max Coates, but just slight niggle that he's dropped this position because of the track limits. Also losing positions will be Sid Smith, 5th on the road, but 5 seconds to add to his time when he comes through. Into the complex for one more time, into the hairpin for one last time comes then George Gamble. We're going to have 2 winners as the first 2 across the line. One for the pros, one for the Pro-Ams, because here's the flag, and George Gamble is applauded over the line. He wins, but winning the Pro-Am class is Ollie White in second place. Third, Will Martin, second in class. A great weekend for Will Martin. Puts himself right up in the championship fight, and then the rest of the cars come across the line. We've got then the winner of the AM class to come through. Perfect weekend for Jonathan Beeson. Number 44 takes the AM class win ahead of Carl Cavers. So once the times are corrected, it is number 1 George Gamble the winner, number 94 Oliver White second, and number 10 Will Martin third. That's as they were on the road. With Max Coates dropping down to 8th place when his penalty is applied, and Sid Smith drops down to 9th place once his 5 seconds is added on. So number 1 Gamble, number 94 White, and number 10 Martin, your top 3. Number 52 Whiteside was 4th, number 18 Hopkins was 5th in that race. And that's his equal best result of the season, Seb Hopkins. 6th place was number 40 Rackstraw. 7th, number 48, Jackson. 8th, number 71, Coates, when the penalty was applied. 9th, number 99, Smith, also with the 5-second penalty. And 10th, number 400, Wallace. 11th, number 59, Stanton. 12th, number 30, Jenkins. 13th, number 58, Dawes. 14th, number 44, Beeson, the winner of the AMS. And then 15th, number 22, Cavers. 16th, number 73, Paul. So for the classes, the pro class, the top 3 were the overall winner. Number 1, Gamble. Second, the driver that was third on the track, number 10, Martin. And third in the pros, Angus Whiteside, number 52, who was 4th on the road. The Pro-Ams won by the driver that crossed the line second, number 94, White. Second in the class, Ollie Jackson, number 48. And third in the class, with that penalty, number 71, Max Coates. And the AMS, number 44, Beeson, from 22 Cavers, and 73, Paul. The fastest lap of the race went to Will Martin, number 10, with a 1 minute 18.6. Max Coates got the fastest lap in the Pro-Am, so although he lost a couple of points with that penalty, he did get the bonus point for the fastest lap, so only loses 1 point to Ollie Jackson and still walks away from Croft with a nice healthy championship lead. And in the AM division, there was a point for the fastest lap for Carl Cavers in second place in the class. So that is the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain concluded for today. Next be in action in 2 weeks' time at Knockhill. Then they'll be in action later in the month at Donington Park, around their full Grand Prix circuit, back on the touring car package. Silverstone in September and Brands Hatch in October. So 4 meetings done, 4 meetings still to go. And at the end of the weekend, it is looking very tight in terms of the championship table. But a great weekend for Will Martin, outscoring then Andrew Rackstraw. He gets for the second place in class, he gets in that race 8 points, and coming the way of the championship leader going into that race. 6th place on the road for Rackstraw, but he was 5th in class, which means he gets 4 points. He also got the fastest lap point going to Will Martin, so we get 9. 4 points, 5 less for Rackstraw
I reckon they might be dead level on points at the end of this weekend, at the top of the table in the Pro class. Good advantage built up over the weekend in the Pro-Ams by Max Coates and Jonathan Beeson. Unbeaten this weekend in the Pros. In the AMS, moves up even further ahead of Carl Cavers in that sub-championship. So that concludes the Porsche Carrera Cup action on track. They've got their podium celebrations to come in 5 or 6 minutes' time once the ITV interviews have been complete. And then we'll start to get ready for our penultimate race of the day, the last race of the day for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship coming up next, followed by the Legends.
Get in touch with us at Toka Live. We're on WhatsApp and email. Add the number 07482 877 877 to your WhatsApp contacts or email us at studio@tokalive.net to get in touch. Say hi to someone, wish someone a happy birthday, or wish a driver good luck. Anything you like, get in touch now with Toka Live.
And we're getting ready for our third and final race for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship in the sunshine here at Croft. It's been a super day's racing, and we've got 2 races yet to go. No small business of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, followed by the championship decider for the Legends Cars Elite Cup. And down there is Josh Barrett.
Yeah, just an announcement to make. Could Ayrton Richards go to race control? So if you're Ayrton Richards here today at Croft, can you go to race admin? Can you go to race admin, and hopefully Alan, you can advise Ayrton where to go, and I shall go get ready for a podium.
Race admin is the central building down here in the paddock, and if you could make your way over to the race admin building as soon as possible, that would be great. We've got some more messages on WhatsApp, and then I'll probably collect the microphone from you, I reckon, Josh, to get down to the grid for our third and final race for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. This one is from Eve. It says, please could you give a shout out to my partner Ben. It's his birthday today. Thank you, and thank you for a great day here at Croft. You are more than welcome, Eve. Thank you very much indeed. This one says, hi all at Toka Live. Chris here, my dad John, as usual, watching the racing. My brother Dan and his young son Billy are having a fantastic time in the sunshine at Croft. All looking forward to race 3 of the touring cars. And just in case Jake Hill or anyone else next time can't race, we would very much like to get the opportunity to drive flat out in their place. I think there's probably a few people that would think that. We're very quick and would jump at the opportunity. Okay, well, we'll take your word for it. There we go. This one is from Tan. A shout out to my little brother Kaiser for getting tickets for this weekend, so we could spend a brother's weekend away, having a lovely time and enjoying the racing as well. Thank you. Great to have you here, and good choice to come along to Croft for a brother's weekend. This one says, hi, my name's Leonie. Could I go a shout out for my partner David? He's an avid fan and has been for many years, and this is our first time here. Great, Leonie and David. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. And Amy here, please can I have a shout out for my OK fiance Sam. We are hoping for 7 to be pulled from the reverse grid to see Gordon Shedden on pole once again. And this one says it's from Carl. Could you repeat the shout out if you've said it already, because we've missed it. Celebrating Mo here at his first BTCC weekend and absolutely loving it. Carl, thank you very much indeed. Benji, age 5, has loved the commentary down at the complex. That comes from his mum and dad, Kerry and Craig. This one is Chris from Inverness. Could you say hi to my girlfriend, Melissa? She has a bit of a fancy for Tom Chilton. Thanks. Well, she's only human, isn't she? This one says, could you please wish a happy birthday to Chris from Grimsby? He's 32 today and happy to be spending it around racing cars. Broom, broom. Rather like that. This is from Clarence, third race of the year. Hopefully more to come. Great to have you here, Clarence. Thank you very much indeed for sending a message in. Just got a few more on WhatsApp here for the first time in 25 years and brought all 3 of my kids, Mia, Evelyn and Reese. They are all loving it. Reese says thank you to JRW Motorsport for letting him sit in Webster's car yesterday. That was a treat, wasn't it? Goodness me. And this one says great coverage again today. Good luck to all the teams today throughout the different categories. That's from David. Thank you, David. Thanks for writing in. This one is from Phil and Sharon to all at Restart Racing. Good luck for race 3. Thank you to everyone as always. This one says great way of getting a message on air is to say the commentary is excellent. It's from David. It says excellent commentary today. Thank you. Please could you give a shout out to James, first time Croft visitor, here with Dad, David, Mum Alison, local and from Stockton-on-Tees. Had a great day yesterday and an even better day today. 2 more to go. Hi guys, could you please wish happy birthday to my brother Peter? He'll be 44 tomorrow. This is his birthday present. It's been a while since we were last here, but love being back, love the commentary as well. That comes from David, and we don't get a chance for the last 2 because I think we're ready with the podium. And Josh.
Yeah, we are, Alan. So happy for me to go on the live broadcast for this, I think.
You press on, and I'll meet you on the grid. Thank you.
Great stuff, Alan. So the podium presentation for round 8 of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain is coming up. We firstly welcome James McNaughton up onto the podium. The motorsport manager at Porsche will be presenting the awards for our 3 classes, where we start with the AM class, and in 3rd position, William Paul. Well done, William, up onto the podium in 3rd position and a 5th podium of the year in the AM class, and a 3rd place trophy is handed over to William Paul. In 2nd place, Cole Cavers. Well done, Cole, an 8th podium of the season in the AM class for Cole. It's 2nd again today here at Croft, so onto the far end of the podium goes Cole Cavers to receive his 2nd place trophy from James McNaughton, the motorsport manager of Porsche. The winner for the 2nd time today at Croft, the 5th time of the season, Jonathan Beeson, onto the top step of the podium in the AM class for the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. Here at Croft Circuit, he receives his winner's trophy from James McNaughton. Up on the top step of the podium, Jonathan Beeson. 2nd for Cole Cavers and 3rd to William Paul. Congratulations to the 3 of them. They will make their way up onto the top step of the podium for some photographs. Once more, congratulations to Jonathan Beeson, Cole Cavers and William Paul. So the 3 drivers make their way off the podium. Then we will redress the podium ready for the Pro-Am top 3. In 3rd place, Max Coates. Another big cheer for Max. It's a 7th podium in Pro-Am this season, and onto the 3rd step of the podium for Max Coates. And another big cheer. In 2nd place, Oliver Jackson. Well done, Ollie. A 6th podium of the season in Pro-Am in Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain, and he will receive his 2nd place trophy from James McNaughton. The winner in Pro-Am, Oliver White. Well done, Ollie, a 3rd win of the season in Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain, and he will receive the Pro-Am winning trophy once he makes his way up onto the top step here at Croft. The winner, Oliver White. 2nd place for Ollie Jackson, and 3rd to Max Coates. Congratulations to the 3 of them. And we'll get the 3 of them up onto the top step of the podium here at Croft for some photographs of the big crowd down here for the Pro-Am podium for the Porsche Carrera Cup. And I think he's about to spray the crowd with the champagne. And then we will get ready for the overall top 3 for round 8 of the Porsche Carrera Cup. Thanks for that, Max. And we will look forward to our overall top 3 for round 8 of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. And once we get our podium redressed, we will do the top 3 overall for round 8 of the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. And in 3rd position, Will Martin. Well done, Will, a 5th podium of the season in the Carrera Cup of Great Britain, receives the 3rd place trophy from James McNaughton of Porsche. In 2nd place overall, Oliver White. Back onto the podium for Ollie White. It was a winning Pro-Am, but 2nd overall, and a 1st overall podium for Ollie White onto the 2nd step of the podium. The winner of round 8, it's a 1st win of the season. It's George Gamble up onto the top step of the podium here at Croft. And up onto the Top step he goes. George Gamble, the winner of round 8 of Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. Second for Oliver White. Will Martin in third, who also set a new lap record in Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. The 3 drivers will make their way up onto the top step of the podiums in photographs to complete the podium presentation for round 8 of the championship.
Lovely, thanks very much indeed, Josh. So we've got the grid starting to fill up. Cars being released onto the track for what is going to be round number 18 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. So this, the reverse grid race. So the grid positions based on where you finished in race 2, but a number of cars are reversed. Between 6 and 12 is the number, and the number that was drawn is number 9. So Dan Rowbottom, as the winner, has to start 9th on the grid. The top 9 have flipped, and having finished 9th in the race, Aidan Moffat is your pole sitter for this final race of the weekend. So Aidan Moffat, number 16, will start on pole position. I'll give you the grid now. In fact, while we've got a moment while the cars are heading to the grid, page 47 of your programme if you want to write it in. And the lineup like this: number 16, Aidan Moffat on pole position. But alongside him, number 80, Tom Ingram, the championship leader, starts second. On row 2, we've got 52, Gordon Shedden, and 99, Charles Rainford. On row 3, number 116, Ash Sutton, and number 33, Adam Morgan. Row 4, number 2, Daryl De Leon, and 3, Tom Chilton. Row 5, to complete the reversal of the top 9, Dan Rowbottom, the race 2 winner. Number 32, he starts 9th, and 10th, number 27, Dan Camish. Everybody from 10th downwards just start in where they finished the previous race. Now only the top 9 that get reversed. Row 6, we've got 17, Dexter Patterson, and 77, Sam Osborne. Row 7, 22, Chris Smiley, and 88, Mikey Doble. And then on row 8, number 132, James Dorlin, and number 12, Stephen Jelly. Row 9, number 19, Max Buxton, and number 18, I think one to watch here from near the back of the grid, is Senna Proctor, number 18, starting in 18th. Row 10, number 50, Nick Halstead, and another one to watch coming through, number 40, Aaron Taylor-Smith. And then after a pretty horrible day so far with retirement and 2 visits to the pits then in race 2, Nick Hamilton with all sorts of car issues today. Number 28, he starts on the final row of the grid, starting the race in 21st position. So that is the way that they will line up for this third and final race of the weekend. We've got the updated championship points of Tom Ingram on 255 points, 244 points, 11 behind for Ash Sutton, then 194 points for Dan Robo.
Okay, we're gearing up then for the touring cars and their final race of the day. Louise with Josh Cook.
Here I am, Ollie. Thank you very much. And I'm down here with a man who, quite frankly, would rather be sitting in a car on this grid. But obviously, we had the news came out not that long ago of Steve Dubman's illness and the fact that One Motorsport were having to pull out, which has left you without a drive at the moment.
It has, but firstly, Steve Dubman's obviously done a lot for me over the years. He's a team owner, but he's also a very good friend. So gladly he's okay. He's on the mend. That's what we want to see. Of course, we are disappointed not to be on the grid. That's where we all want to be. But some things are more important than going racing.
Well, great to have you here. And you're not just wandering around either, are you? You're working. You're actually helping out Max Buxton.
Yeah, so I've worked with Max Buxton previously in some other championships. The BTCC is a very busy weekend. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of commitments off circuit, a lot of procedural things that are very different to any other championship. So it's nice to be here using my experience and helping him through a weekend, and he's doing a great job.
Well, hopefully it won't be that long before we see you back in a car. And as just to reiterate, get well soon, Steve, from all of us. Glad to hear that you're on the mend. Right, let's dive in and have a word with the man who is going to be starting this race from pole position. It is Aidan Moffat. And Aidan, okay, at the moment your view ahead is people, but when this grid clears, your view ahead will be clear, but it's the view to the side and behind you that's slightly more worrying, isn't it? You got Tom alongside and some very quick drivers behind you as well.
Yeah, Tom Ingram, he's quite fast, isn't he? Yeah, it's going to be a hard race to try and win with Tom alongside on the softs. Tom's driving great and that car's just so hooked up. But we're certainly going to give it a go. We'll do what we can. Ash is lingering nearby on softs as well, so it's going to be a difficult race. But it's been a while since we've been up here, so we'll definitely give it a go.
Well, you won here previously, though, haven't you? I think we were having the conversation earlier on. 2021 was your first for in a rear-wheel drive car, so you know how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only place I know how to do it, actually, in a rear-wheel drive touring car. So, yeah, I mean, the car's feeling good. It's been a difficult year, but I think it's just with the way all the cars are lighter, the front-wheel drive cars come alive. It's not necessarily that the BMW were struggling. It's bad. The car actually feels really good. It's just you take weight out of those front-wheel drive cars, and it's just a different car. So, yeah, the car feels good, and we'll do what we can.
And as we've seen previously, as a race car, it's a quick race car. It's that one lap pace that's kind of you've had to come from quite far back and make your way up here across the course of the day.
Yeah, I'm going to need a 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 lap pace, so I'm to try and keep Tom behind at the start. So, yeah, that's it. The race pace is good in the car. The quality pace, that's somewhere we struggle. So, yeah, I'll be what I'll be.
I have no doubt you'll be giving it your most. Right, we heard Josh talking about him. Dive on in, don't go for it. We heard Josh talking about him earlier on. Max Buxton, who is making his debut here this weekend, and I think Paul is with him further down the grid.
Thanks, Lou. Yes, I am with Max Buxton. What a weekend you have had, mate. It has been unbelievable, isn't it? There's a lot of race winners and people who've just been on the podium behind you. Shouldn't really say that, but it's great to be up here. You've got a load of people that you can look forward to trying to pass.
Yeah, to be honest, it still feels surreal to be on the grid. Just having a great day so far, learned so much. And race 2 was really strong with the progression we made, so the aim is just to continue with that and just do the best I can. We're on the soft, so let's do it.
What was it like when you come out the pit lane? Because it was a bit damp this morning, wasn't it? And we were all saying, Jade Edwards and me were saying, I wouldn't really like to be Mr. Buxton in that car at the minute. But you got on with it, took it steady, learning. You've just got to stay on the track, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. Race 1 was difficult with the conditions, changing every lap, to be honest. But made sure I was confident in what I had, but my main goal was just to get through race 1, get rid of the hards, knowing we had 2 races with the soft. So we've done that, ticked the box for race 1. I learned a lot in that race as well, so just so much more information to take to the next 4 rounds.
How have your teammates been? Have they been nice to you? Have they been telling you all the stuff, all the things you need to know, or have they kind of been like, he's a bit quick, I think I won't tell him anything?
To be honest, I couldn't have asked for much better. As I said to teammates, they've got so much experience between them. Gordon starting P3, he's a 3-time champion, so yeah, they've all been super helpful, and everyone around the team has just been amazing.
When you've looked at the data, what's the biggest thing that you've found is a little bit of a problem for you? Is it high speed stuff, or is it slow speed? Is it everything?
The main area is high speed. I felt like I'm being really strong in the slow speed, especially in the complex and coming into the last corner. But yeah, the main areas to work on for me have been the chicane and the FE6.
What will you be happy with going forward on this one? What are you going to be happy to come away with? Is it points or just to finish the race?
Yeah, to be honest, like I said to you yesterday, the best thing for me is just to improve every session, every lap. As long as I feel like I'm doing that, then I'll be happy.
Yeah. And once you've got this out the way, what are you thinking about going to Knockhill? You're really looking forward to it. Have you been to Knockhill before?
Never been to Knockhill before, so can't wait for that. It's another new experience, mega track, so yeah, super excited for that.
I will tell you, mate, you're going to absolutely love it. Listen, get this one over and done with, and I'm sure you're going to be on the radio to your engineer, mate. Have a good one.
Okay, thanks so much, Paul.
Top man, spot on. Back to you, Lou.
Thank you, Paul. I'm now with a man, well, who could tell pretty much every driver on the grid a thing or two about Knockhill with Gordon Shedden. But let's talk first of all about this race ahead of us. Not that long ago, in fact, last time out, Alton Park, race 3, took the win. Might be a little bit trickier this time around, I'm thinking.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of quick cars round about us on the soft tyre. We've seen some have had pretty blistering pace all weekend. But we're up here, we're at the sharp end, we're on the right tyre. We've just got to go racing and see where we end up. But yeah, I'm under no illusions. This is going to be a tricky one for sure.
How has your pace been this weekend? It's been about coming back up through the pack, really, hasn't it?
It has. We had decent pace yesterday, a few dramas in qualifying, but we've been on the move all day, which has been really good. Having been on our way through, you get a bit of a flavour and an idea of what the other cars are capable of. So quite a lot roundabout, all on the soft tyre, then a bit of a gaggle on hard tyres. So let's see what the early laps bring. But the little Corolla, it feels good today. But yeah, we're just absolutely on the limit everywhere.
It would be so fantastic to get a good result heading into your home event, wouldn't it?
Definitely. Knockhill in 2 weeks' time always provides a great spectacle. As I always say, the air's cleaner the further north that you go. But touring car racing around Knockhill has been spectacular since '91, since the first time it came, and I'm sure it'll be no different in a couple of weeks' time.
I don't doubt at all. You've got a bit of work to do before we get up there, so I'll let you get your head down, Gordon. The final touring car race of the day will be coming up after this break.
We're all set then for what's going to be a very entertaining championship round as well. JT is going to be coming into the commentary box right this second. You've timed that to perfection.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing? You looking forward to it?
Yeah. I have got the grid here, just in case ITV do what they did last time.
Yeah, talk us about how many race 2.
You know how they have the thing of Louise Goodman throws to ad break after her grid walk?
Yes.
They come back from ad break. Ollie Bell throws up to Tim and David.
Yeah.
And they talk, and then they go on the formation lap.
Yeah.
ITV4 came back from ad break as pole position was coming into position the start line.
Yeah, it does feel like at the moment, since Steve left, we've gone a bit downhill with Ollie in charge.
So I had to read the grid row 1, it's blah and blah, and then I had to go row 2 blah and blah, but then row 3 onwards, I just said the last names because it was so quick, and I'll use the round 3 grid. Round 3 for today grid as an example.
Yeah.
The last row sounded like this. Aaron Taylor-Smith and Nicholas Hamilton on the last row. The lights are on and lights are out. We are under it. It was literally, there was no break at all.
Well, that is a surprise.
I was saying the last grid, the last row of the grid, as the 5-second board went out.
ITV really did go... Did they flash up at the bottom of the screen, or did they just not bother?
They didn't bother.
What's going on with them today?
I can hear the adverts, but it's because I've got my fader up, so I'll turn that down.
Oh, well, there you are then.
And hopefully, let's just wait to see what happens. Hopefully, I won't have to take it away from you and go through the grid in 30 seconds.
I'm getting ready for my headset just in case. No, we're on the grid. Let's get back down to Ollie.
All fans that are here at Croft really know what's about to happen. It's going to be fast and furious. We know that. It's the final touring car race of the day, round 18, and taking us through it all, Tim Harvey and David Addison, who are ready and waiting in the commentary box, which is there.
And a fine construction it is, our travelling shed that does a sterling work. Right, race 3 coming up, reverse grid, nice jumbled grid, few scores to be settled.
Yeah, it should be a cracker. 5 of the top 6 cars are on the preferred soft tyre. You've got Sutton, you've got Ingram up there, you've got a determined Aidan Moffat. Should be a cracking race.
And also, you've got Tom Ingram having said earlier on in the day that he feels like for the first time in a long while, he's had a good reverse grid draw.
Yeah, it is that element of luck. You can be just the number that's pulled out that gets you up there, or you can not be. For the sake of argument, Dan Camish finished 10th and he starts 10th.
Yep.
The guy finished in 9th, starts on pole. But here we go.
Well, Aidan Moffat's the man on pole position. We heard from him a little while ago, a 13th and a 9th during the course of the day, and that's what helped put him then at the front of the grid going into...
Okay, well, JT's going to pick up with that grid coming up now, and he's also got some news around the touring car paddock. So, JT, I'll hand it to you as we head off on the formation lap. Me.
Gazoo Racing UK drivers. Let's hear from another, James Dorlin, having, of course, his first season of touring car racing. He starts 16th on the grid. James, what are the prospects here?
Well, it's been an eventful day. Certainly not anything like what we've had up to now. So, to be honest, just trying to move forward. As you know from previous races, we've been battling top 5. So to be down here is not where we should be. But unfortunately, that's racing. You have some mechanical failures, and this is where we end up. So it's all out attack for this one.
You had a good battle with Dan Lloyd in that second race. He's the driver just one space ahead of you on the grid, so elbows out to clear him, I guess.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Dan, he's not here. I don't know if he's had some issues, but yeah, to be honest, I'm just going to try and overtake as many of these cars in front, so no matter who it is.
Right, we'll leave you to it. Good luck, James.
Cheers.
Go for it, JT.
Yep. And that is because we will get to it after we go through the grid and everything else. As here we are, we wait for the graphics. Row 1, Aidan Moffat and Tom Ingram. Aidan Moffat draws. So, row bottom through at 9th, both on the softs. Gordon Shedden on row 2 in the softs and Charles Rainford in the hard tyres. Row 3, Ash Sutton, who did an absolute masterclass P20 to P5 in race 2 alongside Morgan, both on the softs. De Leon and Chilton, row 4, hard and soft. Row bottom, who won race 2 on the hard tyres with Camish alongside him. For an all Napa, row 5, row 6, Dexter Patterson on the hard tyres and Sam Osborne on the soft tyres. Row 7, it's softs for Chris Smiley and Mikey Doble, hards. All softs, 8th row for James Dorlin and Stephen Jelly, with his highest start yet, Max Buxton. And Senna Proctor on row 9, Nick Colstead and Aaron Taylor-Smith from an all hard tyre row 10 and row 11. He's all alone, Nicholas Hamilton, on the soft tyres, and that is because, unfortunately, car 1, 2, 3 had to withdraw, and that was because of an ongoing engine issues that began in yesterday's qualifying session for the 1, 2, 3 car of Daniel Lloyd. Unfortunate because he had a race-long battle with James Dorlin of the 132 car, the 132 and the 123, not confusing at all. But as the cars come up to the grid, JB, we are ready to go for the final touring car race of the day, not the final race action of the day here at Croft, as we've got a Legends race after this. As if you're watching along with us, you've got the Token Technical Turbo Boost laps available for a 15-lap around the fields of Croft in Yorkshire.
Moffat's going to be on right action as well, as we see Tom's back with us as well. JT, if you wanted to cover that last Legends race, because I know you like to cover this any chance on the season, let me know and we'll cover it. Coming in.
Are you going to be there as well?
I'll be there as well, like we are at Knockhill.
Let's do it.
Okay. Here we go then, time for the final race of the day for the QuidFit British Touring Car Championship, round 18 of the season, from Croft to 2.1 001 mile circuit, track temperature 30.6 degrees, eyes to the lights, they're a bit crooked but the lights come on. Lights out, we are underway. It's a slow getaway actually coming from Gordon Shedden off the grid. He's going to leave him vulnerable to Rainford down towards the first corner. Moffat defends well. Ingram's trying to go around the outside towards turn number 1 though. Into Clovo, that's going to be quite tight. Ingram's going to keep his foot down and he's been contact. Ingram's going to spin it. He saves it. He keeps his foot down. Oh, nicely saved. Nicely saved. He only loses 1 place out. BMW 1-2 at the moment. Moffat leads. At the moment, Rainford's going for it. Rainford's going for the outside line down towards Tower Bend. Can he go for it? Switches back on the inside. Late brakes, getting a push from Ingram. That was super defensive, but Dion gets hit with Camish and then Robots in their 2 winner of race 2. What a start, JT.
What an absolute start indeed. What a save from Tom Ingram. Jade Edwards at the end of race 2 was talking about how she's just used to the Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton masterclass. As Ash Sutton goes up on 3 wheels, he gets it all loose. Ash Sutton very nearly into the barriers as he's side by side with Ingram through Sunny House.
Honestly, he's pushing Ingram off everywhere. Rainford's left and right. He's blocking everybody in his path. Shedden's gone round the outside, and so is Ash Sutton. They've both taken them. Sutton hits the side of Rainford. Shedden's hitting door to door. They're all 4 locked into battle. 3 wide into the hip, and we go. Rainford literally uses Shedden as a brick. At the inside, 3 wide going through. Ingram's going for it. There's moves from the back with the Toyotas. Taylor Smith getting forced off as well. And there's a little contact there as he gets sent out wide. Moffat leads. Sutton, Rainford, Ingram, Shedden, Morgan, Robots and Camish, Smileys. They're all side by side. In towards turn number 1. Ingram somehow holds on for 3rd. Rainford's defending hard as well. Classic start, Tom.
Including, the start from Ash Sutton coming through the field nice. It was almost like Constantina's through the last section of that first lap. A great lap for Aidan Moffat into the lead ahead of our Sutton, who's gone through brilliantly. We've got side-by-side action. It looks like Adam Morgan going toe-to-toe with what looks like one of the Toyota Corollas. That has to be Gordon Shedden. He's side-by-side with, and Shedden back into 5th place as they come out of that right-hander.
What a tremendous start, JT, as they kick up the dust to the Jim Clark S. There's a few track limits warning there as well, coming from Rainford. But now England's really angry. And I think as well, as Shedden dives on the inside with a little tap for Morgan. Rainford drops back even more. He's door-to-door now once again. The two Nappers trying to find a way through with Camish and Rowbottom. Rowbottom is under pressure as well from Smiley. Over all this 9th position. Shedden moves up, so does Morgan, so does Camish. Rainford's dropping down. He's got no turbo boost. That's why he's dropping. Look, he's got nothing. And off! Camish saves it! Whacks it to the side! This will have to be a safety car for sure! 2 cars out! And oh, JT, there's a pile-up! It'll have to be a red flag! De Jong's out! Smiley's out! They're going to have to stop this one! Pile-up everywhere!
Should be okay if we get a safety car and they clean it all up quickly. There's De
Safety
Leon
car,
as
safety
we
car.
get the safety car deployed. It's De Leon and Smiley. Smiley has just not had the luck
Camish
today. And
out!
then it's Camish.
He's caused all that and he's got no bumper!
Fire in the front left.
They've got to get out quick as well, because that's right near the fuel line, and that's been punctured, as we can see. Toka team there, they need to get that extinguished. Camish going to be told he's okay. I think at least we need a red flag for this one. 4 cars in a pile-up. How many are stationary down the last sector, though? I've got Camish, Smiley and De Jong. Buxton's got going. He's moved up 3 on that one as well. Here's a look at it once more again. Oh, yes, it was 4 cars involved. Sutton got out of it as well. Sutton was involved and got out of it. So did Rowbottom. And it was all just messy in that hairpin, JT.
Yeah, absolutely. It was always going to come in, and you could say I came in like a wrecking ball, because that's exactly what he did. And did they not know that that car is on fire?
No, Camish is out of it. Oh, well, Dan Camish's car on fire. I can't see that one coming.
I think they're all more focused on everything else.
Yeah. Tom, what do you make of it? This has got to sort of be a stoppage, because look, he gets tapped and he just drifts it out through sunning out into the complex.
Yeah, so he did his best to avoid the barrier to try and stay in it, but it was just the fact that he came in and complete T-bones into the side of Daryl De Leon there, so not an awful lot that Dan Camish could have done about it, really. I'm just concerned for the driver's welfare. I think De Leon's out of the car now, as is Chris Myers, so all 3 of them are all right. Dan Rowbottom dropped down the orders, down to 16th place through all of that, and absolute carnage through all of that. This is from a different angle here. This is probably from what we saw live at the time. So there goes Camish to the outside. That is Rainford. Rainford pushed Camish off the circuit, and that sent Camish into the side of De Leon and Smiley.
Go on, JT.
I saw Steve Taylor at the top there, and they had a bird's eye view of it as well. David Addison and Tim Harvey having a bird's eye view, having it in the commentary box there. But here's where we play at the start, and this is, I believe, Doble.
Yeah, I think it is coming from the start position. How's the audio now, by the way? There's a new feature.
Echo.
How's that?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, it's just that you're both peaking for some reason. I can't stop it.
I can turn myself down if you want.
It's both of you. I don't know how.
Okay.
I think it's my side somehow.
Oh, for once, it's not my side.
No, it's just got on my side.
So...
We're good now.
That was just an absolute mess, let's say.
1 lap. 1 lap. Can't even get that.
Better than the legends who couldn't even get past the start line, Joshua Birch.
Fair point. Fair point as well. That was a bit of a mess.
Tom, did you see that?
What's that?
The legends earlier.
No, I didn't see it, but go on.
Let me show it on my camera, hold on.
Actually, we can show it as well. We can see it. Go on, put it on. Just put it on.
I give you...
What the hell did she do that? Still a safety car at the moment.
Hopefully it focuses.
Yes,
I
can
give
see
you
it.
the legend start, Tom.
Before the lights even went out.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
And then they crashed under the safety car and they had to red flag it. well, as Tim Harvey says, here we go further back, and as you can see, the absolute dive bomb move down in towards turn 1 we go. This is a Napa, I'm guessing this is Osborne with Rowbottom. And, well, Napa's given each other a little bit of a nudge. As we continue down through the chicane now, we can do around the lap. And they kick the dust up now.
Yeah.
Heading down towards Tower Bend. And, well, Osborne going right round the outside. And, well, he gets nudged out by Darryl DeLeon, actually. Darryl DeLeon had Rowbottom on his inside, so Darryl DeLeon went out wide to then find the other Napa of Sam Osborne on the outside of him. So a little bit of bumper cars between the two Napas for Darryl DeLeon as, well, we go into Sunny in now.
Yeah, this is on still the lap. I'll just take it 1 point, by the way. If the person who is listening, I've just read that message, and I'm now trying not to giggle live on air. I'm pushing my pen into my finger to try not to. It's a good restart procedure we're having right now. Rowbottom's still in front there, but he's now... It's just changed again, the championship standings, because Gamish was in such a good position after race 1 as well, Tom. Now it's just all changed once more. It's like it's swapping all around again.
It's a shame that for Dan Camish, after everything he did in race 1 and, you know, out of it, we saw Mikey Doble and Dan Rowbottom come in because I think they're both now down a lap on the entire field, more or less. So they've got some work to do if they are to salvage anything from this. They're just towing Dan Rowbottom's car out of the way. We will get 3 more laps of racing on top of the 15. That we've got. The safety car continues to lead with Aidan Moffat, who continues to lead. I want to find when the last time Aidan Moffat had won in British touring cars, because he's not won a race yet this season.
I think he was here at Croft, if I'm not much mistaken.
Well, he won last year, which was over at Donington.
Ah, which one? The first one or the second one?
The opening one. Yeah,
so I was
there that week.
Right.
I was there that week, and so was you. Yeah.
Oh, of course. Jade Edwards jumped on my stream. Yeah, go on.
Race 3 Donington Park. He then got a second place in the 3rd race of Snetterton as well. He won Croft, which is probably what you were thinking in 2021 in the 1st race, and then came 2nd in the 2nd race. 3rd in the 2021 Donington 2nd time, 3rd race. He won 2018 the Silverstone 3rd race and the Brands Hatch GP 1st race in 2017 alongside the 1st race at Donington. And as well a 3rd place in the 3rd race at Knockhill in 2015. So what I'm basically saying about that is that there's a lot of 3rd races. Aidan Moffat does well in 3rd races.
I just want to take this opportunity as well to say how fantastic the British Marshals are. They have completely cleared that zone that we were convinced would be a red flag. We can now go racing next time by.
You were convinced it was a red flag. I was convinced it was a safety car, and
the British Marshals, better than Hungary.
Okay, yeah, valid. They may or may not have missed a little bit of a small fire, but it was very small.
That is true, yes, but so they've cleared that track incredibly quickly.
And again, not the Marshals' fault. Race Control have access to all the CCTV cameras and the TV footage, which is clearly showing a car on fire.
They don't
So once again, it's Race Control. We have said that a lot this weekend.
Oh, I could do with a break from Race Control. Yeah, he's renting right now, isn't he? I'm looking forward to actually the NASCAR race later, where if
put it out.
If there is rain and only curses for the 4th week running, I might actually drive to his house and purposely put a box of rats
only a 5% chance, but what Bob Pockcraft said yesterday, that 5% chance could come true.
And
Shall I read out what Bob Pockcraft said?
Yeah, I just want to say, by the way, we should have actually gone to a red flag because we spent 3 minutes racing, 8 minutes in a safety car. We're losing lap times here. Great work for the marshals, but a red flag would have kept us in the race. Go on.
I did get it somewhere. I will have to go into Discord because I don't think I saved it to my camera roll.
Typical. When are we going back to racing? 18 left there in the field. So much for keeping the 22 cars. Safety car will stay out for another lap. So effectively, safety car is in this lap. So 8, 9,
Right.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. About 9, 10 laps.
JB.
Yes.
Fox Sports MLB said the Speedway Classic will resume tomorrow at 1 PM Eastern. Bob Pockrass then says, in a year where no NASCAR National Series race has been postponed to the next day because of rain.
Yeah, he's done it now. And my surgery might be tomorrow as well. We don't know yet when we call the dentist, so that could be fun. Safety car is in. Great work by the marshals. We can get this third race of the day at Croft back underway. Round 18 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championships. We come out the last corner. And when will Moffat put it down? Remember, it's a new safety car procedure this year. So we have to go to the restart zone. The green flags fly. We are racing again here. Moffat defends the inside line. Sutton is getting a push as well from Ingram down to turn 1. And it's status quo into the first corner. But look at Ingram trying to go the inside line for a comeback. And he's nearly ditching around with Sutton. This is unbelievable. Look, door to door. Once again, Ingram touching the brake ever so slightly coming through Clervo. Off goes Sutton. Ingram keeps it on the outside. Down towards Tower Bend. Side by side, the two championship leaders. Late on the brakes. Can Ingram get back through? Sutton literally the rear of the car. Lifting up. Ingram goes through and takes second place, JT. Fabulous.
I don't like that stuff.
You've got
That looked like gaining an advantage off at the chicane.
I agree, Tom.
Lock up.
Yeah, I agree with what JT's saying there. It looked like Sutton just gained an advantage by cutting the chicane, but thankfully Ingram was alongside by the time they got to the right-hander, and he was through at last, and now he can focus his attention on Aidan Moffat for the race lead. Will they keep it clean this time through the last couple of corners before the lap is out? Well, Ingram is all over the back of Moffat. It's crucial for this race. He can see contact! That's Shedden and Sutton!
And Sutton's taken the lead of the race because Moffat and Ingram had to avoid it. They got locked up together. Sutton takes the lead by cutting the corner. Shedden's also dropped back several places, and the look of Ash Sutton puts him back into the lead of the race. Moffat got hooked up with Ingram, and now Ingram's trying to go through on the inside line.
Classic case of 3 wide into the Croft hairpin doesn't work.
Works for Sutton, but will he have to give that place back? I think so. Look at Senna Proctor, could be on for third.
Wait, how the hell has Senna Proctor gone from 18th to 4th?
Stunning drive from him as Ingram looks left, looks right, now looks left, right again, tries to go around the outside down towards the Jim Clark S's. He can't find a way through here. Sutton's now getting out in the distance. Moffat's holding up Ingram if he wants his title, but is Ingram under investigation? I'd say yes. He's gained an advantage twice now, JT.
I know Senna Proctor is only on a half season, and so many people have been complaining about all of these half seasons, about how the British touring cars is so expensive, how they need to do stuff to do it. Well, Senna Proctor here is helping the team and allowing him to build a bigger budget for possibly a full year next year.
Black and
it's
white.
Basically what he's doing here.
Yeah, black and white flag, JT. Is that for track limits? Or yes, it is. Yeah.
Which? Oh, Charles Rainford spinner at the hairpin.
Rainford's backwards, still getting restarted, but that is unfortunate for the man who's caused so much drama in this race there, Tom. And now Ingram's all on the back of his teammate of Moffat.
Yeah, it looks like Rainford's had it coming together with some of the final hairpin. But Ingram, you could just see how much grass is taking on the inside. On the approach to the chicane, he feels that's where he's getting the most out. And that's Jelly. That'll be from contact with Rainford. Suspension's broken on that car, I think, JB.
That's at turn 1. Rainford was at the last corner.
Yeah, but I think he's got going and he just can't turn.
Yeah, possibly. We'll see.
So Jelly, in what is his first race in a new team, he's gone from one motorsport to unlimited motorsport coming in. Looks like it's not going to be limited on parts right now. Oh, Ingram locking up as he tries to take in the speed to get ahead of Moffat. Sutton's now got a second advantage. Here it is again then. This is down to the hairpin. So Ingram tries for a look on the inside line of Moffat, then switches to the outside. Sutton does the undercut, gets caught with Sutton. So Sutton deliberately hits Shedden and just sneaks through on the inside line. How is that not a penalty for Sutton? As Jelly
it was
did
Jelly.
spin. Yeah, great spot there, Tom. Track limits, turn 3 for Chilton. But how has Sutton not got a penalty for just literally tipping Shedden out of the race? He's down to 5th now, Gordon.
I don't know, but maybe One Motorsport should be named to Two Motorsport, because Stephen Jelly going from Two Motorsport to Unlimited Motorsport to Unlimited.
Ingram's going for it on the he's going for it on the inside line, but Moffat's got outside, and Ingram just had to lift off their top
Double
down
yellow.
towards the hairpin.
There was a double yellow at the chicane.
Right, that's for Stephen Jelly. So Ingram might be. That's probably why he had to back out of it, and that's why Senna Proctor's now going to look on the inside line, down in towards Tower Bend. Ingram's going to have to really open up the door because Proctor's just going to barge it through, and he's literally barged Ingram off the track down towards the Jim Clark S's, and he's through. Fantastic move, Senna Proctor. Oh, this kid's going places. Oh, breathe
Look
again.
up for Ingram.
Just takes it a little bit wide. What do you think, Tom?
Oh, it's been breathtaking. Lovely to see. Proctor through on Ingram, which can only help our Sutton in the grand scheme of things, but I want to see another angle of how Sutton managed to get into the lead, because I'm adamant he's gone off the circuit in order to take the lead, because it looks weird the way he went into the lead, because I don't know how Moffat and Ingram managed to lose out to Sutton through all of that. That was really, really weird from my end.
Why haven't the stewards picked up on it either? This is getting even weirder. Oh, a little bit time bomb as well, coming through it side by side now as well, as we get Dorlin with Taylor Smith on board with James now. And unfortunately he's going to be passed by Patterson, and also, I think Dorlin's got a problem. Rear suspension's broken. Dorlin's got a problem, I think. Looks like his rear suspension might be cracked. And that's such a shame for such a lovely bloke as well. Saturday at Alton Park, him and his girlfriend were walking back out the circuit. I was at the hospitality unit at Team Ferruccio as well. And they stopped, had a nice chat, and said, how did you do that then? Great qualifying. And he said the car was rubbish in practice. He said, we changed 2 things and the car suddenly worked. And he's kept that mentality this weekend, how much he loves driving the car. But unfortunately, he's going to be going just a tad wide with what looked like a broken rear suspension. Let's keep an eye on it as now Proctor hits Moffat. Moffat sideways on the grass. Not again. Yeah, this time Moffat slows it down. We're not going to have a side dive bomb into the second half of the complex there, Tom. But that's dangerous from Proctor. The driving standards needs to be looked at here right now. This is not touring cars, it's Dodgems.
Yeah, well, this is going to be another look. And Proctor up the inside. You could argue Moffat could have left him a little bit more room. You could argue that I think Moffat could have left him more room, but he did come from quite a big back, did Proctor. But we'll leave that for the stewards to decide on that. It's 6 and 1.5 dozen here, I think.
Oh, JT, this race is just delivering time and time again as Holstein moves up to 14th place.
What stewards? Then they're non-existent after everything that's happened in this race.
Ingram's flashing his lights on Proctor. He wants that second place back. He's got 2.4 seconds to try and gain on Sutton, with lap times running out as we come in towards the Jim Clark S's. They're all cutting the track limits there as well. I'm surprised that's not been flashed up more on our timing monitor. There's Dorlin. Well, they've got the bonnet up, but it looks like something with the engine, but it looked like rear suspension was out wider for me.
So, at the moment, Tom Ingram leads the championship by 6 points to Ash Sutton. It's gone down. Wait, it went up to 13.
Yep.
It's gone down to 11, and now it's down to 6 as it stands. As a black and white flag to number 18 as Senna Proctor, as Ingram fastest lap, who is under pressure.
He's attacking. He's through. Ingram has got through into second position. He's passed Senna Proctor at the hairpin. And now, well, the question is, JT, can he catch Sutton? Gap now 2.6 seconds at the line.
Yeah, but possibly. But what is happening here is 2 Hyundais working together.
Yeah, that's an unusual situation to see. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah.
lets him through, and now Proctor is going to help Ingram catch up to Sutton, and they're going to battle it out.
Gap down already to 2.4, but that's going to close up again, Tom, when we get to the actual sector points. Ingram might be on it here, and if Sutton gets a post-race penalty, then the championship changes again. Sutton was banking on this third race, and he's going to win it.
Well, I'm interested to know how much battery each of Sutton and Ingram have got left in this race, because they've got some battery left, unlike Chilton and Taylor Smith, who are further down in 8th and 9th. They're on the hard compound, those two, compared to those ahead who are on the softs. So it'll be a matter of time before those softs really fall away at this point, and we'll find out soon enough who'll make it to the end on the set of tyres that they are on. I can say there's a
Crawford has literally got a cone inserted into the radiator of the car. Sorry, no, who's got it? That's Rainford. Rainford's got a cone inserted in the radiator duct the whole way in. Like, cone up in. Well, there's going to be rude things about that on Twitter. You can see it coming now, can't you? And again, that's probably the worst turn of phrase to say.
This is over at the chicane.
BMWs eat cones. He's hit the side. Oh my God!
That is inch perfect. That was inch perfect way the radiator managed to catch the traffic cone. He should get extra championship points for that.
He should.
He really should get extra championship points for collecting the cone and being able to carry it forward like that. That was brilliant. When you thought you've seen it all.
If you check our group chat, I've just sent you a message.
I am getting a live action replay of what just happened.
Lap 15. That's how they come through. Tom's seen it.
Let me check, hold on.
Yeah, that'll do. Oh dear. Fantastic race. Lap 16 of 18. Go on.
Yeah, England's got 2 laps of battery left, Sutton's got 3. So that answers my earlier question.
So there we are. Sutton down to 1.6 now in the gap. Ingram is closing him in time and time again. Come on, Tom, what have we got? A championship battle is in your hands right now. Went to Brands last year with a chance to be crowned champion. Missed out by 1 position. Hill taking it. Haven't yet told him that I could have given him the championship. Probably would not talk to me again. Patterson and Rowbottom doing battle over 10th. And, well, actually, that's Rowbottom. Lays a lap down.
It's a lap down, yeah.
And of course, no blue flags in this championship, so he's got no reason to jump out of the way. Oh, Patterson! You're not racing him. Just you know, coolly jets. Don't lock your tyres. You're racing. As well, Taylor Smith in front of you for 9th place. It's a good point. In fact, very rare this happens in the championship, as Johnny says hello to you, Tom. But, guys, everybody who finishes gets points. Doesn't happen often in the touring cars. 15 only will finish this race. 15. What's your question, Johnny? Chilton's out of hybrid, so is Taylor Smith. Rainford and Holstead on board. Black and white flag for Ingram. Track limits have come through.
He's caught up a lot though, but he's caught it up slower than what he needs to be catching up.
Yeah, gap 1.744. Whoops, I've just realised that will actually roll off the desk now. It won't actually just be stopped by the invisible, because it's the laptop stand, so just roll off.
I have 4 words for what just happened with the traffic cone.
Go on.
Dude Perfect could never. I mean, they probably could if they tried hard enough, but it would probably take months.
Hang on, I can't write because. There we go. I just answered the question in the chat that Johnny answered. If you guys want to go in and answer it as well, it'll be quite fun. Last lap then of round 18 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Ingram just lifted the throttle ever so nicely there as well. He's trying to get through. The gap 2.1 seconds. Sutton will win again. Oh well. This will be his his 5th win of the season. Ingram will lead the championship by 6 points. Get in for not kill in 2 weeks' time. Jelly, Camish, Smiley out. Hamilton and Dorlin in the pit lane. Also not going to take any more. Well, Sutton had a bad race 1. He tried to fixate on race 2 progress. Worked out a bit better. Race 3 is going to be even more as they come through. Out into the last corner now. 6th win at Croft. 5th win of the season. Ash Sutton, high fives. The 2025 season. Ingram in 2nd with the fastest lap. The points now close to just 7 in the championship. Proctor and Shedden. Senna Proctor, his 2nd podium of the day. Patterson's under attack by Doble, who's forcing his way through. That's going to be a bit risky at the line, but did Doble catch him over it? Doble gets him. Doble gets 10th ahead of Dexter Patterson. Buxton finishes in 12th. Rainford, Holstead and Rowbottom, everybody gets points. 5th win of the season for Ash Sutton. A bad day turned good, but he had to literally beg, borrow and steal to get that one. And Charles Coneford finishes in 13th place. 5th win of the year, JT. It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But, well, the way you did it, you can say what you want about it, but 47th win overall. I think I may have to get a screenshot of Tom Cairns and Photoshop that, Johnny. Well, introduction says, what does the asterisk mean by their names on the board? I believe that's track Sears.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yes. The people who are eligible for the Jack Sears Trophy, where it used to be anyone who's not got a podium, now it's anyone with no podiums or 1 podium when they get the 2nd podium. They're no longer eligible for that championship. The next year they are still eligible for the championship the year they get their 2nd podium, but not any years after that.
There was a lot of confusion at the 2nd race of the weekend at Donington Park because the Jack Sears winner had a win last year. And everyone was like, well, how's that possible? Everyone forgot it was a disqualified victory in the pit lane due to failing the Toka technical. So...
Yeah, but even if you have a win, still it's... no, it was last year, wasn't it? So, yeah. Anyway, results.
This year.
I'll be quiet. Goodbye.
So Ash Sutton from Tom Ingram, Senna Proctor, Gordon Shedden, Adam Morgan, Aidan Moffat, alongside Osborne, Chilton, Taylor Smith and Doble, your top 10. Patterson, Buxton, Rainford, Holstead, Rowbottom, Hamilton, Dorlin, Jelly, Camish, Smiley and De Jong were the finishers. Only 15 officially finished that race though. So everybody finished, got points. Speaking of points, this is the championship. Tom Ingram now leads by 8 points to Ash Sutton. 273 to Sutton on 265. Dan Rowbottom 195. Dan Camish 184. Tom Chilton 150, exactly the same as Adam Morgan. Jake Hill leaves here having dropped down to 7th in the standings, with Charles Rainford moving up into 8th. Josh Cook stays in 9th with no points, of course, from him not being in this weekend. Chris Smiley, bad day for him, 2 outs and only 1 finish, stays in 10th. Dal de Jong, Senna Proctor, Aidan Moffat, Mikey Doble, Gordon Shedden, Dan Lloyd, Sam Osborne, Aaron Smith, James Dolan, Dexter Patterson completes out that position. Well, it's not over yet here for the touring cars. Stay with us because we've got one more race. That's the Legends coming up And we'll be bringing you live coverage as well with myself and JT in the comms box. I presume, Tom, you're going for dinner as well after this one. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see as Sutton rounds out his podium positions. Let's head down then to ITV.
To be waved down towards.
Oh, actually, breaking news on no further action on Verstappen and Hamilton, by the way, as Hamilton could not attend the hearing because Hamilton left the track. So they couldn't get Hamilton's side, so there's no further action.
Park Fairmate area.
In other news, Lord Mikas has been seen carrying a man dressed in red out of the paddock in a sack and boarding him into a plane marked for Singapore.
Protocol of unplugging everything, but he's a very happy Ash that emerges then, and he knows exactly, of course, what that means in terms of points, and he goes to congratulate his engineer Tony Carosa and then the rest of the team. But yeah, from staring at a no score in race 1 to a win in race 3 just illustrates how you can turn around your weekend. It's a delighted Ash Sutton then who wins race 3 at Croft, and we'll hear from him after the break.
We will indeed. Tom, what are you doing? What's your plans?
Good question, actually. I know I've got another commentary gig which I need to attend to in a few hours' time, but I am contemplating about food. But it's just I had a big grub before we went on air for F1.
Oh, good idea.
So maybe I have to wait a few more hours before I even think about food. Just to
my advice: eat when you can on days like this.
I know it's just like when you're tight on time, you have to think, right, I could do with some food here. It's just like you want something. You want a big lunch before you have it.
Yeah, we've got stew coming up because the only thing I can eat, and that's going to be before the NASCAR race.
Well, I had some chicken steaks that I put in the air fryer.
Yes. I've had so much chicken in there. I can't eat chicken at the moment. It's too hard. I'm trying to get some really soft chicken. Maybe I can eat that. But yeah, surgery soon, so off solids again for a while. So I will enjoy, JT sending me pictures of burgers. What's my favourite race of the day? I quite enjoyed that one really as well. Go on, JT, on mute.
If you don't say legends, then you're no longer a member of JBM. But
I'm not commentating on the legends yet. I'll get to that.
But Touring Cars was good as well.
Yeah, Touring Cars Race 3 was very good. Touring Cars Race 1 was interesting. Touring Cars Race 2 was mad.
All I will say is that this absolute beautiful image of Tom Kearns with a traffic cone on his head is absolutely amazing.
Well, that's a nice comment there, Johnny. I admire that a lot. He wants me to answer his question, so I'll kindly answer it before I go. Which one shall I begin?
Well, I answered to the crisp thing.
Okay, if I could eat only one food for the rest of my life, it'd probably be a safe one and go pasta.
Oh, that is safe.
I was gonna say pasta, and because with pasta you can put different stuff on it.
Yeah,
see,
that's what I mean.
I went for cheese and onion crisps because, as you all know, I eat a lot of cheese and onion crisps anyway, so I could probably deal with that.
Tom, you can see your absolute beautiful image in the private group chat.
I'm just seeing it, to be fair. It looks quite funny. Okay, well, let's head down then. The Legends race coming up at, round about now, actually, as well, but there is a slight delay to this proceeding, so let's head down back to Ollie, trackside.
Ingram passed Sutton before Sutton in one corner went from third up to first. Then Proctor overtook teammate Ingram before he wrestled second back. We had a cone stuck in a car. It was a mad race that typifies touring cars. And in the end, it saw Ash Sutton land his 5th win of the season. We've just about caught our breath. Let's get reaction with Lou.
As you say, Ollie, typifies touring car racing. I'm buzzing after that one, so I can only imagine how you top 3 are feeling. I mean, P0 in race 1 to P1 in race 3. What a day you've had.
Yeah, turnaround day for sure. Absolutely mega to obviously come away with that result. At a proper touring car, race 3, that wasn't it? It was absolute chaos. But yeah, obviously I saw what was going on with Aidan and Tom and made a dart for the inside. But I think Shedden had the same idea at the same time. So bit of contact there led to actually doing a lot of damage in the left rear. So I don't know if the camera showed it, but she was a big handful out the back of the circuit. We were sort of a good 40 degrees left, steering in a straight line. So yeah, pleased for that. We needed that. We needed results. We needed to claw some points back. So mega for myself and Upper Race UK.
It was a mega move you pulled.
Yeah, it's just an opportunistic move, making the best of someone else's errors and someone else's battle. So Tom would have done probably the same move if it was me in the other shoe. So it's just one of those. We were in the right place at the right time, got the job done, and Aidan, he was looking fiery, so I thought I'd let Tom deal with that one.
Hugely entertaining, he was indeed. And Tom, I mean, that we'd just say what an amazing race that was. And I mean, for you, it was all kicking off right from the outset, wasn't it? That was some save on lap one, corner one actually.
I think it was more luck than judgment, if I'm honest with you. Yeah. The trouble is, I got a really good launch, like a super good start. So, and I kind of had no option. If I was going to back out, I was going to get whoever. I think Gordon would have filled the gap into third. So I was kind of forced there. So I don't know what happened. I need to see a replay of it. Maybe I didn't leave enough space. Maybe Aidan could have left more space. I've no idea. It's one of those racing incidents. So it's one of those. But good to get a result back. Obviously, Ash managed to grab a few points on us, but you know, it's kind of been a give and take as the weekend's gone through. Obviously, Ash having his bit of a Western in race one has helped us. So we've come in behind, we've come out ahead, but the gap is almost no different. It's the same gap between Ash and I, just role reversal. So very good weekend as Team Virtue. We've had a great result. We've had a car on the podium all the way through the weekend. So yeah, a pretty good weekend, I'd say.
Well done, congratulations, and congratulations again, Senna. I mean, what a result for you, what a feisty race. You know that's your teammate, he's a touring car champion. You weren't, it's like, yeah, I'm having this, I'm coming past, mate.
Yeah, it was 18th to 3rd, it was tough. The first 2 laps with the key, we got up to P6, I think it was, 6 or 7. And then it was just a case then of just, using the pace, using the tyre advantage. We knew because we had such a low starting position, we had plenty of high turbo boost to use, so we deployed that and made it to our advantage. And yeah, Tom, I had no choice but to attack him in the end, so it was just one of them things. And then, he was a lot more pace than me, so I wasn't going to make it too hard for him.
Okay, good stuff. I desperately wanted to ask you about the move on Aidan, but we don't have time. You've escaped that one. We've got to head off for a break because we've got another race, a little bit more reaction coming up after this break.
Yep, got the legends coming up very shortly, and that's going to be quite interesting. JT, hello.
Hello.
You've been keeping an eye on. Give us a lowdown about what the actual legends are and what we're going to expect.
Legends. They originated over in the US, believe it or not, and you can tell when you look at them. They are 1934 replica Ford coupes, and they have a history of racing on the short ovals, and they have come over to the circuits in the UK. You have the Elite Cup and you have their normal championship as well, and if you are watching along with us, you had a brief view of the Legends cars. I don't know why, because I was on ad break. I got a view of the Legends cars.
I got that too. I was just wondering.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nudged you. Maybe they're breaking through.
Yeah, but they do also race in the oval scene, the short oval scene here in the UK as well. Speedworth, Inca Race Motorsport have the oval track legends, who race around the short ovals, round the Speedworth Inca Race ovals. They have quite a busy schedule. They're part of the I Factor Fast and Furious events, which is all the grassroots formulas. They also race on the ovals in the US, where they originated from. But they are literal pocket rockets from 1934. Well, not actual, they're replicas, but you know what I mean. They are based off of cars from 1934. Coolest things ever. You want 4 wide, you want 5 wide, you want cars barrel rolling. Legends is your thing.
So then, let's go back over to ITV and get the latest news, and we'll be ready to go for the 8-lap race, which is going to be very exciting. Let's head back down to Ollie. Oh, I've timed that a bit wrong, haven't I? So he's down the grid.
Okay.
Well, full analysis of all the action we've seen today to come, and there is plenty to dissect. Tom Ingram with an 8-point lead now at the top of the British Touring Car Championships after the 3 races we've had today. But before all our analysis, our final race of the day, and it comes from the Legends Cars Elite Cup. Guiding us through to the conclusion of this one is Paul O'Neill, but first, Richard John Neal.
Race of the day for the Legends, wrapping up their Elite Cup. I can tell you by my maths, which those of you that are regular viewers will know, my maths isn't great. Same school as Jamie Caroline and all that, you know. We need a top 15 finish for Tyler Reid in the Tyler McReed cars. So that's where we're going. The news here from the commentary box is that Tim Harvey left with food, but it was fruit, just to let everyone know, not cake. So I'm in defence of Tim.
Yeah, there's something gone wrong there. I think we're going to have to go to a judicial on that. I don't know if I believe he's actually done that, to be honest, mate.
JT took us to the grid.
Jack Parker and Matt Knight on row 1 with Ben Mahoney and Ross Marshall on row 2. Owen Lawler and Chris Dewey on row 3 in the 99 in the 122 car. Row 4, Nathan Aptley in the 29 and Nick Price in the 34. Row 5, Mark Beattie and Luke Simmons with Peter Barrable and Marcus Pitt on row 6. Connor Mills and Stephen Traherne on row 7 with Ollie Slubb and Will Gibson on row 8. Row 9 sees Trevor Krause and Chris Needham, Tyler Reid and Mike Slupp on row 10. David Bonza and James Pendleton on row 11 with row 12 on his own. Derek Hogan out on the track. The Legends cars race a short oval track way. They have 2 heats and a final. The 2 heats here 6 laps in distance. The final here 8 laps long, which is what they do on the ovals. Just on the ovals it's 20 laps for your heats and 25 laps for your final, but that's what happens when you're on short ovals, which only under a quarter of a mile long and long 2-mile circuits like this. It is a 2x2 NASCAR style rolling start, which we will see here in a moment. They are currently on their warm-up laps and their formation laps that you normally see in NASCAR, and the lights will go out on the safety car. It'll pull into pit road, as you say, and we will get underway for the 2025 Legends Cars Elite Cup Round 6, the final of day 2. The lights are out on the pace car, Joshua Birch, and it is the final championship event of the Legends Cars Elite Cup in the year 2025.
Can they actually get down towards turn number 1 though? That is the big question, because Heat 1 they crashed on the line. Heat 2 they got to turn 1 and 1 did a 360. Let's see what we do on the final, but we are lining up 2x2, as you can see, NASCAR style. Oh, just getting ready to go green then. 8 laps ahead of us for the Legends. Round 6, the final. Green flag in the air. Coming up to the line then. The green flag falls. Parker and Knight, Mahoney and Marshall. As we get ready, the lights are coming on. We will wait for them to go out. Ready, steady. Come on, come on, come on. Lights on, lights out. We go green, and this time they are going to get through at least the first sector. As we head down towards turn 1, we're 3 wide towards the braking zone. Look at Parker, it's going to come up the inside line, late on the brakes. He takes it into turn 1, dropping back further as well. Just saw the 3 of Marshall. No, JT! 1, 2, 3, 4 off. 4 off.
79 a round of pep as well, and 4 off, and well, and that is 12 for the 1 in the gravel, the 1 of Gibson, and the 12
safety car
as well of Traherne, and the safety car has been deployed as we see, and once again they're crashing under the safety car, the 29 van we call it here, and as you can see all of the hands go out to tell everyone to go under the safety car, over the wheels of the car in front, the number 29 slowing and that is at the exact point where it happened in Heat 1 as well. Lap 1 of 8 of this final in the Legends cars. We are under safety car with the telehandler already on the scene. 4 cars involved, 3 cars stopped. And, well, they've done some nice parking as I hear the British National Anthem in the background for the Touring Cars Podium.
Yeah, touring cars podium in contention as they come through. Then we may as well see a replay actually. This down towards turn 1 then, JT. Just the slightest problem. 3 wide in the braking zone. They all get through cleanly as well. The 22 was coming through of Knight. Parker's got the inside line. Mahoney drops wide, and then they all just plough into it. He's caused by the 12 though. Well, what do you think of Legends as well, Tom? We've been at the track a couple of times when they've been there. Best known to be Donington last year. They're loud as well, aren't they?
They are very loud.
They're beautiful to watch, I'd say. But yeah, I do agree. Traherne was the one that precipitated all of that down at the first turn. I'm just looking at the camera angle. It's difficult to see from this angle, in all honesty. Going through the right-hander, you can just see the...
Oh, bumping and balling.
Yeah, it was bowling pins really at that moment though. That is the 79 points in the wrong way. Yeah, it's Pet, isn't it? Yeah, that is Pet points in the wrong way. And this is a better angle we're going to see. So the front end is fine. It's
behind.
Yeah.
Oh, it all concertinaed up as well with the 9 car as well coming through.
So 4 cars involved, 25 of Simmons, who continued through the gravel, the 79 of Pet, the 12 of Traherne, and the 1 of Gibson, as we mentioned. But 3 cars stopped, and they are starting to remove the 12 here. Under caution, lap 2 of 8.
This is a replay of crash into yellow.
Here's what happened. You can see the safety car boards in the background go on now. And watch the yellow Legends van up over the wheels of the lime green and black machine there of, I believe, the number 99 of Lawler, as we see Will Gibson there with the number 1 car behind the barrier, and doesn't go any further than lap 1, turn 1.
And that's a shame for Will, because he did so well in the previous race 5 of the weekend.
Yes. There's a reason why he faces the number 1, JB.
No, I know, but he won the previous, literally the race 2 hours ago. Oh dear. Okay, so safety car's out then.
Yeah, Legends. Heat 1 was won by the 6 of Tyler Reed with Stephen Traherne, who has ended up in the gravel just now in the 12 car, and 3rd place in Heat 1 was Chris Needham. And then in Heat... Wait, no, that was yesterday.
In Heat 1, yeah, there was a race.
Hold on. Heat 1 here. Okay, Heat 1 today was still Tyler Reed winning, with Will Gibson 2nd and Chris Needham in 3rd. Not that much different, actually. Heat 2 today was Trevor Krause winning, with Ollie Slupp and Chris Needham again in 3rd, as now we cross the line to start lap 3 of 8. And as well, continuing round, 4 DNFs we had earlier on today. Is that... Hold on. That photographer with the camera, I have that hat.
Is it you? Are you secretly there?
No. That I can tell it's the Brisker V8 Hot Stocks hat. Just by the checkered flags on the side.
JT, just tell me as well, what's the difference? Again, you tried explaining it to me earlier on and I didn't get it. Difference between the oval and this one?
Oh, this is circuit racing. The ovals, they turn left, where these turn left and right. It is... Right. To put it in NASCAR terms,
yeah.
The oval track Legends race on ovals only. These Legends race on road courses. But these Legends that race on the road courses, they don't race in the oval category. They're completely separate.
Different build of cars as well?
There are the same cars, different racing clubs. So, like, you know how you have motorbikes like no limits racing and BMCRC. They're 2 different clubs, but they race the same things. It's basically that.
So, the safety...
pace car lights are out.
Yeah, I was about to say safety car's coming in this lap, isn't it? Finally we get going again.
You get the pure Legends experience with half the race under the pace car.
Half the touring car race was under a pace car as well. I don't know what we need to sort of mention it about.
Different. 15 to turn 18 laps to 8 laps.
I just got interested with touring cars. It all blurred into one.
I'll restart, of course.
Coming for a restart. Whoa, hang on a minute! Parker's going for it, but the safety car's not in the pit lane yet. Okay, now we can go racing. That was a bit dangerous there. Parker went for it, the safety car wasn't there.
Welcome to Legends.
They're very quick machines, we get that, but it was almost a big accident as they come in towards turn number 1 once more.
Yep, looks up the inside, does Knight, he isn't able to do it, the 88 goes
Barbell.
up the inside of BT, and that's the 29 off the road, he locks up, the 29 who caused the issue, the 17 locks up as well. Was that maybe an issue from when he jumped over the top of another car earlier on in just before they went to caution? And new race distance, guys, 10 laps, we do have extendable laps here.
Hey! 88 going up the inside as Barbell trying to get through as well. On the 3 now of Marshall. BT's moved up the order as well.
And just to annoy you, JB, we have Legends Cups overtime.
Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, that'll annoy me. NASCAR later's going to be fun.
Where it isn't even overtime, they just extend the laps, but I'm calling it overtime just to annoy you, yes.
To be fair, I think the Legends is louder than the touring cars because a lot of the fans have actually stayed to watch this action as well. It's getting side-by-side battling. Oh, that's a... Look how quickly they can change direction as we see that's Marshall trying to go around the outside of Knight, the 22.
I heard a lock-up.
Yeah, go on, Tom.
Yeah, there was a lock-up. Yeah, there was a lock-up for one. There goes the number 3 on the inside into the penultimate corner of the circuit. But it seems that the blue livery machine is maintaining the position ahead. Barrable stays in front as they complete the 4th lap ahead of Marshall. And so they head over the line to begin lap number 5. It's Parker who leads. It's Knight in 2nd place. Parker in the number 4. Knight in the number 22 going through at turn number 1.
Right, change the lead finally for the first time in this race since lights out as well. Parker will now have to defend as well from Barbell. And Marshall's in there too, so it's still not going through too badly, but into the lead goes Knight in the 22. Oh, a little bit of debris flying up in the air there as well as they head down the back. Listen to the noise! Oh, that's so fantastic!
Here comes the move, the number 88 up the inside of the 4 for 2nd place, and it gets the move done.
How quick can we change direction here and get the lead changes, JT? It's fantastic close racing.
But we have a 4-way battle for the lead, and look, as they're going through the chicane, it looks like one car where there's 4.
Just a blur, absolutely. I'd love to. Look, there's the Tomater car coming in as well. We've got Lightning McQueen livery just behind as well. So a full-on cars livery. Joyous nature as the 22 goes wide. Someone's somewhere. It's that Mater. It is. And the 11 way wide off the circuit. Just keeps it on track. As the 88 trying to go through. Go on.
Look behind. The top 4 are bumper to bumper. Just wait, because in a lap's time we'll have 7 of them bumper to bumper. Welcome to Legends Racing.
Well, I thought Knock Hill was dramatic when we did those races as well on the Sunday afternoon. This is our final one of the day. Are you telling me this gets worse?
It gets worse. See, look at them all in a line behind. They will all catch up soon. Up the inside, keep protecting the position. The 22 still keeps the lead. The 88 trying to get past, but he will, and because it is Legends, he will try and go side by side in places that you're not meant to go side by side. Here we go. Gets a run. Out of the look how powerful the slipstream is. The number 11 there dropping down 2 places as round the outside for the lead. The 88 on the 22, and the
fabulous.
If you do not have a slipstream here, you lose so much time. These are so dependable on the slipstream, but they are still able to catch up. It's absolutely amazing. over the grass for 22 bounces, but the 3 of Marshall up from 4th to 2nd in the space of 2 corners.
Oh, Tom, I'm loving this as well. It's the closest racing we've seen all day. The touring cars literally smashing into each other.
Yeah, well, we're just seeing the battle for 3rd place. That is who's that's coming through. That has to be Knight and
Crows in the 52 into the back.
Crows,
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah.
This is unbelievable stuff. It's a nice thing to sort of relax and watch at the end of the day. Final one of the
I'm
Elite Cars
concerned you
Cup.
call this relaxing.
Well, it is. It's enjoying. It's entertainment.
Right, so here I am looking at the timing screen, and in that last lap, Parker, number 4, had no slipstream at all, and he dropped 4 places in 1 lap. That is how powerful the slipstream is here in the Legends.
Okay, you make a good point. Oh no, the 7's dropped off and wiped out the quick fit barrier boards. Locked the rear, Pendleton smashes in, 3 wide for 3rd. The 19's going through. 22's dropping back, places on contact. 22 and the 52. And now look at this, we've got Toe Mader and Lightning McQueen side by side with each other. That's Reed and Beatty.
What you can't see there is they just went 3 wide through the Jim Clark S's.
Can we have these engines in Formula 1 next season? I think it would liven up the racing, wouldn't it?
Well, Red Bull are using Ford powertrains next year, aren't they?
Good point.
As well as Racing Bulls.
Oh, bit of a
The
slide.
only difference is that these are very light, where F1 is very heavy.
Can we just have these cars then?
Yeah, that's we talk about how big the Formula 1 cars are. Yeah, it needs to be lighter, it needs to be narrower. Yeah, just throw these in instead. That was
Get Monaco. Monaco will be fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
1, 2. I'm trying to say, Mader's going
3
for
wide into the hairpin.
That's the 11 trying to go through. So we've got 10 cars in a lead. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3 to go. Look at that. Carry on, keep on going.
Look at the pit wall.
I think there's more people in the pit wall than I've seen ever in the touring car paddock. They're all just hanging off.
Someone coming down into the pit road, and that is the number 4 of Parker.
Oh.
So maybe him losing the slipstream wasn't his only problem. Maybe there was a mechanical problem somewhere in that as well.
Sadly, looks like you're right with that one as well. Reminder, at 7 o'clock tonight, we've got the IMSO WeatherTech Sports Car Championship for Road America. Then at 8 o'clock, we've got the NASCAR Cup Series. Plenty of more action coming side by side tonight as we see Reed go right on the outside, but the 88's going for the lead on Marshall. Gets it back on the inside line. Oh, hang on. Who's that going into the next field?
Bye-bye.
He's waved bye-bye.
That is number 9.
Hello.
That was number 9 of Ollie Slupp from 7th.
Hello, operator. Give me number 9, and if you disconnect me, I'll cut off your behind the leader at the moment. We've got as well a battle going all the way down to 5th position. Track limits warning for the leader as well with Barrowball in the 88. Don't think he'll be leading them much longer. Look at the 6 dive around the left and right, trying to get in for the 3.
2 at the inside to the outside.
Oh, yes, this is great. See, I can just hear Richard John Neal and Paul O'Neill having heart attacks in the commentary box right now, trying to keep up with all this. I can actually hear them. Look at that, 13 dives on the inside of the 22. 2 to go.
That's good.
Go on, Tom.
Look. No, that was Chris Needham. Yeah, Chris Needham was going through. There's a black and white flag there for
88, the leader.
Yeah, the lead, that's correct, yeah. So Barrowball has been given the black and white flag for track limits, so he better be on his toes for the final couple of laps. And there we see the 19 getting nudged out wide there. That is Connor Mills has been overtaken by what looks like the number, I think that's, that would be, I'm just looking at the names on here. That has to be Reed, isn't it? Reed has gone through ahead of Mills for 3rd place. Now they're coming towards the right-hander of Tower Corner, I believe this is, and now they're heading through the Jim Clark. Did Slupp get going again, JT, do you know?
We are checking.
He's in sector 2, I don't think he is, but someone else is off there. Did you hear that too?
Yeah, I heard that screech as well, yeah. I don't know whether someone's gone straight on at that same corner.
Reed's going for second. Reed's gone ahead of Marshall. Are we going to see Reed win again? He won the last time we covered the Legends Cup ourselves up here in the commentary back at Knock Hill. He's going for it.
Round the outside into the complex, he isn't close enough, but he'll get the slipstream. You can see how much the front bodywork is. The number 3 of Marshall locks up a little bit. That's what the tyre spill is. Look how much the bodywork is flapping. That is how lightweight these are. As down into the slipstream we go. Last lap board is out. The white flag is out if you're into that. And round the outside, this is where it all gets chaotic, JB.
Reed's going for it. Barbold locks up, forces Reed wide. Both of a bit of a wheel in the gravel. They keep on going. Reed's going to have the traction, though, coming through into the complex of the chicane now. Over we go, down towards Tower Bend. We already saw he could do 3 wide. Oh, no, problem for the 52. Reed's going round the outside. Contact between the two. Last of the lane breakers into the hairpin. Reed's keeping around the outside. Hand goes up to say, what are you doing, Melville? What are you doing? He's going for it in the Jim Clark S's. Has he taken the lead? No. Both cut the corner. Track limit's going to be a factor. Reed's on the inside. Through Sonny in. And by the time we get to Sonny out, Reed leads again. Enjoying the engine sounds, guys. It's fantastic. Foulball's going to lose out to Marshall here. 3 gets loose. Bodywork been ripped off as well further back. I think that's on Needham. Checker flag is out ready. Reed's going to take it. Foulball's going to be there. Into the last corner. Reed defends the inside line. Checkered flag is out. And Reed wins again. Lightning McQueen has done it again. Flag falls. And it's side by side for second. 70,000. Balbo gets into cruise. Oh, JT, what a fantastic race.
You can see now why I like the Legends.
Oh, yeah. I saw it knock in.
Why I like and why I like this type of racing. Powered by the way, as more cars come across the line, Yamaha 1200cc/1250cc superbike engines.
Oh, wow.
So basically the same engines that the Yamaha British Superbikes run on.
Yes, yeah.
As that is a spin for the number 17 out of the final corner at the hairpin. Mahoney, he finishes in 15th. But if you want to see these cars, you can see them. These exact cars at the US Auto Show at Alton Park on the 16th of August for round 10. And Snetterton 300 for the USA round there on the 20th and 21st of September, where they round out the series. However, for the near-on identical Legends cars, but on the ovals, you can see them at Ipswich on the 9th of August at Vauxhall Stadium. Aldershot on the 24th of August, where you may see me if you do go there. A Wednesday Wednesday night session on the 10th of September at Eastbourne down at Arlington. Hendersford Hills Raceway at the 12th of October, and they round out their season at Aldershot for the 19th of October. Legends Memorial Trophy, but who's doing the results?
You.
Okay, Tyler Reed wins ahead of Peter Bauble, Trevor Krause, Ross Marshall, Connor Mills, Chris Needham, Matt Knight, Mark Beattie, Luke Simmons and Nick Price round out the top 10. Top 7 separated by 2.282 seconds. Top 3 separated by 3/4 of a second. Nathan Anthony in 11th, Chris Dewey, Owen Lawler, Mike Schlupp, Ben Mahoney, David Bonzer, Derek Hogan, James Pendleton, Jack Parker and Ollie Schlupp finishes in 20th. 3 laps down as the fans applaud the Legends after what great racing we have just seen. An 8-lap feature final extended to a 10-lap feature final after that safety car we had earlier on in the race. But that is a amazing way to finish off the circuit racing action here at Croft Circuit.
Okay, I'm going to let Tom go now because he needs to get ready for everything else. Tom, what have you made of the touring car weekend?
Oh, it was brilliant. Loved the action. It'd been nice to have been there as well, but of course they'll be raced in Knockhill not too long, in about a couple of weeks' time. So gearing up for what is going to be a manic day of action over in Scotland.
Thoughts on the Legends? Go on, Tom.
Oh, it was brilliant. Loved it. I mean, this is why I love watching it whenever they're around, but it's rare that they are on the British Touring Car Support Bill.
Yeah, they've gone more British GT Cup this year.
Well, sports. Cheers, Tom, for your company this weekend, mate. You go and have some food, and good luck with your comms tonight as well.
Thank you very much.
So let's head down then. Well, I think we'll head down to ITV, and then if not, me and JT can do some fillers in between. Let's go down to Richard and Paul.
Once, but to do it twice, very tricky job. There is Tyler down in pit lane with George McNeil, the Evergreen Legends photographer, which is good to see. Will Gibson will congratulate him. Will, the driver who went out in the opening lap problems that we saw, and Will straight over to congratulate Tyler. It's half the job done for Tyler. Well, we're not going to keep you waiting any much longer for an interview, because Johnny Palmer is going to be down there with our brand new champion. Over to you, Johnny.
Much like you, Richard and Paul, I love these kind of after-hours races. It's like a Croft circuit lock-in, and I love the fact that many fans will stick around for them as well. Now, we've got a champion to speak to, a provisional champion, so come with me, because Tyler Reid is very busy chatting to various people amongst the championship, and I'm sure many people want to congratulate you, Tyler, because what a way to seal the championship. We have to say provisionally at this stage, but you win the race. It looked very unlikely at one point, because Peter Barrable was putting up one stout defence.
Yeah, I mean, Peter drove a great race out at the front, great defending, as always with Peter. But yeah, I saw Will went off at the start, and that was sort of the championship sealed, so I thought may as well go for the win.
And you needed every trick in the book, because, I mean, you were running out of corners towards the end, but you just did it in time.
Yeah, I mean, we got side by side in a few places, but yeah, Peter made it difficult, as you would. But yeah, managed to get through in the flat-out section, which was a bit ballsy, but yeah, we got there.
So many people, especially young kids, love your car. It's behind us now, but, you know, the livery, which is instantly recognisable, of course, from cars. You must have had so many people say, I love the car, but now you got a championship as well. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, the amount of support we get just because of the car, and all the people coming over saying, oh, they're my #1 fans and everything. It's just, yeah, amazing support. I mean, we must have given out about 1,000 stickers this weekend, and yeah, it's good to see everyone loving it.
Fantastic, and keeping the Legend Championship high in the profile as well. Now, Peter Barrable is just standing over here. I need a quick word with Peter as well, because I thought you might hang on to that, and because we had the extended race distance because of the caution as well, so 10 laps, you nearly held out.
Yeah, I thought I was going to hang on to it as well, but as you say, the extended distance, it probably helped me get to the lead in the first place, was the safety car bunched back up, and I think I was 5th or 6th in the restart, up in the lead. And I tried my best. Tyler's had that little bit too much for me today. And anyway, that's it. Second, not too bad on the podium, in front of the TV cameras. Well, you know, could be worse.
Yeah, well, commiserations, but nevertheless, it's a good result to end your weekend weekend at Croft. Peter Barrable, and the champion, we think, is Tyler Reid. Well done to him for another victory in the Legends.
Thank you to Johnny for his work throughout the course of the day here at Croft. We've made our way out on track, the action done and dusted, but there is so much to dissect from round 18 of the British Touring Cars Championship. And another win, Jade, for Ash Sutton, and it was down to just an extraordinary move from him.
Yeah, firstly, Johnny's nicked me mic, so I feel like Ricky Bobby. I don't really know.
We're a team here. You can borrow mine.
Thank you. But yeah, what a move. I just spoke to Ash and I said that was the cheekiest move I've ever seen. And he says he doesn't even know how he got into the lead as such. So he gets contact from Gordon Shedden here. He said he was dealing with that, looked up, and because Ingram and Aiden were digging into each other, all of a sudden he's leading the race, and he sort of double took it and then thought, right, you've got to crack on, head down track.
Yeah. So that's a bit weird, isn't it, from that angle?
From our floor manager, who's cheekily microphone during that shot. It could have been a very different story, because Tom Ingram might not have even been there when Ash sort of moved out and went past him. That was one of the saves of the season early on.
Wow.
How did he do it?
That was unreal. Like Tim said in comms, it's all about, you know, as soon as a car goes sideways, watch this, bounce off the curve from Aiden, and that now full throttle and hope for the best. Another 6 foot to the inside, and it'd have probably been a spit off to the left. So that is just Tom Ingram. Ash Sutton, those kind of drivers can do that, because if you put too much throttle on in a front-wheel drive car, Jade, we know, because you've seen me do it in a hot ride back in the day. Too much throttle and you get spat off the other way. But just going back to the move at the hairpin, if I was Gordon Shedden, even though I thought it was a great move, if I was Gordon Shedden, I'd be a bit annoyed at getting hit that hard from someone who's just gone across the front of me. But it was, you know, it was done, and maybe Shedden might not have anything to say about it.
You got annoyed all the time. You're just an annoyed driver.
That's because I just have to work with people like you.
A great day for Senna Proctor, actually, local driver to here. 2 podiums for him, and 18th up to 3rd. That was a good drive from him.
It was a great drive. I mean, obviously, there's a little bit of a cloud hanging over it because of the contact that he had, but it was a great drive. And this move, when he pulled a move on Ingram, I thought, fair play to you. You know,
were you surprised by that?
Yes, I was, because within a team, if one of your teammates is going for a championships, there's a little bit of an unwritten law that you don't make life difficult for them. But he's here racing for his career, for his future, for his own sponsors, and I thought, yeah, fair play. You know, got stuck in. You know, what a message to send out, that you're a measure of and can overtake a guy of Ingram's stature. I thought it was great.
I mean, we probably do need the whole 2 weeks between now and Knockhill to dissect everything in that race, but there was an incident early. Dan Camish got taken off the track, came back on the track and caused a big pile-up.
Yeah, so that was an incident where he's had contact from the rear, which means he's obviously oversteering, and you have to correct it. So you obviously, turn into it, but also you pick up the power. Your front-wheel drive, he has to pick up the power, because otherwise he's just going to go straight into the barriers. So he's trying to deal with it. Unfortunately, when you hit the grass, it then becomes another incident in itself, and there's nothing he could have done in that situation that was any different that he did. It's just unfortunate of the timing of where he joined the track. Everyone was passing through. It's one of those things. It's just part and parcel of it, but in his terms, he did everything right for a front-wheel drive car to try and recover it as best he could.
Well, we can get more reaction to that now. Dan's spoken to Lou.
Well, Dan, that was quite some incident. I mean, you were very much a passenger in that one, but a scary ride.
It was a bit of a scary ride, especially when I realised fortunately your brain can't quite think quick enough. The first thing that you see is the barrier, and instinctively you try and avoid that, which I did, only to put myself in actually a worse situation, and obviously coming back across the track, unfortunately collecting some innocent parties in it. So, yeah, really disappointing. You know, I better not say too much about how I really feel about the whole thing, because it's that's unnecessary, and you know, I think people really need to understand the difference between a soft and a hard tyre and drive accordingly. But that's not how it panned out, and you know, we nearly ended up with a couple of injured drivers there actually, because that was quite a big impact, especially for Darryl. Thankfully he's okay, but yeah, we move forward. It hasn't really panned out this weekend for us, but you know, the regulations are against us. If we rewind a couple of years, we'd be in a very different situation, considering how fast we are and how good a job we're doing. It's just not working for us. I'm caught between not being able to beat Tom Ingram and therefore scoring less points than people I out-qualify. It's just a bit mad, really.
But you're taking a trophy home with you.
Yeah, I am. You're right, and I'm really proud of that. You know, you should want to take a trophy home. It's mad though that you think about giving that trophy up to actually have a better day, which is actually what I was thinking about during the safety car. That's what the situation we're now in with this championship. So, yeah, it's nice to have another trophy. It's not the one I came for in Yorkshire, but you know, we'll pick ourselves up. The guys will get the car back in one piece, and we'll go forward to Knockhill, and hopefully we can have a bit of a stronger weekend.
See you there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to complete the sort of set of what was a totally bonkers race, we even had, Paul, a cone stuck in a car.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping it actually got stuck in the other way, sort of like Madonna in the late 80s in a concert, but it didn't happen, did it? That was amazing, and the best line of the day was Tim Harvey saying that Luke Little would be happy with that. I have never seen anything like that. Do you know what that reminds me of? Do you know when I go for some food with you, Tim? Yeah. It's like you just sweep up everything.
Exactly, it's like a hoover.
That was a bullseye, wasn't it? Let's see what today has done to the championship standings. And coming into today, Ash Sutton held a 10-point lead over rival Tom Ingram. But after what we've seen here at Croft, Tom Ingram now holds an 8-point lead over Ash Sutton, and the top two have extended their gap to Daniel Rowbottom in third. Dan Camish, we just heard from him, in fourth with 184 points. So now attention's turned, Jade, to Knockhill. I guess when Ash and Tom debrief the events that have happened today, how will they both be feeling moving on to Scotland?
Both positive in their own right. Obviously, Ash had an unfortunate start to the day, but then brought it back, whereas Tom's had a fairly consistent day and very successful. Knock Hill's a completely different circuit, but however, these two cars in their own right seem to be fast wherever they go, whether they got boost or not got boost. So they'll both be very confident, but it's getting really close at the top now. Me and Tim were just saying that 8 points is nothing in this championship, so there's no one that's going to be relaxing before Knock Hill, that's for sure, and it will definitely be continuing that door-to-door battle throughout that weekend.
And as Jade alluded to there, it wasn't a great start to the day for Ash Sutton, but he ended the day with a 5th victory in this season's championship. He was spraying the champagne. All things considered, he'll be happy, won't he?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you have to reverse engineer your weekend strategy-wise, and when that happened to him in the first race, yes, he lost points, but he was also on the hard tyre, which is not the favourite one. We were all saying Ash is on for a race 3 win, and that's how you salvage your weekend. But you know, Knock Hill is where we go next. Is a circuit of jeopardy. It's where all the lap times are incredibly close. The racing is really fraught, and it's a weekend you need to get through without incident if you're to keep your championship going. So they'll both be a little bit cautious going into it, knowing that things can go well or go very badly.
They sure will. Now, a reminder, we've got some great sport coming your way on ITV this week, actually. Something I'm slightly more familiar with, the Racing League. So that's about as close as horse racing gets to touring cars, actually. It's a team event, 7 regional teams, locking horns. That's live with us on Thursday at 5:15 here on ITV4 and indeed ITVX. Also, as well as that, the first round of Live Golf Chicago begins on Friday as the championship approaches its final 3 events of the season. That's Friday, 5 p.m. on ITVX. And as we mentioned, next up on the touring car calendar is a trip up to Scotland. I've been very much keeping the seat warm for Nikki Shields, who will be joining the BTCC team at Knock Hill for rounds 19, 20 and 21. That's Sunday, 17th of August from 10:30 here on ITV4. Plus, as always,
yeah, qualifying coming up from 2:50 as well out there as we now come up to our commentary box to round out the day as well. Brilliant job, I must say, from Ollie. He's filled in the shoes beautifully as he would come in as well. Of course, we've got the action coming up later on as well with Steve Ryder's replacement, Nikki Shields, going to the booth. JT, what have you got for us?
Well, a little bit of the deep dive info of how the Legends cars work.
Yes.
So, the way they set the grid, if you look at schedules, there's no qualifying.
There is not.
They set the grid by a ballot draw, and each driver pulls a ball from a bag.
Okay.
And the number and colour of the ball determines where on the grid they start in their first race. These are reversed for a driver's second race, so if you draw the inside of row 1 pole for the first race, you'll be on the outside of the back row in last place for your second race. That is where the Heat 1 and Heat 2 comes in. And you have the heat races, Heat 1, Heat 2. They depend on the circuit length between 7 and 12 laps. And because of the unique grid system, the fast and not so fast are mixed together, producing the hectic action as the quick drivers try to battle to the front. Now, the grid positions for the final are determined by the points scored in Heats 1 and 2 combined. However, the Legends don't do stuff normally.
I've got to remind you. I go have food. We've got 15 minutes before we have to go on for IMSA. But go on.
The highest point scorers, start at the back of the final, which is why we have the chaoticness of them all coming through in the final. Cars score points in a race of 200 for a win, 185 for second, and third 170. Good thing about it is the points, they go to the car, not the driver.
Right.
So there are team cars. So there was more last year where there was one car where a certain commentator was involved in one of them in the name of Paul Marcel.
Yes.
So because you have the double rounds, don't you? So they split the weekend up. One does one day, the other does another day, and the points go to the car, not the driver. So that's how they do the team. Two teams, I believe, this year compared to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams they had last year. The number 67 and the number 11, the Mater car, is apparently a team as well. But yeah.
Thought so.
That is how it does, and there is a rookie rookie championship as well, separated. But basically, what it is Legends. The basic of it is the best cars start. No, well, in the finals, the best cars start from the back, and it's just complete randomness for the heats.
Explains a lot. Well, thanks, JT, for your company and your producing skills over the last 2 days as well. We shall see you in Knock Hill if you live that long. If I don't fire you and push you off the Thames Bridge. Nothing at all. Coming through. Now, cheers, JT, for a stunning weekend as well. I can't find the orbit. It's disappeared. There we go. Okay. Thank you, JT, for producing.
Oh, what a shame. If it was me producing, I could just press one button.
Yes, I know. Cheers, JT. Right, we're done. We'll be back in 15 minutes for all of the action coming up for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Then at 8 o'clock, we've got the NASCAR Cup Series race from Iowa. And the Touring Cars returns in 2 weeks' time at Knock Hill in Scotland. Thanks for your company. Goodbye.